Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel Fanfiction podcast. Today we will be continuing our journey of what if Deku adopted several children. Before we start, please like, share, subscribe, and comment in the comment section if you want any other story. Hard choices. Damages. There was a hole in his office floor. It was not just in his office floor, however. The hole led all the way down from his office to the bottom of his house in the kitchen. How did that happen? Well, the answer was the usual one in regards to things being broken. Kiba. The girl had been testing her abilities, on camera of course, and one of those tests was inspired by a test that Ochako had told her about in her first day at UA. Ball throwing. Not to her credit, she didn't throw it at the house itself. She actually threw it straight up into the air. The problem was simple, however. What comes up must come down. And due to changes in the wind's slight movements with momentum and all that, the ball came crashing down, not into the backyard, but through the entire house. Izuku sighed and rubbed his temples. That girl, he loved her to death, but she caused him so much trouble. Kiba had of course been reprimanded, but not much of a punishment was given, seeing as she didn't really predict the ball moving so far from where she had thrown it, and the damages were ultimately small and had not affected anyone with the exception of scaring the crap out of Yami when it happened. The holes were small, but still, it was just more paperwork for him to do. That Kiba girl sure doesn't quit her. Mr. Uraraka asked, having come to inspect the damage. No, she doesn't. Izuku felt more and more tired as he looked at the hole. That girl may single-handedly be keeping us in a job. Mr. Uraraka jokes. No, it's definitely not just her, Izuku said, remembering the time Fu and Shiruku accidentally broke the staircase by smashing Fu into it. You okay, boy? That paperwork getting to YA? Or is all this finally starting to affect your wallet? Mr. Uraraka asked nervously. Izuku was their main source of income. Heck, since they moved here he was their only source of income, and his pockets dried up, so did theirs. No, money isn't an issue. This affects money-wise about as much as buying a candy bar, Izuku said, before realizing how it could be interpreted by his present company. And not that I'm bragging or anything. Mr. Uraraka laughed. Don't worry about it, boy. The richer you are, the more money we get. You bragging about it just reassures me I'm not gonna be out of a job, and that I can keep supporting my daughter. Why, yeah, Izuku stuttered. Despite doing what basically everyone would consider a kind deed in hiring Ochako's parents, Izuku still hadn't told Ochako that he did it, nor did he tell the Urarakas why he hired them out of all people, despite the fact they lived so far away and weren't exactly a famous high-price construction company like most wealthy people would hire. The main reason why is because while Izuku knew it was an overall helpful thing for him to do, he wasn't sure how they would perceive it. On Ochako's front, Izuku was concerned she'd think it was a handout or an act of pity, and she'd get so offended she wouldn't want to be friends with him anymore. And on the Uraraka's part, he was concerned they'd see this as him hitting on their daughter. So he wanted to find the perfect way to explain this to both of them. Dad! Shouted a familiar voice from behind the two of them. Why is my life like this? Izuku wondered. Chako, Mr. Uraraka said, surprised at his daughter's sudden appearance. What are you doing here? What am I doing here? What are you doing here? Ochako asked. This isn't a few hours. Road trip from home, you know. Well, me and your mother, we're gonna surprise YA with this, but we moved here for work. Mr. Uraraka explained. Mr. Midoriya here offered us a contract to stay here and do repairs on his house from time to time. Huh? Ochako screeched in confusion. This had completely come out of nowhere for her. Or had it? Ochako looked at Izuku with a pout. This was exactly the kind of thing Izuku would do. Spend exorbitant amounts of money and inconvenience himself for the sake of someone else. If she didn't mention she didn't like handouts, he would have thrown money at her so hard it'd make her spin. That didn't make it any less sweet, though. Izuku, you goof. Why didn't you tell me about this? This is great. Ochako made sure to express the fact that this was a good thing and that she liked it. Knowing Izuku, he'd somehow thought she could think this was a bad thing. While Izuku was breathing a sigh of relief, Mr. Uraraka looked between the two of them. Wait a minute, you two know each other. Ah. Izuku quickly started getting nervous, yet as he realized he was not yet out of the doghouse. Yeah, Dad, sorry I didn't have the chance to tell you about him. Izuku is my best friend. Ochako explained. Izuku. Mr. Uraraka was a little surprised by the use of Izuku's first name by his daughter. But more things slowly started to make sense to him as he put the pieces together. Oh, I see. What's going on here? Why you do? Izuku asked, with the slight hope he had that things would go well showing in his voice. Yeah, this is an elaborate attempt to flirt with my daughter, Mr. Uraraka said. Izuku then promptly turned from green to red, as he blushed so hard he nearly passed out, from blood rushing to his face. IRWFRKA-. Dad! Ochiko shouted at her father, her face turning red as well. Get over here. Ochiko opened the door leading to the small hallway outside his office and rushed her father through it, before closing the door so Izuku couldn't hear it. Okay, I know you don't know him too well, but this is definitely not flirting, Ochiko said in a yellow whisper. We're just really good friends. Come on, sweetheart, no one would go through all this trouble just for a friend, Mr. Uraraka said. At least he knows my baby girl is worth the money. I'll give him that. Dad, Izuku is just that nice, Ochiko insisted. He literally adopts kids no one else wants, because they can kill them, just because he wants to give them a nice childhood. Mr. Uraraka paused. Fair point. Izuku only has one real friend, Mir. So of course he's willing to do something like this, Ochiko said. He'd probably do a lot of crazy things if I asked him to. Something I'm trying not to take advantage of. Mr. Uraraka didn't seem convinced. I don't know, honey. Dad, trust me when I say, the day Izuku flirts with someone is the day pigs fly. That boy is shyer than half the kids here, and most of them have been abused in some way, Ochiko said. He's just a really nice guy, who's really glad to finally have a friend. Also, he's rich. This probably wasn't too much of an issue for him money-wise. He has a lot of things on his plate. So please don't stress him out with things like this. There was a pause after Ochiko's speech, as Mr. Uraraka thought it over. I guess I'll drop it. For now. He is my employer after all. But still, if he wants to get with my little girl, he's gonna have to go through me first. Ochiko shook her head, blush still covering her face. It's not like that. Just go back inside and say thank you. Then, we can go home and get Mom and we can celebrate being together again. Mr. Uraraka smiled at his daughter. Sure, honey, me and your mother would love to. Both of them smiled, before re-entering Izuku's office, and seeing that the boy was currently a moment away from having a nervous breakdown. Hey there, sorry about that. No problems here. We'll have those holes fixed up in no time, Mr. Uraraka said. Oh, really? That's good. Izuku said nervously. Yes, well I think I'll go talk to the others. You two kids behave, Mr. Uraraka jokes. Dad. Ochiko and Izuku both blushed heavily as Mr. Uraraka left. He smiled as he walked. At the end of the day, it didn't matter if they were friends or something more for now. Izuku clearly valued his daughter, and that was what mattered. So for now, he'd stay back and watch. Just for now. The hard choices. Izuku tried not to let his nervousness show. Yesterday Nami had called him and told him that some government bigwigs from the upper echelons of DOC wanted to meet with him. He had no idea what it could be about, but he had a distinct feeling that whatever it was about, he wasn't going to like it. Thank you for choosing to meet with us, Mr. Midoriya, said one of the three men in suits that had come into his office. I was told this was a matter important to the children, Izuku said, a nervous sweat dripping down his forehead. Yes, about that. We represent the second level of DOC, the level you and most people don't interact with, the man said. As you know, DOC's duty is to protect society from overly powerful children or OPCs, as well as protecting the children themselves. Izuku nodded. However, you've only been dealing with the first level. The man continued. This level has a few tasks. 1. Finding OPCs. 2. Helping out guardians of OPCs to make sure the child can live safely in society. And 2. Taking an OPCS whose parents have left them one way or another, and then giving them to you. Yes, Izuku said, wondering where this was going. However, the second level appropriately deals with the second level of OPCs. These OPCs simply cannot exist within normal society, due to the nature of their quirk being so dangerous that we cannot assure they wouldn't kill dozens of people accidentally every year, the man said. As such, our job is simply to find these OPCs and contain them within our facilities indefinitely. Izuku's eyes widened. Wait, by indefinitely do you mean dash? Forever, or until we manage to find a way to reduce their danger level to a level 1 OPC. However, that rarely happens. Most of the time the child is simply confined in a facility for the rest of their lives. The man explained. Izuku felt a rush of oncoming emotions: shock, anger, sadness, despair. These children are of course allowed to see their families in the safest way we can allow, but the nature of their quirks mean they'd be lucky to ever go outside again. The man continued. We have been looking for a solution to this issue, but have yet to find one, until recently. Izuku thought about what that could mean, and what that had to do with him. And then, he figured it out. You want Eri's blood. Izuku realized. So you can use Overhaul's quirk erasing formula. We've been studying it since his arrest and subsequent death, but now I believe we can properly replicate it if we had more of that girl's blood. The man said. If we could replicate this serum, then we could inject this serum into those people and allow them to finally live their lives freely. You'd also be making them quirkless, subjecting them years of discrimination and mistreatment, and doing that by harvesting blood from a traumatized little girl, Izuku said. All his nervousness vanished instantly, as he switched into protecting the children mode. We understand you've had a bad experience with being quirkless, however that is simply because you lived in an area with heavy amounts of quirk discrimination. The man said. Not all areas discriminate against quirklessness quite as badly, and that discrimination pales in comparison to spending the rest of your life in what is essentially being locked in a very comfortable prison. Izuku grits his teeth. As much as his mind screamed that being quirkless and a curse and doing it to others would be beyond cruel, the logical part of his brain told him that he was right in keeping them in those facilities would be even worse. But Eri would be donating blood. The man cut him off. Millions of people have and still do donate blood every day. It's completely fine so long as one does not get greedy as Overhaul did. Izuku winced. He didn't like this. He really didn't like this. But the man was making logical arguments. And as much as he disliked the idea of Eri's blood being taken again, he also hated the idea of just leaving those people stuck in the facilities to suffer. But I can't do that to Eri. She just got out of that situation. If I tell her they're gonna take her blood, she might go into a panic attack. Izuku thought hard about this situation. But I can't leave those people. You. Just think about it. You and that girl will be heroes to dozens of people. The man said, making sure to use the H word. Izuku glared at the man, before looking away to think about it some more. In the end, he couldn't make a decision, because he decided it wasn't his decision to make. I will ask Eri about this, Izuku said. If she agrees, I will draw up a contract. Mr. Midoriya, the girl is only around 7 years old. The man said. You can't dash. It is her decision to make, Izuku said, adding more edge to his voice. I will not force my daughter to do what she is uncomfortable with. If she says she is okay with it, then I will call you. The man opened his mouth to argue, but Izuku cut him off. This is the best you are getting, Izuku said curtly. Now, if you don't mind, I would appreciate it if you would give me some time so I can talk to her and let her think about the decision. Izuku knew they were trying to pressure him. He would not allow it. Because if he was pressured, then so would Eri. He and the man glared at each other, the agent testing to see if Izuku would lose his nerve. He didn't. After a few moments, the man got up. Well, then we will be eagerly awaiting your answer. Good day. The men left, leaving Izuku with a task he did not look forward to. Later, in Eri's room. Eri was currently on her bed, trying to figure out a mystery that had been plaguing her for over an hour. A Rubik's Cube. Kiba had bought the object, or rather she got Izuku to buy it for her, so she could solve it live, on stream. However, Izuku was 100% sure Kiba would break more than a few of them, so he bought about a dozen, and much to his surprise Kiba only broke 5 before taking a break. Eri had gotten her hands on one of the spares and was having difficulties solving it. Knock knock. Eri. Izuku said. His voice was weak and filled with hesitation, something that immediately caused worry to stir inside Eri. Can I come in? Eri nodded, only to realize that Izuku couldn't see her nodding from outside. Why yes. Izuku opened the door and walked in, before carefully closing the door behind him. He looked at Eri, with a pained expression that made Eri even more nervous. Why you okay? Eri asked him fearfully. I'm fine. Izuku sighed. It's just, Eri. You know what DOC does, right? Eri nodded. They take kids with dangerous quirks so other people won't get hurt. Basically, yes. And those kids are either taken to me or their parents take care of them with the help of DOC. Izuku explained. But there are people with quirks that are too dangerous, and they have to be stuck in special places like Shiruku, Kai, and the others. Except they have to be there forever. Eri's eyes widened. But they didn't like those places. Yes, that's the problem. If we make them stay there, then they'll be really, really sad. But if they don't stay where they could hurt a lot of people. Izuku explained as simply as possible. So what do we do? Eri asked. Izuku took a deep breath and pulled all the willpower he had. Well, Eri, they have a solution, but they want to take their quirks away, and they need your blood. Izuku managed to say, even though it felt terrible. Eri's eyes widened in horror, and she instinctively backed away, the act of which broke Izuku's heart more than a little. You don't have to worry, Eri, no one is forcing you. Izuku quickly reassured her. No one will take your blood if you don't want them to. They won't. Eri asked fearfully, vague incomplete memories of overhaul flashed in her vision. No. Let me explain this better, Izuku said. If you say yes, then let's say once a month, some people will come to take blood from you. First, they'll put you to sleep so you don't panic or feel any pain or fear. All you'll feel is a little soreness when you wake up. Then, they'll take a needle and take a small amount of blood from you, and that's it. Then they'll leave. And that's it. They'll use that blood to make the quirk-erasing serum so they can give it to people who have quirks that are too dangerous so they can live normal, happy lives again. But if you say no, then no one will come, and you can keep doing whatever you've been doing. But then no one will be helped. The horror set in on the poor girl as she realized the weight of the choice in front of her. Either she did something she was insanely uncomfortable with, or she would have to lead an unknown, but presumably large, amount of people to suffer for the rest of their lives. The pressure was immense, and Izuku could sense it, and guilt weighed down on him heavily as he watched the poor girl struggle to try and make a decision, getting overwhelmed by the consequences that could come from either choice. You don't need to make that choice now, Izuku said. Just think about. Maybe talk to your siblings about it. Oh, okay, Eri said, thoroughly shaken. Izuku looked at her for a moment, before wrapping her in a hug. It's okay, no matter what decision you make, I'll always love you. And your siblings too. It took Eri a moment before she hugged back, tightly. After a few minutes, the two eventually separated. Do you want me to stay with you? Izuku asked her. To his surprise, Eri shook her head. I want to talk to Kyoku, Eri said. Okay, but I'll be in my office if you need me. I have to work out how this is gonna work if you say yes or no, Izuku told her. But if you need anything at all, just talk to me. Eri nodded, and slowly, Izuku walked out of the room, and immediately started kicking himself. Metaphorically. Stupid. Idiot. Worthless. Izuku berated himself. He felt like he was about to vomit. How could he put Eri through such a difficult and stressful choice, especially after what she's been through? But at the same time, what else could he do? Was he supposed to force her? That would be terrible. After being forced to give blood to Overhaul and then this, she would never trust him again. And he couldn't just say no and condemn all those people to suffering. He physically could not bring himself to do that. But there had to be something he was missing. Some easy choice that didn't involve hurting his little girl. He was just too stupid to see it. Izuku hit his head against the wall in frustration, trying to release pent-up frustration. Why? Why out of all the children did it have to be her? Because the truth is, the agent was right. Donating blood wasn't a huge deal. People did it all the time. It's just that it was Eri donating blood. I'd be like taking someone who was almost stabbed to death to a knife museum. Izuku sighed, continuing his depressing walk towards his office. Now it was out of his hands. He would have to wait for Eri to make her decision. Hopefully, her siblings could help alleviate the stress of that choice. Hopefully. One step away from the past. The game room. You need to stop breaking these controllers, Kyoku told her vampiric opponent. It's not my fault these cursed controls cannot handle my might. Kiba shouted in frustration. After breaking yet another controller. Don't you have a special controller that's super strong? Kyoku asked her skeptically. Why yes, but it's all the way upstairs, Kiba said, making a quick excuse. Queen of laziness. Kyoku said. Kiba was about to retort, but then Eri came running and hugged Kyoku, clearly distressed. Eri? Kyoku asked, quickly returning the hug in an attempt to comfort her sister. What's wrong? Eri looked at her with pleading puppy dog eyes that instantly made Kyoku melt from cuteness but also made her concerned. Can we go to your room? How could she ever say no? Kyoku's room. The two of them sat on Kyoku's bed, and after they got comfortable, Eri explained the situation. No. Kyoku hugged Eri protectively. You can't let them. They might try to use your blood as a weapon to hurt people. Eri's eyes widened. L like overhaul. Kyoku nodded. Like overhaul. B but Izuku said they were going to help people. Eri pointed out. They probably lied to him. Kyoku accused. Daddy is too nice, they must have said he can help people to trick him into letting them have your blood. Kyoku loved her father, she loved him dearly. But she knew he could be too kind, he believed. People too much. That's why she had to be vigilant. And protect her family from liars. I'll go talk to Daddy. I have to warn him. Kyoku jumped off the bed and ran out the door, intent on finding Izuku. This left Eri with time to think about what Kyoku told her. She hadn't thought about it, but they might be lying to trick Izuku so they could use her blood as a weapon, like Overhaul did. In all the cartoons and movies, they showed the government being bad people, so it made sense. But Izuku told her those things on TV were very different from real life, and Kyoku was often called paranoid by everyone else. Even if the government were completely trustworthy, Kyoku probably still wouldn't trust them. So maybe, even though she really liked Kyoku, she wasn't the right person to ask. But then, who was? Maybe someone who had been with DOC. Fukunoko's room. Fukunoko was sewing up a hole that had been made in her skirt when there was a gentle knock on her door. Despite the gentleness of the knock, Fukunoko still flinched. Who's there? It's Eri, Eri answered. Can I come in? Please. Fuku debated internally. On one hand, she didn't want people in her room. On the other hand, it was Eri. Are you upset with me? Fuku asked. And no. You don't have to let me in. I don't want to bother you. Eri said sadly. Fuku was immediately stabbed with guilt and ran over to the door. No, you can come in. I'm opening the door right now. Fuku opened the door and was immediately met with a distressed Eri, causing her to panic. Even more. Oh no, I made her so upset. She probably won't want to be friends anymore. And oh my god, I wasn't thinking I let her into my room. Stupid Fuku, what did you do? Fuku berated herself. Fuku. Eri said, getting the attention of her zoned-out friend. Are you okay? Fuku snapped out of her thoughts and looked at Eri, trying to see if she was angry or upset with her, but she wasn't, at least not in any visible way. Normally that wouldn't get her to lower her guard, but she reminded herself that this was Eri. So she convinced herself to lower her guard just a little, tiny bit. Did you want something? Fuku asked. One explanation later. Oh, Eri, I don't know which one to pick. Fuku answered honestly. I wouldn't want anyone near my body like that, but those buildings that the government has, I don't want to go back to them. Eri frowned. Was it bad? They didn't hurt me, but I was lonely, Fuku admitted. No one visited me like you and K-do. The only people that came were the men in suits, but they were like robots, and I think they hated me. It was better than being with that bad man, but I like here a lot better. A lot better. Eri thought about that. She was glad that those people weren't being hurt, at least not physically, but she knew just as well as many of these kids did. Loneliness can hurt a lot. Flashes of her time with Overhaul popped up in her head. This time they weren't of her time in the chair. It was her time in her room. Just sitting there in deafening silence, completely and utterly miserable. And then she imagined someone else in that position. Someone who had done nothing wrong, and whose only crime was being born with a bad quirk. It horrified her. Eri. Fuku gave Eri a concerned look as her friend started to panic. Eri, what's wrong? Eri snapped out of her thoughts and had noticed she was breathing a bit too much. After Few moments to calm herself, she responded. And nothing. It doesn't look like nothing. Fuku pointed out. Eri, I don't want those people to touch you. I am not sure you should say yes. Eri looked down. She wanted a more definite answer, because she herself was so unsure. Sensing this, Fuku suggested something. Why don't you ask Kei? She might know. Kei, Eri thought. Kei was one of Eri's closest friends, the second child Izuku adopted, and her first sister. Maybe she had the answers that Eri didn't. The library. Kei was currently reading a book called Animorphs when Eri walked in. Kei. Eri called out to her sister. Eri. Kei immediately put down her book and rapidly patted the seat next to her. Come. Here. Come here. Eri did as instructed, walking over and climbing up on the seat next to the snake girl. Kei promptly wrapped Eri in a tight hug. I missed you. Why you saw me this morning? Eri quietly pointed out. That's too looning. Kei complained. Kei proceeded to cuddle Eri, and Eri found herself petting the snakes in her hair to calm herself. Eventually, Kei noticed that Eri was upset, however, and momentarily stopped the cuddling. What's wrong? Eri bit her lip and explained. Another explanation later. I would do it. Kei said after hearing her out. You would? Eri asked. If people need help, then you should help them, Kei stated simply. That's what Izuku thinks. And if he didn't think that, we would all still be sad and in danger. That statement crashed into Eri's mind, as she realized just how true that statement was. Izuku had to make hard decisions a lot too. Izuku was probably super scared when she knocked on his door and asked him to help her hide from a criminal. But he did it, and with practically no hesitation. He was probably scared when that villain was robbing the supermarket using Kei, but he didn't run or hide, he saved her. Izuku always tried to help people, even if he was scared, even if something bad might happen to him. And because of that, she was here. Because of that, they were all here. Because of that, they were a family. Ai felt like she wanted to do the same thing, that she should do the same thing. But you don't have to if you don't wanna, Kei said, tightening the hug once more. I don't wanna ever make you sad. Don't do something that will make you sad. Well, that was a conflicting statement. Did she want Eri to do it or not? Right now she was thinking that she should do it. But what Kyoku said earlier, about them, maybe using them as weapons, and her own fear of having her blood taken was still making her indecisive. Maybe she should ask someone smart about this. Other than Izuku, he was busy, and she didn't want to bother him any more than she did. So who was the other smartest person here? Kitchen. Fu and Yami were busy munching down on meats when Eri came up to their table. Fu? Eri asked. Fu paused for a moment, before finishing up the slab of meat as fast as he could. Once he was done, he turned to Eri. Whacked. Huck. Ate. Fu shoved his hand down his throat in a way that looked extremely uncomfortable, and after a few moments, he grabbed the piece of meat that had gotten stuck in his throat, before putting it back in his mouth, chewing and swallowing it properly. Do you need something, Eri? Fu asked. Something's wrong, Yami said after eating his own slab of meat. Lots of bad feelings. Did those men do something? Lots of bad feelings everywhere after they left. Eri paused for a moment. She wasn't going to get Yami involved at first, but since he knew something was wrong, she might as well tell him to, if only to keep him from worrying. Yet another explanation later. Fu said. That's hard. Yami nodded in agreement. Yeah, hard. What should I do? Eri asked. Well, I don't think I can tell you what to do. Fu said. I give blood all the time, but I don't feel pain or fear. So it's all different for me. It's probably different for everyone. Eri immediately looked disappointed. You're the one making the choice, Fu said. So which do you feel worse about? Not helping those people or getting your blood drained? Eri thought about it. She hated both options. But which one did she hate the least? It was so hard. Both options caused her immense amounts of fear, stress, anger, and just every negative emotion known to man. She couldn't tell which one she hated more. Luckily, someone could. Think about first option, Yami told her. Huh? Eri asked. Think about first option, Yami repeated. You mean not helping them? Fu asked, receiving a nod from Yami. Eri didn't know where this was going, but she followed the instruction anyway, mostly because she was slightly scared of annoying Yami. She thought about all these people, stuck in a room, all alone, never going outside, never. Getting to do all the good things in the world, like go to an amusement park. And they would be like this, forever. Many emotions flowed through her. Guilt and self-hatred at the thought of her own. Selfishness being in the way of these people's happiness, as well as fear and sadness at the thought that they would be stuck there forever. After a few seconds, Yemi spoke again. Now think about the other one. You mean giving them her blood? Fu asked to clarify, receiving another nod. Eri thought about it. She thought of being in that chair again. Izuku reassured her it wouldn't be like with Overhaul, but all she could think of was that chair, and the brief memory of Overhaul coming towards her, before the memories ended because Kyoku erased them. She couldn't remember being taken apart, but she could remember the fear of it, the fear she had felt every day until Izuku saved her. The fear she felt now wasn't new, it was an old fear, one that was put aside but never away. An old fear that now exploded out and made her want to cower and hide. Second option. Give blood. Yemi said. Huh. Eri was taken off guard by this sudden answer. The first one feels worse, Yemi said. The second one isn't as bad. As Eri was looking at him in confusion, Fu figured out what Yemi meant. Yemi can see emotions, Fu explained. So he told you to think of both options to see which one made you feel worse. And apparently giving blood doesn't make you feel as bad. It doesn't. Eri asked, a little wide-eyed. First one feels worse, second one not as bad. Do the second one, give blood. Yemi said. That actually made Eri feel a little better. It made her choice, which had been tearing at her all day, a little easier. The only thing keeping her from helping those people were her own feelings. But if she was just going to feel worse if she didn't help them anyway, then the choice was obvious. However, making the choice easier didn't make it easy. Her fear was still gnawing at her, and grabbing her as if it was trying to keep her in place. She wanted to go make the decision, she wanted to help. She knows she should help. And she knew that not helping wouldn't be good for her either. But even after all this time, fear was still trying to hold her back. You're a good person, Eri, Fu said, gaining everyone's attention. You want to help people. So much that not helping people makes you feel worse than something you're afraid of. That means you're brave and selfless, just like Izuku. Like Izuku? Eri asked, small tears welling in her eyes. Fu nodded. You want to be a doctor, right? So those people are your first patients. I think you may be the youngest doctor ever. Eri stayed quiet, silently being reassured by Fu's words, which was exactly the boy's intention. Izuku told me and Kiba that to be heroes and to save people, we have to overcome our fears. And you're doing that right now. So you're like a hero doctor. Fu knew that Eri must be going through a lot with this choice, so he had to say everything he could to help her. A hero, doctor, Eri whispered. Yemi looked at Eri as the immense feeling of negativity was somewhat mitigated by Fu's reassurance. It was still an overwhelming amount of negativity, but Fu seemed to be helping a tiny bit. Yeah, a hero doctor. You're really good. Yemi said in an attempt to help. Eri seemed stuck there, unable to move as all sorts of emotions overwhelmed her. Fu hopped down from the chair and took Eri's hand. Why don't we tell Izuku about your decision? Eri gave a hesitant nod, and Fu took her by the hand and guided her to Izuku's office. Izuku's office. Yes, and under no circumstances do I want them to weaponize this, Izuku said to his newly hired lawyers. And dash. Knock, knock, knock. Hold on a second, please, Izuku said. Come in. Fu walked in with Eri in tow. Izuku. Eri has her answer. Really? Izuku hadn't expected it to come this fast. Although why is Fu with her? Did he see how panicked she was and try to help? Well, it's Fu, so I doubt he would try to pressure her into anything. That's more Kyoku's thing. Izuku sighed, remembering how long it took for him to convince Kyoku that he wasn't letting them do anything bad to Eri. Because you better believe he had plans to stop and scheming the government may be doing. Not that it would matter if Eri said no. Fu brought Eri over to Izuku's desk and then stood behind her. Go on, you can do it. Eri looked at Izuku, fear and hesitation still very clear on her face, and if Izuku looked close enough he could see that she was slightly trembling. Will they use my blood tea to hurt people? Eri asked. Before she could say yes, she had to know the answer to this. Izuku rubbed her head reassuringly. I would never let them do that. Ever. The definitiveness in Izuku's voice helped Eri make her choice. Then I want to help. Eri managed to say, her trembling increasing, and she shut her eyes as tears started coming down her cheeks. Please let me help. Not even a second later, Izuku was embracing her. My brave little girl. I'm so proud of you. Eri took in the praise, letting it comfort her as the finality of her choice set in, and images of the chair pledged her mind. It's okay, it's okay. Everything's going to be okay. Izuku reassured her. Fu joined in muttering comforting words, and the trio stayed like this for a long time, until Eri eventually ran out of energy. I'm tired. Eri sniffled. That's okay, Eri, you just go rest, Izuku told her. Fu, bring her to her room. And make sure she's not alone. Fu nodded, lifting up Eri and walking out of his office. Once they left, Izuku sat back in his chair and leaned back, releasing a breath he had been holding. It had been an emotional moment for him too, and many of those emotions lingered inside of him. Fear, worry, sadness, self-hate, and pride. Pride in his daughter's selflessness. Izuku saw his phone and immediately remembered what he had been doing beforehand and picked it up as fast as he could. I'm so sorry that took so long. Izuku apologized. Let's get back to discussing the contract. 2 days later, the men from DOC once again walked into his office, with the lead man taking a seat in front of Izuku. You said you had an answer. The man asked. Yes, we will be handing over the blood, Izuku said, much to the men's elation. However, I have many stipulations. Izuku pulled out a thick contract from a drawer in his desk and laid on the table in front of them. These are my terms, there will be no exceptions. Read them, and either you agree to them, or you don't get the blood. Izuku said firmly, making the men nervous. The lead agent spent half an hour reading the contract and learned just how right he was to be nervous. In short, the terms were as such. Under no circumstance could the formula be used outside the purpose of getting rid of the quirks of level 2 OPCs, and they could not be weaponized at all. The requirements of using the formula is as such. They must have the approval of all legal guardians and the person themselves. The person must be at least 10 years old and be made fully aware of the consequences and aftereffects of this decision. Then they must submit a form to Izuku or a person of Izuku's choosing, that he or a person of his choosing must approve. Any and all things involving Eri's blood Izuku should be made aware of, and he had the right to check on any and all things involving her blood. DOC would not be directly involved with the extraction of or handling of blood, and that duty would instead fall to another branch of the government. Basically, this would give Izuku full control over everything that happened involving this project. We can't accept this. The man said. Well, then you're not getting her blood. Izuku knew exactly what position he was in. Eri's blood was an irreplaceable ingredient for the quirk-erasing formula, and he had a full monopoly over it. Those kids that DOC holding would cost them absurd amounts of money to contain for the rest of their lives, and so if they could just get rid of their quirks, then they'd stand to save a crap ton of money. But to do that, they needed Eri. Izuku had all the power here, so he could afford to make unreasonable demands. So long as the government stood to gain all that money from it, they'd be stupid to refuse. That, and also, I wonder how the public would feel about you refusing my terms though, Izuku said out loud, causing the men to panic. Because honestly, the reason you wouldn't be able to agree with them is if you had some kind of ulterior motive. And I wonder how the people would react to that ulterior motive getting in the way of helping people in need. Izuku had not signed any non-disclosure agreements, meaning at any point in time he could talk about everything that was going on here, and if something happened that he didn't like, it wouldn't be too hard to bring the hammer of bad public opinion down on the government for this. The man grit his teeth and looked over the contract again, before looking back at Izuku. Let us talk to our superiors. Izuku nodded, and the men walked out of the room and pulled out their phones. He waited, and waited, and waited for a while more, and after a lengthy amount of time, they came back in. Maybe we can negotiate these terms, the lead agent said. Perhaps some compensation can be given dash. I don't want any money. Izuku interrupted him. I will say this one last time, if I have to say it again, then we're finished here. These are my terms. Either sign the contract or leave. The man paused, before saying, I need to talk with my superiors again. Tell your superiors that I don't have all day, Izuku said impatiently. The three men left the room once more, and Izuku took that moment to lean back in his chair and relax for a moment. It was exhausting to act so aggressive and rude. It just wasn't in his nature. But he needed to act like this. He had to remember that he had the power here, and use that power to pressure them. Otherwise, there would be dire consequences. He looked at a picture of himself and Eri making apple pie. He had to remember why he did this, who he was doing this for. Even if it doubled his workload, it would be worth it. When he heard the door open, he immediately straightened up, and the men walked back in, with resigned looks on their faces. We'll need some time to spread this around and get all the proper signatures, but we plan on agreeing to your terms, the main agent said. Izuku smiled but did his best to hide his relief and excitement. That's great. I'll let you take this copy of the contract so you can make copies and you can contact me when everything is signed. Of course. The man all but sighed. As the men took the contract and left, Izuku silently celebrated his success in his office. I need some tea, he thought. A week later, Eri sat anxiously in her bed. Today was the date of the blood donation. Izuku decided it should be as soon as possible so Eri didn't have to suffer the suspense forever. There were some doctors there with some machines and a mask connected to a tube that they would use to put her to sleep. Izuku was also present, kneeling down next to Eri and holding her hand to comfort her. It's okay, everything's going to be okay. I'm so proud of you, you're so brave. You're going to help so many people. All right, now we just need her to lay down and we can start, said one of the doctors. Izuku gave her the most reassuring smile he could muster. Just lie down, Eri. When you wake up, it will all be over. Okay, Eri muttered quietly. She laid down, and the doctors descended upon her. As fear grew inside her, she comforted herself by squeezing Izuku's hands tighter. As the mask came down on her face, she quickly went to sleep. The last words she heard were, "One day, you'll do this without any fear at all." And then everything went black. When Eri opened her eyes, she was back in the chair. The same chair Overhaul had put her in so many times before. In the exact same Yakuza base she hoped to never see again. Panic and fear flooded her body, as her brain immediately told her to run. But she couldn't move. No matter how much she tried, her body wouldn't budge. Then, she heard footsteps. Footsteps coming from outside the room, walking towards her. Fear grew in her as the footsteps grew closer, and tears started to drip from her eyes each second her body refused to move. Then, the door opened. But who walked in wasn't Overhaul. It was her? It was Eri. Just as she had been before Izuku found her. In that plain dress, with her old bandages. The doppelganger walked closer to her, staring at her intently. Why are we here again? Asked the doppelganger. Eri didn't answer. She was too confused, too scared. Why did you let them hurt us again? The doppelganger asked. Eri felt like she wanted to answer. She wanted to say that they weren't going to hurt her. That she would be fine. But the words died in her throat. However, the doppelganger seemed to read Eri's mind, and knew what she wanted to say. They are taking your blood, Eri. They are doing what Overhaul did. They are gonna take you apart again. And no. Eri spoke for the first time. No, they won't. Eri suddenly blinked, and the doppelganger transformed. She now had on Overhaul's mask and jacket. Why do you think you can help people? As the doppelganger spoke, Eri could hear Overhaul's voice speak with her, as if she and Overhaul were speaking at the same time. You know your quirk is a curse. No, it's not. Eri denied. Izuku said dash. Izuku's not here, you weak, pathetic girl. The doppelganger started to turn more monstrous. The bandages flew off, revealing scars and cuts underneath, all bleeding out on the floor, and bird-like feathers started to grow on her until she was nothing but a freak abomination of herself and Overhaul combined. But I'm here. I'm always here. You can't escape me, Eri. You're mine. Always mine. Forever. Eri screamed as the nightmare opened its huge bird beak and swallowed her whole. Now, Eri was floating in darkness. Alone, and scared. She couldn't see a thing. Izuku. Izuku. Eri called out into the darkness. Why can't you do anything on your own? Suddenly the bird monster appeared in front of her, its beak and eyes popping out of the darkness, still using her and Overhaul's voice. You worthless girl. Why can't you help yourself? Eri started sobbing, as the nightmare kept berating her. Please, help, she cried. And then, there was a light. A light pierced through the darkness, and a figure reached out of the light and grabbed onto Eri. Shush, it's okay. It can't hurt you anymore. The light died down a bit, and the figure was revealed to be what looked like an older-looking Eri. She was wearing stereotypical doctor attire, but the oddest part was that her hair and eyes were green, and she was still faintly glowing. You don't have to be afraid of them, she said, her voice, much like the nightmare's, was a combination of her own voice and someone else's, in this case, that being Izuku's. The dream Eri took Eri into her embrace, and Eri clung to this strange vision of her future self. She could feel her hand. It was warm, like Izuku's. You can't be saved, Eri. You're mine. The nightmare repeated words Overhaul had more or less said to her over and over, its darkness surrounding the two of them, enriching upon them. The dream Eri glared at the nightmare, and as the darkness threatened to engulf them, the dream Eri's glow brightened and destroyed the darkness. Ah! The nightmare screamed in pain. You're a liar. You've always been a liar. The dream Eri said. Your lies and mean words can't hurt anyone anymore. Eri's too strong. She's a strong, brave girl now. The dream Eri looked down at regular Eri. Eri, it's time to get rid of them now. Suddenly, the dream Eri's light started to spread onto Eri, until she was now glowing with light. No, no. The nightmare sent out more darkness to attack the two of them. The dream gave Eri a gentle smile that reminded her of Izuku. Hold out your hand, Eri. They are waiting for you. Eri looked at the darkness, and then at the dream, before hesitantly, she and the dream held out their hands to stop the darkness. And then, all she saw was light. Back in the real world, Eri opened her eyes and was met with several blurry figures as her eyes tried to adjust to the light. I think she's waking up, shouted a loud female voice. Don't be too loud, scolded another feminine voice. Is she okay? Said a male voice that was further away. When Eri's eyes refocused, she saw that she was surrounded by her siblings and Izuku. Almost everyone was here, most of her siblings, and Izuku were right up next to her bed. Otoko kept a good distance, being in the back of the room, and Kai was outside the window. The only one who wasn't here was Fukunoko, which made sense considering she couldn't bear to be around one other person, let alone 11. Eri was about to ask what everyone was doing here when she felt a small pain in her arm. She quickly looked at her arm and saw that there was a bandage on her arm. It's over, Eri, Izuku told her. It's done. They took the blood. Eri's eyes widened in disbelief. That was it. That was all. She went to sleep and woke up, and the worst thing she had to endure was a slight soreness. Izuku had told her as much, so she shouldn't be surprised, but this was nothing. She felt more pain than this when she stubbed her toe. Overhaul's blood taking was 1,000 times worse. If it was this easy, then did he just hurt her because he hated her that much? Given what she knew of Overhaul, she figured the answer to that was yes. At last you have awoken. We were quite worried about you. Caretaker said that he didn't want you alone when you woke up, so we all arrived here to greet you. Kiba said. Are you okay, Eri? Kei asked, engulfing her in a hug. Hey, I want to hug her too. Kyoku said, going up and hugging Eri as well. Don't think you can get ahead of me. Kiba said, crawling over her siblings to hug Eri. Hey, don't overwhelm her. Izuku said, but with no effect. As Eri was being swarmed by her siblings, she felt as if any other time she would have been overwhelmed. But now, after the donation, she was just glad she didn't wake up alone again. Happy tears streamed down her cheeks as she realized that things were well and truly different. Meanwhile, Yemi watched Eri closely, as for once the positive emotions overwhelmed the negative ones. He knew he did his job well. Later that night, given that Eri had slept for a good portion of the day, Izuku let her stay up later than normal. She had been spending that time watching TV when suddenly she got a knock on the door. Eri paused what she was watching and walked to the door. When she opened it, to her surprise, there was an entire tray of fresh chocolate chip cookies, just sitting there, with a note next to it. She looked around for anyone who could have left it, and saw that Fukunoko was looking at her from behind one of the corners, only to flee when she realized she'd been spotted. She left her room. Eri thought in surprise. Once she got over the fact that the famed recluse left her room for once, she looked down at the cookies and the note. In the note, written in very neat handwriting, was as such. I'm sorry I didn't come with everyone. I promise I care about you. I was just scared. Take the cookies. Please keep being my friend. Ari looked at the note, and then at the cookies. Slowly, she took one of the cookies and bit into it. It's good, Ari thought. Ari looked at the rest of the cookies. Part of her wanted to finish the rest of them off, but she had a better idea. At Fukunoko's room. Fuku was sitting in her room, hoping beyond hope that Ari accepted the cookies and would still be friends with her. Oh my god, what if she hates the cookies? Stupid Fuku, you should have thought of something better. Fuku berated herself. Knock knock. Eep. Fuku jumped. Fuku, can I come in? Ari asked. Please. Are you mad? Fuku asked. No. I'm happy, Ari said. Why you are? Fuku asked. Yes, Ari said. Fuku hesitated for a bit, before ultimately deciding to open the door. On the other side was Ari, with the plate of cookies. I wanted to share, Ari said. Share. Fuku repeated in shock. Ari nodded. The cookies are good, but food is better when you eat with someone else. Me. Fuku said, as there was anyone else here. You want to eat with me? Ari nodded again. You're my friend. And just like that, the two of them spent the rest of the night, staying up way past their bedtimes, eating sugar and watching TV together. Neither of them could have asked for more. Shorts 8. Not with a 10-foot pole. Chizome Akaguro, a.k.a. Stain the Hero Killer, had a problem. And that problem's name was Kiba Midoriya. The kid was an up-and-coming internet star, gaining a surprising amount of followers for her age, mostly due to her personality, cute factor, and power. Normally Stain wouldn't have cared in the slightest. However, the problem was that she wanted to be a hero. And she wanted to be a hero to expand her followers to one day take over the world. So naturally, Stain, who wanted heroes to only have pure motives, had an issue with this. Now some would say that she's just a silly child and that she would grow up and see how ridiculous this was. Stain would argue otherwise. People with powerful quirks, which Kiba most certainly had, tended to be arrogant, whether they be a hero or a villain. And the girl was clearly a rich, spoiled girl, meaning she was definitely gonna keep that arrogance as she grew up. All in all, the girl would most likely grow up to be another fame-obsessed, superficial, fake hero, which is why Stain wanted to beat the shit out of her. Not kill her, she was very young, meaning she could perhaps be educated instead of slaughtered. Stain wanted to sneak into that overly large house of hers and stab her a few times, break a few bones, leave some permanent scarring, and then leave. Normally this wouldn't be a problem. It should be easy to beat up a child. But Kiba Midoriya was no average child. Calling this child strong would be like saying the sun was a bit bright. She was ridiculously strong, able to fight giant Kiju at full power, could run a mile faster than he could run 10 feet, and could survive falling from skyscraper-level heights. In other words, in terms of fighting, she was out of his league. Sure, he was way more experienced and skilled, but that didn't matter much when power difference was so apparent that he wouldn't even be to physically harm her, and one hit would be enough to crush his skull in. But that wasn't the real problem. If it was just Kiba by herself, he could beat her. Not at full power, but she wasn't always at full power. Her power relied on how much blood she'd consumed, meaning that there must be a time she would be weak enough for him to beat her. But it didn't matter much, because it wasn't just Kiba. Her whole family was a problem. Firstly, if he wanted to beat Kiba, then he'd need to do it when she was low on blood. However, she seemed to almost constantly be followed by her brother Fu, an infinite supply of blood. Secondly, there were the two other siblings she'd shown off, Shiruku and Kai, both of whom he wasn't exactly sure he could beat at all, with both of them being similar in power to Kiba, but seemingly not sharing her weakness. And thirdly, was the sister Sansan Midoriya, who he definitely could not beat. She seemed to either be made of goo or acid, didn't matter, either way, he couldn't hurt her and she could hurt him. Now, Stain had wondered why the hell there were so many kids with grossly overpowered quirks in one place. And after a bit of digging, he figured out why. Because they were part of a program that collected overpowered children and kept them in one place. Meaning not only would he have to deal with the children he already knew about, but also all the children he didn't know about would also be grossly overpowered and dangerous. Oh, And he'd also have to deal with whatever security there would be for the house as well. Even if he had a death wish that big, he wouldn't choose to die at the hands of 7-year-olds. The only person who I will allow to defeat me is All Might himself. Stain thought. So no, as much as it pained him to see someone like Kiba Midoriya continue to arrogantly state she wanted to be a hero for such self-centered reasons, he wouldn't do anything about it. Because he couldn't. He could, in theory, just stalk her until she was weak enough and far away from everyone else for him to attack her. However, it seems she rarely ever left her house, and never left without one of her siblings, it seems. Of course, there would have to be exceptions. At some point she would leave the house alone. But the amount of time Stain would have to dedicate to find that specific moment just wouldn't be worth it. He could spend that time killing actual pro-heroes. For now, the girl was safe from his wrath. For now, security. Izuku was doing more paperwork in his office when Yami came in on a Beowulf. Oh, hi Yami. Is something wrong? Izuku asked him. Lots of energy, Yami told him. It took a second for Izuku to figure out what he meant. You mean you have lots of negative energy to make grim? Yami nodded. Want to be useful? Oh. Izuku smiled at him. Thank you Yami, but it's your quirk, are you sure? Don't you want to use it for yourself? No, Yami said bluntly. No need. Heh. Well, I guess he barely does anything except sleep and eats. Izuku thought. But still, what could I use the grim for? Well, what is the limit of what Yami can create? Maybe I can help him explore that. He would probably use the grim as security. The griffin that had washed Kaiwa used to patrol the skies around the house. Make sure that nothing could come out of the air and pluck someone away, again. We should see what kind of grim you can create, Izuku told him. Let me finish up some more work, and then we can go to the library and then the training room. Yami nodded and laid down on his Beowulf to wait. Half an hour later in the training room, the two of them arrived in the indestructible room, with the Beowulf carrying a load of books. Kei had also joined them at Izuku's insistence, having met up with them in the library. Why books? Yami asked, wondering why Izuku had wanted them to bring a crap load of books with them. Well, I want to see what kind of creatures you can create, Izuku explained. You created a lot of grim just based on animals you saw, but you also created a griffin. I guess Kiba suggested that, so that means you're not limited to things that exist in the real world. Griffins aren't real. Yami asked, somewhat shocked. They aren't? Kei asked, looking a bit dejected at that. No, sorry, Izuku said, much to Kei's disappointment. But that means that with enough energy, Yami could create pretty much anything. Yami looked, only slightly amazed by that idea, which still caused him to show more expression on his face than he did normally. Oh, can you create a snake? A big snake, with 2 heads? Kei asked, as her imagination started to go wild. As Izuku intended. Okay, maybe we can talk about what it will look like and dash before Izuku could finish. Yami had already started creating the grim, barfing up the black goop on the floor. Oh. From the black goo rose a black snake head, twice the size of Izuku's own head, showing that once again this grim was big. The snake grim slithered out of the pool, showing that it was in fact huge, and when it finally finished emerging, instead of a tail on the end, it was a white snake head. The snake was big, roughly around 8 feet in length, and 2.5 feet in width. Half of its body was black with a few white patterns, and the other half was white with some black patterns. Ah, it's perfect. Kei practically had stars in her eyes, and she ran up to the snake and hugged it with her might, her snakes hissing happily and rubbing against the grim. Interesting, these patterns are too elaborate for Yami to come up with. Come to think of it, most of the grim are too elaborately designed. I wonder why they look like this. Izuku pondered, before realizing something important. Wait, what am I going to do with this thing? It's not like the snake was too big for the house, but a giant snake roaming the house wouldn't exactly make the shy kids or the new kids feel at home. Maybe I could use it in the vents. Make sure that no one can sneak in through them. I guess that could work. Izuku watched Kei snuggle up to the snake, a huge smile plastered on her face. Maybe let Kei have one too. See if we can make it smaller. Suddenly the door opened, and a very pouty Kiba ran in with a book in her arms. I heard you were creating new grim, and you didn't invite me. Kiba sounded more than a little offended. Oh, sorry Kiba, I thought you were busy streaming. Izuku asked her. I was, but I could have stopped. Kiba crossed her arms and pouted, holding the book to her chest. Kiba's displeasure dissipated almost immediately when she saw the snake and was replaced with excitement. Ah, of course, Kay would suggest a snake. And what a wonderful snake it is. A truly impressive monster. What shall we name this creation? That's right, it needs a name. Kay agreed. The children racked their heads trying to come up with a name. Izuku was the first one to speak. How about Taijitu? Taijitu? Kiba repeated. Why yeah. You know, like the symbol. The circle that has black and white on it. Let me show you. Izuku pulled up a picture of it on his phone. This symbol. Oh, I've seen that. Kiba pointed at it excitedly. Still, it needs something more. Ah. King. Taijitu. That's perfect. Hello, King Taijitu. Kay shouted as she hugged the big snake. Sure. Sounds cool. Yemi was, as usual, neutral to the names given to his Grim, but he wasn't against it and it made them happy, so he rolled with it. Alright, let's make another one. Kiba opened the book she was holding, showing them a picture of a manticore. This is a manticore. It has the body of a lion, a scorpion tail, and bird wings, and it breathes fire. This may have been a mistake. Izuku thought. I'm okay. What do you mean 5? Izuku almost shouted into the phone. Well, here is the thing. You want all these kids out of the facility. We want all these kids out of the facility. So we're just gonna increase the number of kids we give you until you. Otherwise. Nami told him. Of course you could just ask us to lower the amount. Of course, that will mean some of the kids will have to stay here longer. But if it helps you get a little more rest time, I guess it's worth it. Not worth it to those kids, but worth it to you. Stop. Izuku snapped. Izuku was so tired of her blatantly trying to manipulate him, and so tired of it working, that, combined with how tired he was feeling in general, he just snapped. Immediately after his small anger spike, he was filled with remorse. Maybe we should stay at 3 for now, Nami said, taken off guard by Izuku's uncharacteristic outburst. Yeah. He didn't want to leave those kids in the facilities longer than he had to, but after that outburst, he figured he should slow down, otherwise, he might snap at the children, which is the last thing he wanted to do. Great. We should have them to you in 2 days. I'll send the information about the kids via email, Nami said. And maybe hire some people. You sound stressed. I know, Izuku muttered, taking a long sip of his tea. I am sorry for my outburst. Please, forgive me. It's fine, man. Just maybe see a therapist. Lord knows you need one. Nami said. Anyway, Nami out. She hung up, leaving Izuku alone in his office to prepare. He decided to spend the next few minutes between now and when the info on the new kids would be sent, relaxing in his chair with his tea. The warmth of the calming tea soothed him slightly, as he leaned back and closed his eyes. However, panic suddenly overwhelmed him, as he very nearly fell asleep. Can't sleep yet, still have work to do. Izuku reminded himself. Izuku moved his calming tea away from him, and instead took a cup of coffee he kept on hand. As he was drinking his cup of wake-up juice, there was a knock on his door. Can I come in? It was Yemi. Yes of course, Izuku told him after gulping down his drink. Yemi walked in, and if one looked closely, they could see that his expression was a bit more concerned than usual. Something bad happened? Yemi asked. And no. Izuku denied. Nothing's wrong, why would you ask? Bad feelings exploded. Yemi tried to explain as best he could. As usual, it took Izuku a second to figure what Yemi was saying, his inexperience speaking, combined with his unique way of seeing the world, made it hard to figure out what he was saying at times. Eventually, Izuku figured it out. He must have sensed when I snapped at Nami. I got upset for a moment. But it's fine. Izuku lied. Yemi scowled at him. Liar. Izuku was taken aback. Yemi had always been so passive and cooperative since he got here. This was the first time he's shown any hint of disapproval towards Izuku. You're getting worse, Yemi told him. More bad feelings, every day. Not anger, lot of fear. Lot of sadness, lots of other things. You are not okay. Izuku was really caught off guard. although in hindsight it should have been obvious. Yemi could literally see emotions, so of course, he would notice if he'd been stressed out, although he didn't seem to be able to identify stress, just seeing it as another bad emotion, most likely, due to lack of experience. Still, he would have to explain this away somehow, preferably in a way that didn't make him worry. Listen, I just have a lot to do, so I've been stressed out recently. Izuku tried to explain. Stress. Yemi repeated, wondering if that was that bad feeling he didn't recognize. Yes, stress, Izuku told him. Don't worry, I'm going to hire some new helpers soon and dash. Le. Yemi interrupted. I see you lying. Izuku's eyes widened. Wait, you can see lies. Yemi nodded. You feel worse when you lie. Oh, that's actually really clever. But it means I can't lie to him. Izuku didn't particularly like lying to the children, but he would do so if he thought it was in their best interest, although he never felt good about it. WLUC. Izuku desperately searched for a way to keep him in the dark without lying to him. Meanwhile, Yemi was getting frustrated. He had come here to see what was bothering his father and hopefully make him feel better, but that feeling, stress, was only increasing since he got here. What's wrong? Yemi repeated aggressively. Aye. Izuku sighed. It doesn't matter how I'm doing, or what's wrong. I'm just really stressed about my work. I'm trying to fix the problem, but it's taking a while and I'm having some issues. But it's nothing for you to be worried about. Yemi growled. But dash. Yemi. Izuku shouted, causing the boy to flinch, having never heard Izuku shout before. Just let it go, please. Yemi looked up at his father. He really wanted to make those bad feelings go away. But he only seemed to be making things worse. For now, he would back down. But he'd try something else. Yemi bowed his head. I'm sorry, Dad. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have yelled at you like that. Izuku apologized. You were only trying to help. How about I make steak tonight? That should have excited him, and it did make him feel a bit better, but he was still very upset over his failure to help Izuku and left without saying another word. Once he left, Izuku's head fell into his hands, as shame and guilt ate away at him. I can't keep going like this. I've started yelling at the kids. I need to hire help. Suddenly, Izuku's phone vibrated. He took it out and saw a notification that he had gotten the files on the new kids. I'll look at workers after this, Izuku told himself. Hours later. It was late at night, and many of the kids had fallen asleep. However, as usual, the nightlife of this house was almost as active as the day. Kids like Sansan and Fu never needed to sleep, so they often stayed up all night. Kiba liked to go outside during the night, as the sun would not be around to bother her. Fukunoko would like to sneak out of her room, to do things around the house that she couldn't do in the day because of the number of people. Izuku was also often awake during the night, doing work. Tonight, however, someone else was awake. That being Yemi. Fu was in the library, reading a book, when Yemi, riding on his Beolf as usual, came up to him. Yemi, is something wrong? Fu asked him. You smart, Yemi said. You mean, you're smart. Fu corrected. No, you smart, Yemi told him. No, I mean you said it wrong, Fu said. It's you're not you. Oh. Yemi realized his mistake. You're smart. There you go. And yes, I am. Fu said. He was very aware of his own intelligence compared to everyone else, thanks to the emotional distance his quirk gave him, one of few benefits it afforded him. Problem. Dad has lots of bad emotions. Yemi tried to explain. Tried to help. Made it worse. Fu nodded. How bad is it? Bad, Yemi said. No, I mean, is it worse than Fukunoko? Fu asked. Almost, Yemi said. Fu frowned. I knew Izuku wasn't feeling good, but if it's that bad. The undead miner thought about the situation. Confronting him, according to Yemi, only made the situation worse. Fu was smart enough to realize when he needed help. We should ask Ochiko for help next time she's here, Fu said. Right now we should just try not to make things harder for him. For whatever reason, the two boys had a bad feeling about this. Like whatever they had just stumbled on was the tip of the iceberg. They would just have to wait and see how this all played out. Chapter Summary 3. Make it 4. Credit to Remzel von Anili for the OC Mu. Izuku was glad that, at the very least, 2 of the 3 new children would not require any special precautions. Mu was an interesting one. His quirk let him phase into a different dimension. Now it wasn't like he went to a different universe or something. Reportedly, it's more like he went to a different plane of existence where he could still see everything around him, but they can't see or interact with him, and he can't interact with them. In fact, he could reportedly go through objects while in this dimension, and even walls. One big drawback, however, is that wherever or whatever this dimension is, it doesn't seem like things are really supposed to exist in it. And as such, if Mu stays in that dimension for any time after 30 minutes, his body starts to break down and disintegrates. Then it takes about an hour before he can safely re-enter his dimension. He can also drag other things and even people into this dimension. However, they break down much faster, typically after about a minute. Also, according to the reports, the boy was rather shy and liked to be in his dimension for long periods of time. Often he wouldn't realize when he should leave his dimension until he had already started disintegrating, leading to various health issues. So in other words, Izuku now had a ghost child whom he could not see or touch and could walk through walls, as well as being able to destroy basically anything he could physically drag into his dimension. Oh, and he also had to somehow make sure he didn't accidentally kill himself by overusing his quirk. What fun. Yonda, on the other hand, had a quirk that didn't pose a physical threat, rather it was a threat to people's privacy. Her quirk was a rare quirk that gave her a disability, making her completely deaf and mute. Instead of hearing words, she could hear people's thoughts, as if they were speaking them out loud. And instead of speaking, she could communicate telepathically. Interestingly enough, her telepathy worked more like talking but in people's minds. The range of her ability only extended to hearing range, however it was unaffected by walls and other obstacles. Hopefully, he could keep from thinking anything worrying or complicated around her, although that would be difficult. He'd also told all the kids about this, of course, so that way, they would at least know what was happening. The last child did require a custom room. Little Netsu had a fire quirk, a really powerful fire quirk, one that he would have a rather hard time turning off. As a result, the boy was always on fire, meaning not only would he require a special room, but he would also need special clothes as well as gloves and shoes, and he would need way more fire extinguishers around the house, and he would need to teach the kids how to use fire extinguishers. They had a sprinkler system, but he didn't want to take chances. Well, on the bright side, he wouldn't really need to wash his clothes considering any filth would almost certainly get incinerated by the constant fire. Not that his job of washing everyone's clothes would get any easier. Izuku sighed as he waited outside the house for the new arrivals. He had stopped trying to get the children all together for the new arrivals, as that was a fool's errand at this point. They would eventually meet up with each other, hopefully. Fukunoko still hasn't met half the house's residents. He was brought out of his thoughts by the sounds of cars pulling up around the tree. Eventually, the cars stopped, and then someone stepped out. It was Nami. Oh no. Izuku's shoulders slumped. Seeing Nami was never a good sign. And what's worse is that she was holding a weird metal canister, which gave Izuku all sorts of bad feelings. Izu, my dude, Nami said casually, walking up to him like her existence wasn't a blight on his sanity. How are you? Are you getting some help? Like, mentally and physically? I'm looking into it, Izuku said, his tone completely devoid of energy. Not to be rude, but why are you here? And what's in that canister? Ah, don't worry about that. Nami waved her hand dismissively in an exaggerated fashion. Let's get these kids inside and then we can have a little chat. Izuku looked towards the car and saw 2 men walking towards him, carrying an unconscious boy in their arms. He was about 7 and pretty small for his age. His entire body, as well as his hair, was bone white, really giving off a ghostly vibe. This was presumably Mu. They dumped the boy in his arms, and Izuku noted how incredibly light he was. We sedated him so that way he didn't use his quirk while we were transporting him, Nami explained. I hope this doesn't become a pattern. Izuku sighed, remembering how Fukunoko also came here unconscious. Hello, father, said a feminine voice in his head. Izuku panicked for a moment, before realizing who this was. Oh, you must be Yonda. Nice to meet you. A pleasure, Yonda said, stepping out of the car to reveal herself to him. The girl was about 9 years old, with curly pink hair that had some purple strands in it, and her eyes were also a strange shade of pink. Adorable as expected, was Izuku's reactionary thought. They all are. Thank you, came the girl's cheery thought as she smiled brightly. Izuku noticed that despite no words coming out, her mouth still moved when she used her telepathy. Oh, right, she can hear me, Izuku thought as he realized just how hard it was gonna be to control his thoughts. Thank goodness I don't curse even in my head. I already know a lot of bad words, Yonda thought sadly. Oh, Izuku slumped. Then from the last car came an agent who was sweating profusely, panting for air as she looked like she had been in the sauna for too long. Why didn't I get protective equipment? Asked the woman. We're here. Get out, please. The back door opened, and then, whoosh, a fireball burst from the car and went up 6 feet in the air, burning so bright they all had to look away for a moment. Behold, I have arrived, shouted a small boy's voice. When the light died down, they could see a small boy, about 7 years old, his body a burning red inferno, with flames crackling off of him, contained by fireproof clothing, floating 6 feet in the air. Netsu. Oh, I have a bad feeling about this, Izuku thought, not seeing Yonda nod after hearing his thoughts. Netsu looked down at Izuku, and they could make out a smirk behind his flames. So you're my new father. Well, congratulations. You just hit the jackpot. The great Netsu has appeared, soon to be the world's greatest hero. He and Kiba are going to fight. A lot. Izuku realized. Who is Kiba? Yonda asked. Oh, she's another one of the kids, trust me. You'll know who she is soon, Izuku responded, before turning his attention to Netsu and putting on an uneasy smile. Well, could you come down so we can go inside and I can show you your room? Yeah, just. Netsu stopped talking and started focusing. His body started going down a few centimeters, only to float back up. He can't get down, can he? Yonda asked. Maybe. Izuku watched for a few more moments. However, the boy simply could not get down. No, I don't think he can. Idiot. Yonda thought, however, she didn't use her telepathy, so Izuku didn't hear that one. Do you need some help? Izuku asked him. And no. I got it. Netsu kept trying, but after a few moments, he slumped over dejectedly. Please get me down. Izuku nodded and started looking around in his pocket, before finding what he was looking for. A white, bone-like whistle. From the top of the house, a grim griffin heard the whistle and flew down, eventually, landing in front of Izuku. Freaking out Yonda. What is that? The small girl immediately ran behind Izuku, hiding behind his leg. Cool. Netsu said with eyes wide in awe. This is a grim. One of the other kids here makes these to guard the house and help the others. Izuku explained, going up to the creatures. So even if they look scary, don't be afraid of them. Izuku made sure to think about everything he was saying, word for word, so that way Yonda could hear what he was saying. Yonda still looked at the beast skeptically, still unnerved by the monster made of darkness. Please help him down, gently, Izuku ordered the grim. The griffin flew up and grabbed the boy's leg with his claw. Fortunately, it grabbed his pants, so the fire didn't spread to it as well. He pulled the boy down to the floor, before promptly letting him go. Yeah. Thanks, demon bird, Netsu said with a big grin on his face. All right, go back to the roof with the others, Izuku ordered, as the griffin followed his orders and flew away. Others? There are more of those things, Yonda asked. Yeah, but they are not all over the place. I try to keep them out of sight most of the time, because they are a bit scary, Izuku thought. A bit, Yonda thought. Can I have one of those? Netsu ran up to Izuku and asked with eyes wide in excitement. Well, all the kids can ask the Grim for help, Izuku explained. He did ask Yemi to give the kids control of the Grim as well, albeit limited control. He didn't want Kiba to order the Manticore to start shooting fire and end up setting the house ablaze. Although with Netsu that was now going to be a constant concern. But if you're good you could have one for a pet. Yes, my new dad is awesome. Netsu cheered. Izuku felt a spark of happiness in his chest from that statement, and a small smile appeared on his face. Seeing this, Yonda scowled for a second, before hugging Izuku's arm. I think you're great too, Dad. Oh, thank you. Izuku told her mentally. Wow, the kids sure do behave well. Then again, none of them ever really behaved badly. I mean, Yami kidnapped me, but he didn't know any better. What? Yonda's eyes went wide with shock after hearing that. Oh, right, she can still hear me. Izuku realized. Don't worry about that. I'm fine. He's fine. He didn't know any better at the time. He won't do anything like that again. Oh, okay. Yonda didn't seem fully convinced. Hopefully meeting him will help get rid of some of her fears. Izuku thought, before realizing. Once again she could still hear him. I'm just gonna have to get used to this, aren't I? Hey, what's that voice I'm hearing in my head? Netsu asked. Hello. Voice. Who are you? That's me. Yonda said, raising her hand. It's my quirk. I can hear your thoughts too. Wow. Okay, what number am I thinking of? Netsu asked. You're not thinking of a number. You're thinking you're so smart by not thinking of a number. Yonda couldn't help but roll her eyes. Whoa. Netsu said. Your quirk is cool. Not as cool as mine, but cool. I'm deaf. Yonda explained bluntly. Oh, what does that mean? Netsu tilted his head in confusion. It means I can't hear anything. I can hear thoughts, but not anything else. Yonda asked. So I can't hear when you talk. Oh, Netsu thought. Okay, your quirk is cool. Not as cool as mine, but cool. Thanks, Yonda thought. Well, now that everyone is introduced, let's go inside. Nami grinned. The sooner you two get to your rooms, the sooner me and Daddy Dearest get to talk. Please don't call me that. Izuku sighed, pulling out a thermos and drinking coffee. So, tired. Need to keep going. Are you tired, father? Yonda asked, concerned for her new father's safety. Izuku flinched. I'm fine. Let's go to your rooms. Sometime later. Izuku and Nami sat in his office, with Nami still holding the canister, and Fu having joined them at Nami's request. The new children had been shown to their rooms and Izuku had excused himself. Yonda had tried to stick around, but Izuku insisted that they would get to know each other better after this meeting. Again, not to be rude, but why are you here, and why did you ask that Fu join us? Izuku asked. Fu was sitting behind him, staying silent and listening intently. Well, remember when I said we were only gonna bring 3? Nami asked. Izuku's eyes widened, as he realized what exactly was in that canister. Before you say anything, Nami said quickly. It's a baby. We brought them into our custody, and we needed to get them out of there immediately. For their safety. Izuku sighed. Well, if it's for their safety, then it can't be helped. Please explain more about the child, and what this has to do with Fu. Well, you see, they don't have a name yet, so we just call them by their quirk's name. Symbiote. Nami explained. They were born about a month ago. Their quirk makes them this black gooey thing. Kind of like San, but if she was made of that black crap that Yami vomits. So that's why they are in that container. Izuku thought. I hope they haven't been in there for too long. When he latches onto a living thing, goes inside them via their pores or something, and starts what we call a bond. Nami continued. When it bonds to someone, they become incredibly strong. Like we're talking about some apex predator type stuff. They become strong and fast as well. They can use his black gooey body to make weapons and tendrils and all sorts of crap. They just turn into crazy strong dudes. Like if anyone made a bond with him, boom, instant top 10 hero. Nami looked at Fu. Come on, take the bait, kid. So what's the downside? Izuku knew there had to be one. There always was when dealing with OPC's quirks. Well, you see, the catch is that it eats your organs and makes your emotions go way out of control. Nami explained. His mother was his first host. She had a really weird pregnancy. Let's just say. She didn't get a baby bump or anything, and after 9 months she didn't give birth. She just started acting weird. She got really aggressive, and eventually, we found out about the kid when she used him to go on a rampage. When she was eventually defeated, we found that most of her internal organs had been damaged, eaten by the kid. She passed a few days later. Oh, I see now. Izuku finally realized why they wanted Fu here. You want Fu to be the new host. Bingo. Nami said, giving him a thumbs up. You see, without a host, the kid will die in about a week. And we can't just keep giving him animals because the animal rights people might actually kill us if we do, and we would have to contain superpowered animals all the time. But Fu is perfect. 1. He regenerates so the kid can't kill him so long as he keeps eating. 2. He can't feel pain. And 3. The nerds over at research say that the kid won't be able to affect his brain, given that a lot of his emotional centers are, dead. Fu finished. Yeah, he does sound like a perfect host. Getting all the upsides without any of the downsides. Izuku said, his voice carrying a bit of suspicion. And you're sure nothing bad will happen to Fu? No negative effects? Nope. Nami said. Nothing but positives. Besides, it's not like you have a choice. You have to take the kid under contract. So even if we put this off, eventually you'd have to take him and give him a host. And there is no one better than Fu. Izuku frowned. It was true. Even if he wanted to refuse, which he didn't really, he still wanted to help the kid, he couldn't. And no one other than Fu could act as a host to the new kid, without dying or being in constant pain. I'll do it, Fu spoke up, volunteering himself. It's not really a hard decision. I get all the power and it gets to live. What's wrong here? Oh, well, if you're really sure about this, I guess. Izuku said. Then there's no problem. Great. Nami said. Duck. Then, she promptly twisted the handle of the container and opened the lid. Hey, AH. Izuku was lucky to be hyped up on coffee, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to duck in time, as the child lunged out of the container over Izuku's head, before landing on Fu. Fu didn't even flinch as the black goo covered his face, before disappearing into his body. Hey, that feels different. You're okay? Izuku asked. He knew that Fu should be fine, but he was still worried. Because, well, when was he not? Yeah, I can feel it. Fu said. I can hear him. He's relieved, he's getting confused by my regeneration, he's happy about it, I think. Well, I'll let you two get used to your new lifelong bond. Nami said, standing up and going for the door. Oh yeah, by the way, the kid has a weakness to really loud sounds and heat, so be careful. Wait, what? Izuku shouted after her as she opened the door to leave. You see more in the details by. Nami said as she quickly shut the door. Izuku looked stunned for a moment, before shaking his head. You gave me the kid who's weak to fire, at the same time as a kid with a fire quirk. He hated DOC sometimes. Okay, hate was a strong word, but he did lament their lack of competence. Hey, Dad. Izuku felt a tug on his shoulder. He looked and found a slick black tendril laying on his shoulder, coming from Fu. We want to go test our new power, Fu said. And tell Kiba about it too. Izuku smiled at him. Of course, I think she's in the training room right now. Great, Fu said, heading towards the door, before stopping in his tracks. Hey, what's his name? Izuku berated himself for forgetting something like that. How about Kyoshi? He likes it. Fu said. It's weird to feel feelings again. Even if they are not mine, I missed it. And with that, the boy left. Izuku sat back in his chair. Okay, back to the paperwork. Is he going to be okay? Came an unknown voice from the side of his desk. Izuku jolted up and looked for the source of this voice. Peeking his head out from the side of the desk was Mu. Now that he was awake, he could actually see his eyes. Much like Yemi, the whites of his eyes were black, however, his pupils were white. He must have been in his dimension and came up here. Izuku thought. He'll be fine. More than fine, I think. Oh, okay, the boy said. He hid his head back behind the desk. Izuku waited a moment before looking behind the desk and finding that the boy had vanished. If you're still here, you don't have to be afraid of anything, Izuku said to a seemingly empty room. Please don't hurt yourself. You don't need to hide. There was no response. After a few moments, Izuku sat back down and drank some more coffee. I really hope I wasn't talking to an empty room. Meanwhile, outside his office, Fu gently closed the door behind him, and as he turned around, he noticed Yonda standing outside Izuku's office, trying to look nonchalant and unsuspicious. Who are you? Fu asked. She's probably one of the new kids. I am, Yonda said in his mind, surprising him momentarily. Not that it showed on his face. My name is Yonda. And you are? Fu. Fu introduced himself. I can't hear you. Yonda explained. I can only hear thoughts. Oh, you can't turn that off, can you? Fu suspected he was about to take out his notebook to write down some notes about this when a black tendril came out and gave it to him. Thanks. No. Yonda shook her head. So are you one of my new brothers? Yup. I'm Fu. And Kyos is here too. Fu thought. Is he the thing that's making weird noises inside you? Yonda squinted at him. She could hear Kyosi, but as he didn't know any words, it was all a bunch of nonsensical noises. Probably. Fu thought. So, you were listening to what Dad was talking about. Pretty sure you are not supposed to do that. I was just making sure he was okay. Yonda thought defensively. That woman wasn't trustable. And she was carrying something that kept growling angrily in that container. That's fair. Fu thought. Fu felt Kyosi urge him. He wanted to be active. Well, I'm going to the training room. Fu started walking away. Do you want to come? No thanks. I want to spend some more time with father. She lied slightly. Fu shrugged and walked away. Once he left, Yonda turned back to the door. She liked what she was hearing from her new father. He was much nicer than practically everyone else she had met at this point. He couldn't hide things from her, almost no one could, but he also didn't really try to deceive. And he cared about her, and all the other kids. Which is all she really wanted anyway. Yes, he would do nicely. This place seemed to be the place she had been looking for. A perfect home. And she would do everything in her power to make sure it stayed like that. Shorts 9. Finally. Hello. Fu said into the camera. Can you hear us? A new stream. Yes. We can hear you, a blank-faced one. Where Kiba? Okay, it looks like it's working, Fu said. Finally. Kiba said, standing behind him. The two were standing in the training room, with the camera set up in the middle so it could view the whole room. Hello, my loyal servants. Welcome back to my home. Kiba said. Recently we got a new, what's the word, batch. We got a new batch of siblings. Batch of siblings. So their dad is adopting them. Is he buying them in bulk or something? What the heck is going on? Do you think we should explain the whole thing about Dad? Fu asked. No, my subjects are clever. I'm certain they can figure it out. Kiba waved her hand, dismissing the matter. Anyhow, while we will introduce you to most of our new siblings, I have yet to meet Mu as of yet. No one has seen Mu yet. He could be anywhere and no one would know. Fu commented. Ghost boy. Phantom child. Spooky boy. Yes, but also no, Fu said. Nothing is simple in this house. Yep. Kiba confirmed with a grin. Now brother, show them our new baby brother. Or, babies, I love babies. Cute baby boy. Why do I have a feeling this is not gonna be a cute little baby? Then, from Fu's chest came a black, slimy mass that formed in the shape of a ball, about the size of one of the kids' heads. Then two white slits formed around the top of the ball, and then it split open, revealing jagged, sharp white teeth. It looked as if one of Yami's half-formed. Grim was coming out of Fu's chest. What the fuck? Ahaha. Yeah, that's about what I expected. Why is everything in this house so terrifying? Queen Crimson, what are you talking about? It's adorable. Hey, don't call my cute baby brother terrifying. Kiba pouted, hugging the slime. He is actually very adorable. Hiss. Kyosi let out a demonic hiss in response. Oh, she's one of those kinds of girls. You mean the awesome kind? Why is it on Fu? I'm so glad you asked. You see, Kyosi's quirk is called symbiote. Kiba mispronounced. Symbiote. Fu corrected. And it lets him bond to a host, making them stronger, tougher, faster, and all sorts of exciting things. Kiba was practically bouncing on her heels as she said this. And the only cost is that it eats your organs and makes you go insane by increasing your emotional, sensitivity. Fu filled in the blank. Sensitivity. Kiba finished. Yeah, only. Such small, insignificant drawbacks. So Fu is perfect. He regenerates and his emotions don't work anyway. I still feel emotions. Just not as much. Fu corrected. Enough explaining. My subjects did not come to hear me explain what Kyosi does. They want to see what he does. Kiba said, getting impatient. So let's just do this already. Fu rolled his eyes, but he could feel that Kyosi wanted to do the same. Not that he was eager to hurt Kiba. In fact, the sludge boy was quite fond of her, whether that be from Fu's own fondness of Kiba or because of Kiba's fondness of him, or a combination of the two. No, one thing Fu learned about Kyoshi is that he liked to be active, much like Sansan. He wasn't sure if that was an inherent thing about people with quirks like theirs. He'd have to talk to Izuku about it. He very much enjoyed the prospect of battling Kiba, because it meant lots and lots of activity. Kiba moved to one end of the room, eager and ready. Fu moved to the other end of the room. Kyoshi started to spread around him, completely encompassing him until he was completely encompassed in black. Kyoshi's eyes appeared on his head and his sharp-toothed jaw appeared over his mouth. He really does look like a grim badass. All Might Fan 2033, please don't curse on my daughter's stream. Oh, shit, daddy's here. What did he just say? Sorry, sir. You should change your username, it's really generic. All Might Fan 2033, I know. So does Fu fight using Kyoshi like a suit, or does Kyoshi fight using Fu as a meat puppet? All Might Fan 2033, according to my files, both. Wow, nothing really is simple in this house. Files. Not wasting any more time, Kiba charged towards Fu, not quite at full speed but still at speeds way faster than your average person, or vehicle for that matter. Normally, Fu would never be able to react to this, and Kiba's fist would fly through his head and shatter it like someone shooting a cannon at a pumpkin. However, the power Kyoshi offered made things different. It's like everything slowed down, and he could react so much faster. So when Kiba got close, he was able to grab her out of the air and throw her at a wall. Kiba grinned. Finally, Fu could give her a proper fight, so she didn't need to hold back. Fu's black fist enlarged to twice the size of his head, and then launched it at Kiba, extending his arms similarly to Sansan. Kiba easily dodged the attack and ran at him once more, this time at full speed. Sploosh. Fu couldn't react this time, and Kiba punched through his torso, causing black goo, blood, and guts to fly everywhere. You know, out of context this would be horrifying. This is horrifying in any context. You know, for a stream run by a child who's not even 10 years old, it is not family friendly here. Queen Crimson, I love it here. The zombie boy looked down at the giant hole in his side. Black goop filled the wound, and he felt himself regenerate. Much, much faster than he normally did. Does Kyoshi make my regeneration faster too? Fu wondered. Pay attention. Was all Fu heard before his head was blasted open like a watermelon. In seconds his head was back to normal, only to see Kiba charging toward him again. Kyoshi took control and made Fu duck, avoiding Kiba's punch. Then a fist came out of his chest and punched Kiba in the face, which barely did anything. That hurt a little. Kiba smiled, pushing away the fist. And then she grabbed on both of Fu's arms and ripped him in half. All Might Fan 2033, hey, Fu can't win this fight. Huh. Daddy shows who his favorite is. All Might Fan 2033, what no? I just mean that Fu literally cannot win this fight. Kiba can't do any permanent damage to him because of his regeneration. Fu brought his two halves together and punched Kiba right in the face. But his regeneration doesn't last forever, and eventually, he'll need to intake more meat. But he can barely do any damage to Kiba. The punch landed, but Kiba stood her ground, the blow only making her head bob back a bit. And she is too fast and strong for him to keep landing hits. Fu threw out another punch, but Kiba caught that one and grabbed his other fist, before kicking him in the chest and sending him flying into the farthest wall. Without his arms, his only real advantage is a possible range advantage. As Kiba ran towards Fu, from his arm stumps came a barrage of slick black tentacles that extended out and grabbed Kiba, attempting to restrain her. But he's too inexperienced to use it properly against someone this strong. Kiba easily broke free of the tentacles and started punching her way through the rest of them. Sure, Kiba's strength is also limited. But when fighting Fu, Kiba charged through the tentacles and came at Fu with her teeth bared, and when she got into range she took a huge bite into Fu's neck, drinking from his blood so roughly that she nearly took his head off. He is an endless supply of blood. And so the battle went on, as Izuku predicted. Fu kept trying to hurt Kiba, but the vampire girl simply ripped and tore him and Kyoshi apart. Anytime Kiba felt her strength waning, she would simply tear off his head and drink from his skull. It was an almost literal bloodbath. But all the while, Kiba was having fun, because she was actually trying. Fu kept trying new tricks, turning Kyoshi into spikes, hammers, huge hands, throwing her around. Eventually, he tried moving around on the walls to try and evade her. Sure had harder fights, but the fact that fighting Fu was exciting for once put a smile on her face. At long last, he was more than a punching bag. An hour and 4 to 7 minutes later, blood and gore had covered the walls, floor, and ceiling of the training room. Most of the metal had been covered in red, and organs and guts, sometimes in pieces and sometimes just not. Queen Crimson, it's paradise. Heaven. This is why I love Kiba. Oh come on, if you are not used to a cartoonish amount of blood and violence, then why are you even here? All Might Fan 2033. On one hand, I'm grateful that Fu's here so the kids have someone to train against that they can't murder. On the other hand, I dislike just how used to gore and violence they've gotten. Kiba was panting with exhaustion, a huge grin still on her face. Fu, meanwhile, while unable to feel exhaustion and physically fine, knew he was beat. He could feel his meat reserves bottoming out. If he didn't get any more meat inside of him, soon then he would go into a frenzy. It was time to call it quits. We're done. Fu surrendered, urging Kyoshi to travel back into his body. We give up. The brain, well, it seems Mr. Midoriya's analysis was correct. Queen Crimson, it's over already. Oh, already? That went on for almost 2 hours. Not like anyone is complaining. All Might Fan 2033. It's not like Fu would be incapable of winning a fight against Kiba. He just doesn't know how to use Kyoshi to his fullest yet. If he could, he might find a way to do more damage or hold her off better. The brain, very adept Mr. Midoriya. One day I'm sure he'll be a fine hero. As will MS. Kiba. All Might Fan 2033. Thank you, Principal Nezu. Holy shit, Nezu's here. The brain, I recall he asked for no cursing. Sorry, sirs. We apologize to our future mouse or bear overlord. The brain, you are forgiven, for now. Kiba ran up to her brothers and wrapped them in a hug. That was great, Fu. You too. Kyoshi. Truly worthy of being called my siblings. Please don't squeeze too hard. I need to eat more. Fu reminded her. All Might Fan 2033. Don't worry. I already started making an entire feast when this battle started. Brainworm, but don't you have work to do, Daddy? Another kid. All Might Fan 2033. Don't worry, Kyoku, I'll be fine. I just have to do it after. You all come. First. Always. Pogdad. Good parenting. Not something you see a lot from rich parents. Gotta put the babies first. Piranha Plant Pete, I could have helped. All Might Fan 2033. You would have left your room? Piranha Plant Pete, can I have a stove in my room? All Might Fan 2033. No. Well, let us hurry. Caretaker has prepared a feast for us. Kiba said after checking her chat. All Might Fan 2033, yup. And then after you eat, you can clean up the training room. Fu and Kiba looked up at the filthy training room, and blood still dripped from the walls and pieces of flesh, bones, and organs dropping from the ceiling and landing in the shallow pools of blood on the floor with a loud, wet ploop. The sounds of Kiba's anguish rang throughout the Midoriya house the entire evening. A matter of pride. Thank you for coming in. Izuku thanked Recovery Girl, as the elderly hero did her work on Kiba and Netsu in their med bay. You're welcome, dear. With quirks like these, it's no surprise they'd end up hurting each other. Like this eventually. Recovery Girl said. Yeah, I figured this would happen eventually. Izuku sighed as he remembered how this happened hours ago in the training room. Haha. Yeah. Netsu laughed as he unleashed his fiery wrath upon some specially ordered tungsten targets. Fireball after fireball hitting various parts of the targets, and some missing them and hitting the wall behind it, still not melting it. It felt nice to have targets he couldn't destroy in one blast. This room was awesome. It was so much bigger than his small room back at the DOC complex, so he could train without worrying about burning up all the oxygen. He could train without restraint. Speaking of no restraint, it was time he took it up a level. Super Heatwave Burning Blast. Netsu shouted out his special attack name. Whoosh! A big burst of flames shot out of Netsu's arm and fully encompassed half of the room. When the flames died down, he was happy to see that the room and everything in it were fine, despite his intense flames. Well, you didn't disappoint. Netsu looked at the doorway, the source of the voice, and found Kiba standing there with a big grin on her face. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the great Kiba Midoriya. Queen of Eternal Darkness. Kiba introduced herself. Oh, you're one of my new sisters. Netsu said excitedly. Nice to meet YA. Name's Netsu. And I'm gonna be the #1 hero in the future. Kiba scoffed. Apologies, brother, but that title will go to me. Nah, I'm gonna be the strongest in the world because my quirk is amazing. Netsu argued. My quirk is obviously better. Kiba disagreed. Well, then why don't we see who's stronger? Netsu punched his palm. With a fight. Kiba gave a vicious grin. What a wonderful idea. In 5 seconds I am going to punch you. Into the ceiling. Let's see if you can do that before my flames oh. Netsu wasn't able to continue his sentence, as Kiba did what she said, and gently uppercut him into the ceiling. And that was only the start of the fight. A minute later Kei walked in. Hey, Gaizaro. What she walked in on was Kiba literally bouncing off the walls, trying her hardest to dodge. Netsu's all-encompassing fire blast and failing for the most part. Fortunately for her she had quite the heat resistance. Note despite having significant heat resistance, that didn't mean she didn't feel hot. As such, this was terribly painful. What's going on in here? Fu came up to the door and immediately backed away once he saw the large amount of fire being shot out. He could hear Kyoshi crying out in fear, urging him to run away from the fire. It's okay. I won't let it near us. Fu reassured it. After calming it down, Fu turned back to the fight. Wow, they are really strong. Kei stared in awe at the two's intense fighting. Honestly, it's more impressive that they haven't killed each other. Fu scowled. While an impressive spectacle, it was easy to see that this had gotten out of hand. All of Kiba's clothes were burned off. Fortunately, she was not wearing her cloak, and had large burns all over her body and some burned hair. Netsu, on the other hand, was also hurting. They couldn't actually see any wounds on his body, but they could practically feel the pain with every blow Kiba landed on him. As Fu stated, it really was a miracle that neither of them had killed the other. So should we stop this? Kei asked. Aha! Kiba shrieked as she got caught in a really powerful fire blast. Yeah, we really should, Fu said. Like, now. Gah! Netsu shouted as he was punched in the gut, hard. If one looked close enough, they could see bits of blood fly out of his mouth before evaporating. The kids could feel the heat rising in the room as the fight got more and more intense. Fu had to back away further and further from the door. Hey, stop. You're fighting too hard. Kei shouted. No. They both shouted stubbornly. Kei turned to Fu. Should we get Dad? Fu shook his head and faced Kei towards the room. No, that will take too long. They might hurt each other more. Let's do this. Hey, Dad's here. Ha! Both kids looked at the doorway, only to see Kei, with her visor lifted up. Back to the present. Do you two have any idea how worried I was? If it wasn't for your brother and sister turning you to stone, then you two might have killed each other. Izuku shouted at the two children whose head hung low with shame. But it didn't hurt that Kiba was interrupted by a coughing fit, joined by Netsu, who also went into a coughing fit. Do you know why you're coughing? Izuku said. Because you breathed in so much smoke during that fight that it's affecting your lungs. You're lucky that Fu and Kei stopped you. When you did, or you two could have gotten serious lung damage, or died from the smoke inhalation, or you could have just died from beating each other up. With these injuries, if you hadn't been stopped and turned to stone when you were, then they definitely would have been some permanent injuries. Recovery Girl warned them. And if your injuries had gotten worse, then it's possible you would have damaged your bodies to the point where you couldn't be heroes anymore. Both children looked horrified. However, after a few moments Kiba spoke. But what about Eri? She could fix us. Or she could wipe you from existence. Izuku glared at both the children harshly. Or turn you into babies, or monkeys, or take your quirks away. Eri is just learning how to turn her quirk on and off. No one knows how long it could take for Eri to safely control her quirk and use it on a living person. Kiba became dejected, and both children were now thoroughly ashamed of themselves. Izuku took a moment to collect himself, calming himself down before he continued. Kiba, Netsu is not like all the other kids you spar with. Fu, San-san, and Kai can take your punches. He can't. And fire is very dangerous. Not just because it can burn you, but it can suffocate you. And the smoke can cause lung damage and death. Neither of you can just fight each other at full power, without doing serious harm to each other. Sorry, Dad. Netsu apologized. Sorry, Daddy. Kiba dropped her typical act. There was a long pause, as everyone waited for Izuku to speak. But, Kiba, I do have to give you some credit for holding back enough not to kill or seriously damage him. Izuku acknowledged, making the girl feel a little bit better. At least your restraint training is working. Izuku turned to Netsu. I told you that you could train a little bit with some of the special equipment I ordered and marked especially for you. Not that you could overuse you and use it on one of the other kids. Sorry, Dad, Netsu repeated, remembering the specific instructions that were given to him earlier and how he failed to follow them. You could not only have killed someone else but yourself, using your powers to their fullest, while indoors will burn up all the oxygen and suffocate you to death. Izuku reminded him, or the smoke will kill you. You've been told this before. I got excited. The training room was big and it didn't melt. I wasn't thinking. Netsu once again apologized. Izuku sighed, drinking some calming tea to ease his nerves. Okay, all right. Before you can train with most of the others, you need to go through some extensive quirk training. And, Kiba, before you can train with Netsu, the both of you need to wait until you have better control over your quirks. For now, Kiba, stick with training with Sansan, Fu, Kai, and maybe some of the Grim if Yami can make some spares. And Netsu, stick with training with Kai, and maybe some Grim. He can't train with Sansan. Kiba asked curiously. She understood why he couldn't train with Fu now that he had a new aversion to fire, but Sansan was made of water, or rather good. But it was watery, so it shouldn't be a problem. When liquids, like what Sansan is made of, are heated up too much, they do what's called evaporating and turn into gas and mist and things. Izuku explained with the patience he had left. Now I'm not sure if that would kill her, but I don't want to take chances. So stick to training with Kai. Not at full power, his scales are only so fire resistant. Yes, Dad. Netsu nodded. And both of you are grounded for a week and a half, Izuku told them sternly. And no exercising during that time either. You two are going to rest your bodies until about 2 weeks. Recovery girl said. Until 2 weeks have passed. Izuku finished. Izuku looked down at his saddened and demoralized children and felt a pang of guilt. He knew he needed to do it, but he didn't like it. He carefully hugged both the children, making sure that he, A, didn't hug too hard and B, that he hugged the parts of Netsu covered by his fireproof clothing. It was still hot, but it didn't burn him. You both have such powerful quirks, gifts, but with that power comes responsibility. You have to learn to use less of it, otherwise you'll end up killing someone one day. Izuku told them. I understand that it's hard. It might feel like you're living in a world made of cardboard. Sometimes. Always careful not to break something. Break someone. But it's what needs to be done so that way one day, you can be the heroes you want to be. The heroes I know you can. There. Neither of the children hugged back. Not because they didn't want to, but because Kiba's skin was sensitive right now, and because Netsu was still on fire. But they both nudged themselves into Izuku's embrace. Is this what a hug feels like? Netsu wondered. It's nice. The hug lasted a bit longer before the moment was ruined when the door was literally thrown off its hinges, and Shiruku entered. And she was not happy. You burned my dress. The spider girl yelled in outrage. Izuku sighed. It never ends, does it? Where do Sansans come from? Izuku put down his phone and wiped the sweat from his brow. All right, so that's the food for this month taken care of. Now to order Shiruku's materials. Knock, knock, knock. Was the sound of someone banging on his office door. Dad, can we come in? Asked the energetic voice of Netsu. Okay, Izuku said, then taking a drink of water while also downing his anti-headache medication. The door opened, and in walked Netsu and Fu came walking in. Hey, Dad, how does Sansan have babies? Netsu asked immediately. Izuku spat out his drink. What? Netsu was about to repeat it, but Fu shoved one of his hands, which he had already torn off, into his mouth to shut him up. We were showing Netsu our notebook and all the cool quirks around, and then we started talking about Sansan. Fu explained, and we were wondering how Sansan gets pregnant. With new context, Izuku now properly understood the question at hand. It was an understandable one too. Izuku himself had wondered the exact same thing until, eventually, he got the reports on how it worked. Fortunately, Izuku had already explained the birds and the bees to pretty much all the children during their lessons. Now one might say it's too soon to do such a thing. But Izuku had his reasons. One reason mainly. Because of animal quirks. You see, when a person got an animal quirk, it often came with animalistic habits. Sometimes, including some form of heat, often occurring before that person reaches the proper age. This has led to many issues in both the past and present, and for a while was the reason for many negative perceptions of people with animal quirks in the past that would eventually turn into the creature rejection clan and other discriminatory groups. Izuku had absolutely no doubt that in his line of work and with his luck, he would have to deal with at least one kid going into heat, and as such it was better that he inform the other children of what these things were and how to properly react to them, rather than having an animal child in heat jump them and convince them to do a thing they shouldn't be doing, because they don't know any better. Plus, with the internet and Kyoku, who was already aware of such things, around, it was probably a fruitless endeavor to hide such things from them anyway. Okay, so Sansan actually can't get pregnant. Izuku started to explain. What happens is, when she gets older, at some point her acid will temporarily become non-corrosive. What does that mean? Netsu asked. It means it won't burn through anything, Izuku explained. So it's like when we give her the chemical. Fu asked. Exactly, the chemical actually forces her body into that state early. Izuku continued. But, when that happens, she'll be able to slide herself into a woman's passage and leave a part of her body inside there to fertilize the eggs and have a baby. Both kids took in that information and thought about what that implied. Wait, Netsu thought. Does that mean Sansan is made of dash? Fu shoved another hand inside his mouth to shut him up. Does that mean that Sansan is technically a boy? Fu asked. Izuku held in a breath. How to explain this? Because technically speaking he wasn't wrong, while technically neither gender, she was closer, biologically speaking, to a male than a female, if only because reproduced. But Sansan is Sansan, Izuku told him, giving him a pat on the head. She can be whatever she wants to be. If she says she's a girl, then she's a girl. Fu thought about that for a moment, before shrugging. I guess you're right. But you didn't answer my question. Netsu spoke after turning the hand to Ash. Is she made of dash? Hey, Netsu, can you go give Kai a fire bath? Fu, why don't you go watch him? Izuku said, quickly changing the topic. Okay, let's go, Fu said, also not wanting Netsu to finish his sentence. Using more ripped-off hands, so he didn't have to touch him directly, he pushed Netsu out of the room and shut the door. Izuku gave a sigh of relief and got up to clean the water and blood from Fu ripping off his hands that was now on his floor. One thing Izuku had always found fascinating and embarrassing, how quirks affected the reproductive abilities of a person. Because while many things about quirks are unknown, one thing that has been consistent about them is that they did not make reproduction impossible. They could make it difficult, or complicated, or just straight up weird, but never impossible. Even the people who seemingly could never have children because of their quirks, still could. In the right conditions or with the right partner. Nature finds a way. Don't do drugs. It was late at night, meaning that most of the kids were now asleep. Except for, of course, the ones who typically stayed active during the night. Two such kids were Fu and Kyoshi. Fu could feel Kyoshi urge him to eat. After the good child had figured out how his regeneration worked, he had been insistent that they consume things on a consonant bias. So, it could maintain its infinite food source. We're going to eat, don't worry. Fu reassured his body mate. As they walked towards the kitchen, they heard someone rustling around, and saw that the lights were on. Looks like Fukunoko is in the kitchen again. Fu said, while many of the children haven't actually seen Fukunoko on account of her almost never leaving her room. But Fu had been one of the few that was not Aryan K to have seen her quite a few times. Fukunoko liked to visit the kitchen at night, and seeing Fu also frequented the kitchen at basically any time. He had seen glimpses of the girl on multiple occasions. Of course, he had never actually talked to her or even approached her. He had heard she was easily spooked, and an undead boy didn't seem like a good person to bring her out of her shell. However, now, they were hungry, and Kyoshi wouldn't let that stand. Guess I'll just try not to freak her out, Fu said. As he walked into the kitchen, as quietly as he could, he saw Fuku taking something out of the oven. Cookies. Chocolate chip. He waited for a moment for her to put the tray down so she didn't drop it in case he scared. Huh. Hello, Fu said, trying not to seem intimidating. Ah. Fuku jumped back. Fortunately, she had already put down the tray. Please, don't hurt me. I won't. Fu tried to reassure her. I'm another kid that lives here. My name is Fu. FF Fu. Fuku repeated fearfully. What do you want? I came here to eat dash. Fu was interrupted. Me. You came to eat me. Fuku kept backing away but hit a wall. And with Fu in front of the entrance, it seems like she had no hope of running away. Please. Don't hurt me. Poof. Fuku's eyes went wide as she accidentally unleashed her quirk. Fear gas filling the room. No, 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 no. Don't breathe it in. Please. Too late, Fu said, seemingly unaffected by the gas. Your quirk probably doesn't work on me. That happens sometimes. Fuku looked at him with disbelief. What? Fu took out his notebook. Your quirk is fear gas. I don't feel fear, so that's probably why it doesn't work. And my quirk doesn't work on you. Fuku's expression turned from disbelief to amazement. And my quirk doesn't work on you. Yeah. Sorry. Fu said. Not sorry. This is amazing. There's someone who my stupid quirk doesn't work on. Fuku cheered as the gas started to dissipate. Oh, do you not like your quirk either? Fu asked her. No. It's terrible and only makes bad things happen. Fuku went back to seeming like she was going to cry for a second. But if it doesn't work on you, then that means that Fuku started shuffling her feet and got really sheepish as nervous sweat dripped down her face. He waited for a while as Fuku tried to work up the nerve to ask a question. SSS so mama maybe we CCC could BBFRFRFR friends. Fuku looked like she was about to have a panic attack with each word she said. She quickly picked up a cookie and offered it to him. Why, you can have these cookies I baked. No, stupid Fuku. Why would he want you stupid cookies? They probably taste terrible and will make him hate you and dash. It's okay, I'll take it. Fu took the cookie to try and calm her down. Of course, he wouldn't be able to taste it, but if it would make her feel better, then why not? He took a bite. And then his world changed. Little did Fu know that the chemicals inside of chocolate were very, very good for Kyoshi. And so when he took a bite and chemicals traveled down to the goop child, Kyoshi would reward Fu by making him experience pleasurable sensations. In normal cases, this would just result in any chocolate tasting like it was the food of the gods, but since Fu couldn't taste anything, this just caused an unnatural amount of dopamine to flood his brain. This would cause formerly dead parts of his brain to jolt back to life temporarily, like they were struck by lightning. In short, chocolate equals a drug-like reaction in Fu. Suddenly the boy's face became more expensive than it had been in years, as his eyes went, and became absolutely starstruck. For a few seconds, he was frozen, and when he moved again, he was no longer himself. Fu absolutely devoured his cookie, shoving it into his mouth whole, chewing it with reckless abandon. Once he was done with that, he started moving his head around wildly. Ma! Eep! Fuku backed up into the wall in fear as Fu's eyes turned completely dark, becoming nothing more than an animal, a chocolate-hunting animal. His eyes landed on the cookies, and he leapt towards them. Fuku could only watch in horror as Fu slowly turned into a slick black monster. Bits of cookie went flying everywhere, only to get grabbed by tentacles and shoved into now spiky Fu's maw. By the time he was done, there was not even a crumb left. Out of chocolate, Fu looked around frantically for more, not finding anything until his eyes landed on the terrified Fukunoko. He lunged at her, grabbing her by her collar into the air. Where is it? Tell me. We dash. Fortunately for Fuku, the rush he got from eating chocolate, without any more to sustain the high, wear off fairly quickly. This caused his brain to completely shut off, killing him temporarily before his quirk activated and revived him, but still left him and Kyoshi completely unconscious. Kyoshi was absorbed back into his body, and he fell over. Fuku stared at him in shock for a few moments, before also falling over unconscious. Fortunately, Izuku had been watching this on the cameras the whole time, and Fu was promptly banned from eating chocolate, and Fu spent the entire next week apologizing to Fuku. Shorts 10. Feeding requirements. It was early in the morning. By this time, almost everyone was asleep, with the exception of the two children who didn't require sleep. It was also the time in which Izuku woke up after a refreshing 3 hours of sleep and went down to the kitchen to start cooking for everyone. And when he got there, to his surprise, Yonda and a very groggy Yemi with his Beowulf were there waiting for him. Yonda. Yemi. Did you stay awake all of last night? Please tell me you didn't. Izuku asked. Huh. No, father. We woke up early. Yonda explained. Izuku raised an eyebrow at the prospect of Yemi sleeping for less than 10 hours. Yemi woke up early. She talks loud in my head, Yemi said, thoroughly annoyed. And it goes through walls. You wanted to learn how to cook, right? Yonda put her hands on her hips and huffed, clearly not getting what's so irritated about. And you want to help father, so stop complaining. Yemi gave a low growl but didn't object any further. In all honesty, when Yonda kept pestering him to get up, if he really wanted to, he could have just sent his Beowulf to chase her away. But he agreed with her that learning to cook would help take some of the burdens off Izuku. That, and also he could make his own food, so win-win. So you two want to learn how to cook? Izuku thought about it for a moment. On the one hand, he didn't want to burden them, but on the other, cooking was a useful skill that they would need to know if he wasn't around. All right, since I have to make everyone's breakfast, I guess you two can watch and see how it's done. The two nodded and watched Izuku eagerly. Okay, so first is Fu and Kyoshi. He's pretty much always awake and requires a lot of food, but it's pretty simple. Izuku explained. He opened up the refrigerator room and went inside, the two kids hesitantly following him. Inside and enduring the cold. You see this pile of meat, Izuku said, pointing to a pile of meat that was a bit taller than he was. This is Fu's meal for the day. He only actually needs to eat a few times every now and then, unless he's been using his regeneration a lot. Kyoshi slowly eats at Fu, so Fu's food is his food. He eats that much. Yonda said, looking at the pile with wide eyes. It was over 3 times her size. Yeah, he's been training a lot more, so his head to regenerate more, and so his head to eat more. Izuku explained. Yemi, can you ask the Beowulf to bring that cart here? Izuku pointed to a large cart and Yemi nodded, willing his Beowulf to push the cart in front of the pile of meat. All right, now, all we have to do is load up the cart with about 1/3 of the pile, Izuku explained. And so Izuku filled up the cart, and after a couple minutes the cart was full and he was done. Okay, now we just have to get this onto the table, Izuku said. Don't we have to cook it first? Yonda asked in confusion. No, Fu can't get sick and he can't taste anything either, so it's no different if you give him raw or cooked food, Izuku explained. So cooking all this food would just be a massive waste of time. Yemi nodded to show he understood, before ordering his Beowulf to push the cart. At the tables, a few minutes later, the 4 of them, counting the Beowulf, had finished laying out Fu's breakfast, which took up half of one of the extraordinarily long tables. Where does all this go? There's more meat on this table than on his body. Yonda wondered. Well, it's complicated. Basically, his body shrinks down the meat and puts it in a special organ that his body uses when he wants to regenerate. Izuku explained as simply as he could. It's like the meat is fuel going into a car, that organ in the fuel tank, and his regeneration is the car. Are we done? Yemi asked, wanting to move on. Ah, yes. The next person is Kai. Izuku explained. A few minutes later, a nearby storage house. The storage house was a medium-sized building not too far away from the main building that looked like your average warehouse. Izuku had used it to store the enormous amount of food they had. The children were told what was in here but were prohibited from entering on account that they might get hurt or destroy the building. Seeing as it was only Yonda and Yemi, he would make an exception. The children looked around the building and saw that it was filled with stacks and stacks of crates, most of them refrigerated. However, what drew their attention the most was some of the giant crates. These crates were roughly 20 times bigger than the rest of the crates and took up a lot of space in the warehouse. Izuku walked up to one of these giant crates and put his hand on it. This is 1 meal's worth of food for Kai. It's full of fish, and all we have to do is get the fish from here to the outside of his room. And how do we do that? Yonda asked, seriously stumped on how Izuku had been doing this all this time. Izuku walked over to a nearby wall and pushed a button. Then, light poured into the building as the ceiling opened up. The green-haired teen then pulled out his grim whistle and blew on it. Wrrr. After a few moments, a swarm of griffin flew in and landed in front of him. Yonda hid behind Izuku's leg, still not used to the sight of these nightmarish creatures. Deliver Kai his food, Izuku ordered them. The Grimm flew up and over the crate, before lifting the lid off with their beaks and throwing it to the side. Then, they dove into the crate and grabbed onto some ropes. They flew up into the air, revealing that underneath the huge pile of fish was a tarp that, combined with the ropes, would allow them to lift the fish into the sky, which they promptly did, taking it away to give it to Kai. They already know how to do it, so all you'd need to do is open up the ceiling, call them, tell them what to do, and then close the ceiling back up again, Izuku explained, as he pressed the button again, causing the ceiling to close up. It was so hard to train them to do that, Izuku thought, forgetting that Yonda could hear him. For a moment. So who's next? Yemi asked impatiently. Well, Sansan doesn't really need to eat, and Shiruku feeds herself, so we don't really have to worry much about special needs until we start making Netsu's food, Izuku explained. So I guess we can actually start cooking everyone else's food. The two nodded enthusiastically with huge smiles on their faces, eager to get to the actual cooking. No more wait. Let's go, Yemi ordered. Sometime later. In the end, they cooked some simple eggs. Izuku didn't want to overwhelm them with something complicated or hard to make after all, and it was one of Kei's favorites as well. And so together they made food for Yonda, Yemi, Eri, Kei, Kiba, Kyoku, and Otoko, and laid them out on the tables. As none of them required special food. Some of them did have special serving requirements, however. Kiba needed some blood on top of her meal, as well as having to be served with a special plate and utensils so she didn't accidentally break them. And Otoko's food needed to be distanced from everyone else as the boy didn't like to be too close to others. Soon enough the children started coming into the cafeteria in search of breakfast and started eating, not letting their appreciation towards Izuku and their two siblings go unnoticed. Kei in particular hugged them all as tightly as she could. Lastly, Mu and Fukunoko needed to have their dishes delivered to their rooms, as neither of them were keen to show their faces. Yami delivered the food to Fukunoko, whom he actually got to see for the first time. Izuku had given him a key that would unlock her room, and since she was asleep there wasn't an issue. So much negativity. Yemi had always noticed Fuku's negative emotions. It was hard not to, given there was so much of it, but up close, it made him very concerned. I'll have to ask Dad. Later. For now, he simply placed the plate on a nearby table, so she could eat it later on. Seeing as Fuku often stayed up late at night and woke up later in the evening, Izuku had allowed her to have a microwave in her room to reheat the meals he left for her. Meanwhile, Yonda was told to place the plate in front of Mu's door, and then turn around. When she did so, she heard some strange sounds behind her, and then a very quiet, "Thank you." And when she turned around, the plate was gone. Once the two were done, they returned to the kitchen where Izuku was preparing to make sausages. The last meal we have to make is for Netsu. He tends to be a pretty heavy sleeper, so I typically make his food last, Izuku explained as he started making the food. Netsu was pretty hard to make food for because he keeps burning it. DOC had these special cube things for him to eat that were heat-proof, but they tasted terrible, so I decided to find another way. Turns out all you need to do is make the food either undercooked, cold, or frozen, and it'll finish cooking inside of his mouth. You have to be careful though, because if it's too unprepared, it might not finish cooking when he eats it, and he could get sick, so you have to be very careful. Father. Yonda gave him a concerned and slightly exhausted look. This is a lot of work. You have to do this every day. Every day, 3 times a day, Izuku said. On top of all my other work, and it's only gonna get harder as time goes on. Wait, she can hear this. It's fine. If anything, it's fun. Yeah, fun. Yonda's look told Izuku exactly how much she believed that. Well, anyway, I'll stick to taking care of Netsu's meals since it requires a lot of care, so you two can sit down and enjoy your food, Izuku told them. The two kids nodded and were about to leave when they suddenly realized something. What about you? Yonda asked. Izuku gave them a confused look for a moment before his eyes went wide with realization. Oh right. You don't have to worry about my food. I eat the same thing as everyone else. So you don't have to worry about that. If anything, I'll probably just have a piece of toast or something. You two go eat. Yemi, hesitantly, left to go eat his food, but Yonda stayed a bit longer. She wanted to object, but her stomach started rumbling, reminding her of her need to eat. And so she walked out to join the other children, and as she was leaving she heard something concerning. I really need to stop forgetting to eat. A walk between worlds. This place was interesting. It was a lot better than the facility where he had been kept before. He had a room, well, he had one before, but this time no one was watching him, so he could be in it without having to use his quirk to gain some privacy. And there was a lot more to do inside of it. But outside his room, there were the other children and Izuku. They were much more interesting and friendly than the people in the suits back at the facility. It made his walk so much more worth going on. Unlike Fukunoko, he didn't enjoy staying in his room all day. But since he didn't like interacting with people much, he used his quirk to go on walks through the house. He'd leave through his door and walk the halls without his quirk, and when he heard someone or wanted to go through a wall, he'd go into his dimension. Before, he'd just stay in his dimension for the entire walk, but that only gave him 30 minutes to walk around and get back, so Izuku suggested doing it this way. His first stop was the library. This place was typically one of the quietest in the house. Fu was reading some manga over in the corner. Mu was honestly scared of him more so than most of his other siblings. Not really because of the oozing black slime monster that was inside him, it's because his expressionless face and monotone voice made him impossible to read. This unknown element made the boy quite frightening to someone who was used to studying people. Avoiding him, Mu walked over to the three other people in the room. Kyoku, Eri, and Kei. The three of them were huddled together with Kyoku in the middle and Eri and Kei on either side of her, as they all seemed to be reading and talking about the same book. Eri was someone Mu was kind of jealous of. The girl was shy like himself and very scared of most things, like himself, but she was braver than him. Even though she was scared, she still didn't hide, not like he did. He wishes he was more like her. Kei was bursting with energy and was always interesting to watch. And honestly, not all of her puns were terrible, but most of them were. Kyoku was a bit scary. She was always so sure of herself and assertive. The book they were reading was titled, Looking Up to Magical Girls. Well, that seemed like a nice book. Mu walked behind the girls and got a real good look at the book. Oh, those girls were not wearing a lot of clothes. They were also touching each other a lot. Didn't Izuku say that this was how babies were made? But they were both girls. Could two girls make a baby? He'd have to ask Izuku about it later. Isn't this one of those things Izuku said we shouldn't read? Eri asked. Is it? Kei asked. Daddy did say not to read it. Kyoku pouted. I think this is another book those DOC idiots shouldn't have out here. We should tell Daddy. The two other girls nodded, and they ran off to find Izuku. DOC, it was a wonder to Mu how they could be so incompetent at times and yet still manage to catch so many powerful children. Regardless, now that the girls were gone, he should go elsewhere. Next was the cafeteria. Not much here today, just Yami asleep on the table after eating a lot of food. Not much out of the ordinary. Yami was strange to him. By all rights, he should have been terrified of the nightmarish-looking boy who could spawn hellish beasts of darkness, but he had gotten used to the grim. Rather quickly, after seeing them be used by everyone as assistants, he got over their appearance rather quickly. And Yami himself had an appearance similar to his own, so that didn't scare him all too much. After all, he wasn't really afraid of physical threat, it was more social situations that scared him. If something tried to attack him, he could always just use his quirk, and he was basically invincible. If he tried to do that in the middle of a conversation, that would only lead to more issues later. Since he was a bit hungry, he decided he would eat some chips that Izuku had left as a snack. For all of them, there were a lot of flavors and he didn't know which one to pick, so he just picked the regular ones. After that there wasn't much to do. However, Yami had woken up and with urgency, he called his Beowulf and left on top of it. Out of curiosity, Mu followed. They eventually made their way to Yami's room, which Yami promptly went inside. Now, it's not like Mu liked going inside people's rooms without them knowing. But his Curiosity tended to get the better of him in many situations. This was one of them. Going through objects was always weird. It's not like he just went through things naturally. If that was the case, he would fall through the floor. No, to go through objects, he kinda had to push himself through them. It wasn't very hard. But moving through thicker objects often felt like moving through jello for him and could be tiresome after a while. After going through the door, he found that Yami's room was covered in drawings and notes. Taking a closer look, he could see that the drawings were all grim, but not any that he had seen before. One was of an ape, with some notes next to it saying, "His thumbs can help carry big things." Another one was something that looked like a Beowulf, but different. The only thing next to it was the word learning. There were quite a few more, but one drew his attention more than the others. It was a woman, one that looked very similar to Yami with the same white hair, white skin, and black eyes with red pupils. This one gave off an ominous vibe, especially since the words next to her said, "I can feel her." He could hear Yami muttering while drawing and writing in a notebook. Getting a bit creeped out, Mu decided it was time to leave. After exiting Yami's room, Fu decided to go to the training room to see if there would be any entertaining fights to watch. When he got there, he arrived at the end of another fight between Kiba and Sansan. This fight happened quite frequently, and honestly, they were his least favorite to watch. At first, watching Sansan fight was fun, but after a while, the fact that no one could harm her made the battles kind of unexciting. That wouldn't stop Kiba from trying. She was relentless in trying to beat an opponent she literally could not hurt. Kiba was one of his favorite people to watch, for many reasons. 1. She was always over the top, and her personality and vocabulary typically made him giggle at least once. 2. When she wasn't fighting Sansan, her fights were pretty entertaining. And 3. She was the only one he could watch from his room thanks to her YouTube channel. That being said, he didn't feel the need to stick around for this fight. What point was reading a book when you knew the ending? Given that he didn't have much more time, he decided to go outside. Thankfully, it didn't take him very long, as he just went through all the floors and walls until he got outside. When he reached the backyard, he found Shiruku going for a jog. Mu actually didn't have much of an opinion on Shiruku. The only real thing he knew about her was that she made clothes, which was nice but didn't really mean much to Mu, whose clothes would disintegrate if he used his quirk for more than a minute. Moving on, Mu started walking towards the greenhouse when in the distance he saw Netsu and Kai fighting. Not like it was hard to see, as one of them was on fire and the other was enormous. Netsu and Kai were also pretty fun to watch. Kai seems exceptionally nice and polite, and Mu had even almost considered talking to him once. Netsu was, well, not to sound like Kei, a hothead. He was a bit arrogant, but not overly so, and never to the point where it made him not fun to watch. Observing him try and master his quirk was interesting at the very least. Although if he was being honest, he wished he could see him and Kiba fight. They wanted it so bad that it kinda made him want to see it too. Kai and Netsu spared quite a bit, seeing as Kai was the only person Netsu could fight. Although Kai tended to win most of those fights, Netsu did manage to get some victories, so at least it wasn't as predictable as Kiba v Sansan. However, he didn't have enough time in his dimension to watch the fight today, so he just made his way to the greenhouse. Nothing much tended to happen in the greenhouse. As usual, Otoko was there, but not only him but Yonda was there as well. The two were a fair distance away from each other and just standing there. They were probably having a conversation. Otoko was mute, however, his thoughts weren't. Yonda could actually have conversations with him, something that the large boy was ecstatic about. Unfortunately, Mu couldn't hear a word. Mu's quirk basically put him in another dimension, meaning as far as Yonda's quirk was concerned, he was just empty space with no thoughts to read. And while he was very relieved about this, it also meant he was immune to her telepathy while in his dimension, which made watching her interact with people very confusing. Seeing as the only thing here was a wordless conversation, Mu decided to go back to the house. After all, he had one more stop. Later, in front of Fuku's room, Mu exited his dimension and looked up at the metal door of his one and only friend. He hesitated. The idea of interacting with anyone still scared him, but this was his friend. Knock knock. Ah! Mu heard his friend scream. There was a bit of panicked shuffling before he got a response. WW, who is it? Mu. Mu answered, just loud enough for her to hear. There was a bit of a pause before the door slid open and Mu ran in. Some time ago, Mu discovered Fuku hiding in her room and became fascinated with her. She clearly had many talents and interests, but she locked herself away in her room. At first, he respected the fact you shouldn't enter a girl's room without permission, however. As he started to get more and more glimpse of her, the more curious he got. Watching her happily go about her business and knit or cook or mess around with her plant 1 minute, and then completely lose it the next when she came into contact with someone. Eventually, he waited till she re-entered her room and followed her in. He'd been delighted to see she was still just as fun to watch, as she talked to herself quite frequently and reacted in fun, over-the-top ways to basically anything. Sad scene in anime. Her eyes turned into waterfalls. Here's a joke she finds funny. She got worried she would die. With laughter. And then she started writing. Apparently, the girl had an interest in writing stories, and this was the best part of watching her if he was honest. Fuku had a great creative mind, which was mostly used to imagine why people would hate her and how they might exact their wrath upon her. But when this imagination was used for something more constructive, it was remarkable. It wasn't just what she was writing, it was how she wrote. She would write things down with such energy and fervor, putting down paragraph after paragraph in only a few minutes while talking aloud excitedly about her story, only to suddenly stop and go back to edit and alter her work, scolding herself all the while. Mu found himself observing her longer than he should have, and he started disappearing. He panicked and left his dimension, revealing himself to Fuku and causing them both to completely freak out. Long story short, Fuku was completely freaked out by Mu and his quirk, and Mu felt very guilty about invading her privacy like this, but didn't know how to convey those feelings. Through conversations due to lack of experience, and in the end, Izuku needed to step in. After scolding Mu for invading Fuku's privacy, they had made an agreement. Fuku didn't feel that her door would be effective in stopping Mu from coming in, so she made a deal with him. If he wanted to see her, then she would let him in, but he had to not be in his dimension. The thought of someone being in her room she couldn't see or hear freaked her out a lot, and while she didn't like the idea of people being in her room, it was less scary than the former idea. And so now, at least twice a week, Mu would go into Fuku's room and they would do what they enjoyed doing together: writing stories. Fuku never left her room, so she never saw what her siblings got up to outside of her room. Unless she was watching Kiba's videos. Mu saw plenty of things with his quirk and was happy to share them with her to provide inspiration for their writing. They were reading what? Fuku's face turned red. Yeah, and they were doing it in the hands of this big lady, Mu explained. He typically only stayed for an hour. There was only so much social interaction they could take, but it was nice for the both of them. This place was pretty amazing if you asked Mu. After all, nothing here was ever boring. Roaring revenge. Class 1A were all costumed up and ready for today's hero lesson, but when they walked into the control room, they noticed something different. Instead of All Might being here, it was Principal Nezu. Principal Nezu? Momo asked. What happened to All Might? Kaminari questioned. He is taking a break today. This lesson requires more experience and care, so I took it upon myself to be the one instructing you today. Nezu said, giving them a faintly sinister smile. Isn't that exciting? Some of the less courageous students gulped. Today's lesson will be a bit more challenging than your previous ones, Nezu warned them. How many of you have heard of OPCs? Uraraka raised her hand. I have, sir. It stands for Overly Powerful Children. It refers to children below the age of 15 with extremely powerful quirks, who might be dangerous to people around them. Perfect answer, Ms. Uraraka, as expected. Nezu praised. Now, these children will pop up from time to time and prove to be hazardous in one way or another. Most of the time these children are dealt with by the government without much of an issue. However, there are cases of OPCs accidentally or purposely going on rampages or even being used against their will as villains. Some students gasped. That's awful. Mina shouted in outrage. To think villains could sink so low. Ida commented. Seriously unmanly. Kirishima grit his sharp teeth in anger. Yes, all these incidents are extremely unfortunate, which is why you will be learning to handle them appropriately. Nezu explained. Today you all will be sent into one of our fake sites, where an OPC is going to be rampaging for one reason or another, and you all will have to stop them. So we're gonna have to fight a bunch of brats. Bakugo growled. No, of course not, Mr. Bakugo. In fact, if any of you even attempt to directly attack the children, then you will immediately fail the exercise, Nezu explained. You will have to find a way to stop the children without harming them. After all, true heroes do not hurt children. Many of the students nodded along with this. They all pretty much agreed that you shouldn't try to seriously fight kids, and most of them were thinking along the lines of their kids. How bad could it be? Ochako, who knew exactly how bad it could be, was sweating bullets. Oh, and to make things more interesting, we also added some fake villains into the mix. Nezu added. You mean the robots from the entrance exam? Zero asked. Nezu gave a spine-chilling laugh. No. These are much worse. Why does he have to be so scary? Mineta thought, with many of the others having similar thoughts. Now you will all be split up into teams of 4, Nezu explained. Team A will be Mineta, Bakugo, Soto, and Koda. Team B will be Todoroki, Asui, Aiyama, and Yaoyorozu. Team C will be Uraraka, Jiro, Shoji, and Shinso. Team D will be Ojiro, Kirishima, Hagakure, and Tokoyami. And lastly, Team E will consist of Eshido, Ida, Kaminari, and Zero. Now with that decided, let us begin. Later, with Team A. Team A made it into the fake city and were waiting for the exercise to start. Oh man, did you see the way Nezu was smiling? He looked like a psycho in Psycho. Heaven. Mineta shouted nervously. We're doomed. Doomed. Shut up, you grape-flavored moron. Bakugo shouted at Mineta, making him go quiet in fear of the blonde's wrath. No way in hell some kid is gonna give us trouble. This crap is a waste of my time. What about the fake villains? Soto asked him. TCH, doubt there'll be any fucking challenge, Bakugo swore. This crappy exercise is gonna be easy. Row. Suddenly a loud roar resonated through the city, grabbing the attention of all 4 heroes in training. Then, a few miles away, a giant snake-like head rose up, and then another, and another. They kept rising higher and higher, until eventually, Kai rose up, revealed in all his glory. Row. Kai bellowed. Is that one of the villains? Mineta asked, shaking in his boots. Row. I am a terrifying monster. Row. Kai said, smashing a few buildings for effect. N.A. man, I think that's a kid. Soto guessed. That thing is a kid. Mineta freaked. Koda made a small squeaking noise. TCH, Bakugo growled, thinking maybe this would be a bit harder than he thought. Back in the observation room. Whoa, is that a freaking Kiju? Kaminari looked at the screen displaying Kai, with wide eyes. Kai. Ochako immediately recognized the 3-headed child and was only slightly shocked to see him here. No, Kiju. You know, as in giant monsters. Kaminari corrected. No, I mean his name is Kai, Ochako explained. Is he one of Midoriya's kids? Kiro. Asui asked. Midoriya, you mean like her boyfriend? Mina came in closer, not wanting to miss a single word of what could potentially be love talk. He's not my boyfriend. Ochako denied with a huge blush on her face. And yeah, he's one of Izuku's. He's a nice boy, but he can be pretty fearsome when he wants to. Wait, what did you mean by Midoriya's kids? Do you mean like his little brother or something? Toru asked curiously. Ochako wondered how best to explain it. No, he's his son. Iha. Most of the class responded at once, even the ones who had stayed silent like Tokoyami and Todoroki, had wide eyes. Holy crap, Ocha, I didn't know you were into older guys. Mina said almost immediately. Adopted. He adopted him. Ochako quickly explained. And we aren't in that kind of relationship. We will talk more about Midoriya Izuku after Team A has finished, Nezu told them. Please wait until then for answers. Mina pouted. She needed more details. But it's not like she could go against Nezu, so she would have to wait. Wait a minute, Ojiro spoke up. What about the fake villains? Back to Team A. The 4 of them heard a growling behind them and turned around to see a pack of 5 Beowulfs leering at them. I think we found the villains, Soto said, somewhat intimidated by the monsters' appearance. KAA. The 4 looked up and saw 6 grim griffins circling them, looking like they were about to attack. Rah! They looked back in front of them and realized they were now fully surrounded, as not only had 4 more Beowulfs closed off their escape, as well as King Taijitu and 2 Ursa. Back in the observation room. Monsters. They are monsters. Ayamar cried. Creatures of the Dak, Tokoyami commented. Seriously, what are those? They like someone took all my nightmares and turned them into some kind of twisted animals. Toru shouted. The Grim, Ochiko said. Does that mean Yami's here too? Yami, that was one of the boys I took to the amusement park. Ida recognized that name, and remembered the young boy who had eaten enough food to feed an entire family. So, these are the Grim you mentioned. I'd never seen them before, but they are just as scary as you said they were, Kiro, Asui said. Wait a minute, a kid made these. Mina asked in shock. Is he okay? Does he need therapy? What kind of kid makes monsters like this? The imaginations of children can be a dark and twisted place where nightmares formed from. The blackest part of the soul can emerge, Tokurami said. Everyone was silent after that, as only one word came to mind. Edgelord. Back with Team A. What the hell are these things? Mineta shouted out in fear. Koda, can you talk to these things? Soto asked. Koda shook his head fearfully. He couldn't hear anything but growls from these beasts. They weren't animals. They were horrors shaped like animals. Why talk when I can fight? Bakugo used his explosions to propel himself at the Beowulfs. Ursa and K.T, King Taijitu, that were between them and Kai, and unleashed a huge blast that hit all of them, blasting away the Beowulfs while the Ursa and KT moved back a bit. Get to the fucking kid. I'll take care of the monsters. Considering Bakugo's strengths and weaknesses, that actually was a really good idea. Right. Soto picked Mineta, who was paralyzed with fear. Let's go. The 3 of them ran past the Grim. To their surprise, they didn't even try to stop them. Their attention purely focused on Bakugo. Thanks, Bakugo, Soto said as they sped off towards Kai. After getting some distance from the Grim, Soto asked an important question. Okay, how are we gonna do this? A few minutes later. Row! Kai shouted as he knocked down another building. This is kinda fun. Normally I wouldn't feel such joy at knocking down buildings, stomping on cars, and uprooting trees, but this city was fake and he didn't need to worry about ruining someone's day or life. The giant boy had always needed to be so careful in his daily life, with the only exception being his mock battles with his siblings. So getting to just walk around and smash into things was strangely cathartic. But what he was really looking forward to was fighting those hero students. When Yue had approached them about being part of a training session, they had all been ecstatic. Of course, only the children who really wanted to be heroes had gone, with the exception of Yami, who had agreed to go under a certain condition. Yue drove Yami all around the city, allowing him to absorb more negativity than he had ever taken in before. They even took a trip outside Tartarus. This of course explained how Yami could produce such a huge amount of Grim. Kai kept stomping forward, leaving cracks in the streets and sidewalks below him. Then suddenly, some birds started swarming around his face. About a dozen birds, Kai said. And then, another dozen, and another, and another. Suddenly it felt like hundreds of birds were now swarming, flying all over Kai's 3 heads, and obscuring his vision. Ah! Kai screamed as he tried to shake them off, walking back in an attempt to escape the feathered fiends. He kept walking back, and back, and back, with the birds continuing to chase him. And then, he suddenly could no longer lift his legs. Ha! Kai kept trying to lift his leg, and after a lot of effort he was able to get it unstuck from whatever it was stuck to, but when he put it back down again, it got stuck. Little did Kai know, he had stepped over a large patch of Mineta's balls that were now stuck to his feet. While Kai was struggling to free himself, he heard someone call out to him. Hey, kid! Kai looked over to his left and saw Soto standing on a nearby building, breathing heavily. After all the work it took to scale the building. Hey, kid! Could you stop? You kinda wrecking everything. Soto shouted. Kai took a moment to remember how to respond to this. Nezu had given them each different scenarios to be a part of, like acting out a play. Oh, I can't say anything, or he'll hurt my dad. Kai shouted, his acting terrible and hammy. But one could hardly expect anything else from a child his age. Sorry. Kai launched one of his heads at Soto, who was able to jump out of the way. The building-sized boy sent out another head, and with little time or space, Soto jumped off the building. The kid's dad is being held hostage somewhere. Find him and take out the villain. Maybe. You could AH. Soto hit the ground hard, only remaining relatively unharmed thanks to his quirk. Meanwhile with Mineta and Koda. The two were nearby, hiding from Kai next to a building. What do we do? Mineta was still panicking, but less so now. The villain could be anywhere in this huge city. How are we gonna find him? Koda stood awkwardly beside him, not sure what to do or say here. Okay, think Minoru. Think. Mineta stayed silent for a moment, until his eyes opened, as realization flashed in his pupils. Koda, send out your birds. Back with Bakugo. Die. Bakugo shouted as he hit another Beowulf in the chest with an explosion. The explosion went right through the Beowulf, killing it and making it dissipate. TCH. Last of the fucking wolves. Bakugo thought. The Beowulfs weren't all that tough. Sure, trying to attack their armored parts would take a bit, but their exposed sections would only take one good explosion to pierce. The only difficult part at that point would be dealing with their numbers. The Griffins had also made that pretty annoying. However, their weakness was that they were a lot less armored, so Bakugo had an easier time taking them out. Now let's go. Bakugo was hit in the back by the KT, the explosive teen, and knocked flat on his face, although it didn't take him long to get back up. After picking himself up, he was immediately grabbed by the snake Grim as it wrapped its entire body around the boy, constricting him. Bakugo unleashed an explosion, hitting the snake's side and burning it slightly, but not doing enough damage to release himself. After a few attempts with still no luck at releasing himself, Bakugo could feel the air getting squeezed out of his lungs. Unable to move and running out of air, he started getting flashbacks to the slime villain. No, not again. Bakugo started to panic. He could barely move his arms, but if he could move them just a little bit. After a bit of effort, he managed to move his arm over a tiny amount, just enough to reach the pins on his gauntlet. Kaboom! A massive explosion consumed Bakugo and the KT, obliterating the KT and sending Bakugo high into the air. Bakugo took a deep breath. Relief flooded his brain as he could now finally get some air into his lungs. It took a few moments for Bakugo's brain to start functioning properly again, but when it did, he realized he was now falling quite quickly. Shit. Bakugo used his explosions to flip himself upright and start slowing his fall until he eventually brought himself safely to the ground. Fuck that goddamn snake. Bakugo cursed. Roll. Bakugo looked up at the two remaining Ursa, glaring at him, ready to attack. The spiky-haired blonde was about to taunt the monsters, when suddenly, from the alleyways, 4 more Ursas and 5 more Beowulfs came in. Go! Are those fucking extras even doing anything? Bakugo shouted in pure anger. What Bakugo didn't know was that the Grimm were attracted to negativity, which Bakugo had plenty of. Although that wasn't even the real reason Bakugo was being targeted. The real reason was that when Kyoku found out that they were going to fight Class 1A, she made sure the ones who were going knew about Bakugo and what he'd done to Izuku. Yemi had given his Grimm special orders to find and hunt down Bakugo, and while he didn't want to kill him, he wouldn't mind sending him to Recovery Girl with a bit more than bruises and cuts. Speaking of targeting Bakugo, back with Kai. Kai kept trying to free himself from the balls, but every time he raised his foot, it would just stick back to the ground every time he lowered his foot. Wait a minute. I can fly. Kai realized. Kai started flapping his wings, slowly pulling himself up. Mineta's balls tried to restrain him, keep him to the ground, but after a lot of effort, Kai managed to pull himself free and take off into the air. All right. Kai cheered at his success. So, what now? Kaboom. A massive explosion happened a few miles away from him, drawing his attention. In the distance, he could barely make it out, was Bakugo flying through the air. It's him. Kai recognized him based on Kyoku's description. Katsuki Bakugo. Kai knew what he had to do next, and he flew towards his new destination. Meanwhile, with Mineta, Koda, and Soto, the 3 of them were hiding next to a building when they saw Kai take off into the air. Are you kidding me? Mineta was freaking out again. Why can he fly? Well, he had wings, so I feel like we should have seen this coming. Soto pointed out. Kaboom. The three looked towards the massive explosion happening a few miles away and knew exactly what caused it. Did Bakugo use one of his gauntlets? Soto asked. He'd have to make an explosion that big. Mineta saw Kai flying towards the explosion and started panicking even more. Oh no. If he starts attacking Bakugo, it won't take long for that. Ticking time bomb with a short fuse to fight back. And that means we'll lose. At that moment, a pigeon flew down onto Kota's shoulder and started cooing to him. He found someone. 2 people. One of them is tied up. Kota told them. Meanwhile, with Bakugo. Rah! Bakugo roared as he turned the last Ursa to nothing. Once the Grim were dealt with, Bakugo took a moment to breathe. And then, a giant shadow fell over him. Bakugo looked up and saw Kai looming over him, all 3 heads looking right at him. Hello, Kai said. Would you happen to be Katsuki Bakugo? Yeah, what about it? Bakugo snarled. Cat frowned. My name is Kai Midoriya. You bullied my father Izuku. Bakugo's eyes widened as he took in what Kai was saying, but couldn't process it. In other words, has crashed. So I need to squish you know, Kai said, as he stopped moving his wings, and fell on. Bakugo. Back in the observation room. Wait a minute. Mina shouted. So the kid Bakugo bullied was Ochiko's boyfriend, who's? This kid's dad. He's not my boyfriend. Ochiko repeated. Is that why you hate Bakugo so much, Kiro? Asui asked Okako. Ochiko sighed and looked up at Kai falling onto Bakugo, bringing a smile to her face. Yeah. Izuku, a lot of bad things happened to Izuku. Bakugo was just one part of it. And that is why Bakugo Katsuki is on thin ice when it comes to the UA. Nezu added. Kirishima stayed silent. His opinion on Bakugo was hard to pin down. At first, he thought he was a really unmanly bully. An opinion which practically everyone else, especially Ochiko, shared. But as time went on, he started to feel bad for him. The class had completely isolated him. At lunch, he ate alone. When they waited for the teachers to show up, no one talked to him. Even during classes when someone had to work with him, they just kinda let him do his thing. He was already being punished by the school, and it's not like he was bullying anyone anymore, and he didn't even seem that bad. If he didn't know about the bullying thing, he probably would have tried to befriend him earlier. But he didn't know how bad it was, because he knew that some bullying wasn't that bad, and some could ruin or even end some people's lives. He definitely didn't want to try and befriend him if it was on the latter end of the spectrum. Maybe, if he could talk to this Izuku guy and figure out just how bad it was, he could figure this all out. Meanwhile in the city, Izuku was a bit anxious. Not because he was tied up on the edge of a building with present MIC who was dressed as a villain, but because he knew damn well that Kai was confronting Bakugo. When Nezu had spoken to him about this, Bakugo had been his #1 concern. It was hard to hide things from his children considering their quirks, and he knew it wouldn't take long for Kyoku to inform the others about Bakugo, and as such any confrontation between the children and Bakugo may very well end in death for either the child in question or Bakugo. Nezu had offered to exclude Bakugo from the exercise, but Izuku refused. He didn't want Bakugo to feel like an outcast, or that he was being targeted. Instead, Izuku and Nezu had organized the teams and who would be fighting who. Izuku had decided that out of all the children, Kai would be the best one to fight Bakugo. Kiba, Sansan, and Netsu might kill him. And Fu now had a fire weakness, so putting him up against Bakugo was a risk he didn't want to take. Kai was a gentle child, and while Izuku couldn't see any of his children purposely killing anyone, if they were to go into a rage, there is a chance they could lose control and kill him. He couldn't really imagine Kai losing control like that, so he was the best choice. That didn't mean that he wasn't nervous though. Ha ha. Yes, my monster. Destroy everything. Ha ha ha. Present MIC shouted, acting the part of the villain the best way he knew how. With lots and lots of ham. Izuku was about to point out that no one was here to hear his acting when the door to the roof suddenly swung open, and Soto emerged. It's over VMIC sensei. Soto asked. Present MIC pulled out a gun and aimed it at Soto. No, I am the villain. Sick beats. There were a few moments of silence. Really, sick beats? Soto asked, giving him an "Are you serious" look. Yes, because I'm sick, and I've got beats. Present MIC said. Sick beats. Another moment of silence, until Soto sighed. Just get him, Mineta. Hey, I. Suddenly, from the side of the building, Minta popped up and grabbed onto MIC's face. Mineta had been climbing the building using his balls, while Soto used the door to distract him. Ah, how dare you make us fight a Kiju and an army of demons? You almost gave me a heart attack. Mineta shouted as he pulled at MIC's face. Get off. MIC dropped the gun from shock and tried to pull Mineta off his face. Then, MIC felt Soto's arms wrap around his waist, and Mineta jumped off of him, allowing Soto to safely suplex his teacher. Was that really necessary? MIC groaned as he allowed himself to go limp. The villains defeated. Soto looked at Izuku. Are you supposed to be this kid's dad? Before Izuku could respond, Mineta spoke first. Obviously not. He's probably just some ed kid that UA's using to act as a fake dad. Actually, Kai is my son. My real son. Izuku corrected. The two looked at him with shock in their eyes, and Mineta's jaw was hanging down to his knees. Yeah. Izuku sighed. It's a long story. For now, let's just get me to Kai. Back in the observation room. Yeah. Shouted most of the class. He looks like he's the same age as us. Toru pointed out. He is, Ochiko confirmed. He's a teen dad. Kaminari asked. All will be explained later, Nezu told them. Meanwhile, with Kai and Bakugo. Bakugo was in shock. Part of it was the fact that he was being crushed by a 4-foot child, and now had multiple broken bones and probably some other injuries. A larger part of it was that this kid just said he was Deku's son. Now that was impossible for a multitude of reasons. Firstly, who the fuck would want to have sex with Deku? Secondly, this kid was, well, honestly Bakugo couldn't tell given the giant monster thing. But he was talking, so he had to be at least like 5 or 4 or something, which, unless Deku had been hiding this from him somehow for the past few years, should be impossible. Thirdly, who the hell did quirkless Deku have a kid this big? Kai got off of Bakugo, looking down at the now very injured boy, who was still in a state of shock. Did I overdo it? Did I not do it enough? Kai wondered. Hello. Are you thoroughly injured? Have you learned your lesson yet? Bakugo was still too shocked to do anything. Before Kai could ask again, he heard someone shout his name. Kai. Dad. Kai turned around and saw Izuku standing on the streets, looking up at him. You're free. Is the exercise over? Yes, it is, Izuku said. He looked at Bakugo in the crater Kai had made, and winced at how much that must have hurt. And not a moment too soon, Izuku said. Later, in the observation room. Team A had returned to the observation room, with Izuku in tow. Bakugo, on the other hand, was taken to the medical wing to be treated, which was a good thing because by now, he had gone from shock to anger and confusion. So, I believe now it's time for explanations, Nezu said before gesturing towards Izuku. This is Izuku Midoriya, head of, what do you call your organization again? Well, I don't really consider it an organization, it's more of family. Izuku nervously tried very hard not to look at Class 1A who were all staring at him. Head of the Midoriya family, Nezu said. You see, when the parent of an OPC can no longer take care of their child or simply gives up on their child, they temporarily go into the care of DOC, an organization that is part of the government that is in charge of finding and containing OPCs until they deem them fit to be moved into the more permanent care of Mr. Midoriya, who then becomes their legal guardian and is responsible for them until they are of age. Mina was sputtering in confusion. Why the hell would they give this job to someone our age? Gyro asked what everyone, save a few, were thinking. That does sound terribly irresponsible, Momo added. Well, there is a simple answer to that question. It's because no one else wants Mr. Midoriya's job, Nezu explained. Before they made this agreement with Mr. Midoriya, they had offered the OPCS up for adoption. However, this had many problems. Most people didn't want to adopt children who had a high chance of accidentally killing them, and the few that did want to take that risk were mostly only doing it for the financial benefit and didn't actually take care of the children. As you can imagine, both of these outcomes caused feelings of resentment and anger to grow in these children, and an unfortunate amount of them became villains, and as you can imagine with their quirks, caused quite a large amount of death and destruction. Of course, there were some exceptions, but those people would often only take in one child, or perhaps two. Mr. Midoriya is the only one willing to risk his life taking care of a large number of dangerous children and also actually care about them and show them an adequate amount of affection. There was a long pause as the information sunk in. Many students took it differently. Shinso fully sympathized with those kids. After all, he knew how having a dangerous or even unsightly quirk could seriously affect a person's life, and seriously respected Izuku for taking care of them, even if he didn't think it was a necessarily smart thing to do. Momo was wondering how so many parents could be so cruel as to give up their children just because of their quirks, and how the nation could be so uncaring and self-centered that the only person they could find to take all these kids was another child. She was also wondering how exactly the government let a 15-year-old do this in the first place. Todoroki didn't quite know how to feel about Midoriya himself. On one hand, he respected his desire to give these kids a happy childhood, because God knows he wished he'd had one. But on the other hand, he wondered why he would ever do something so dangerous and that ate up so much of his life. Kirishima, that's so manly. The red-haired hero student shouted, being the first to speak out of all of them. Huh. Izuku was taken aback by this positive response, still not quite used to receiving genuine praise from anyone above the age of 10. I mean, maybe you should have waited a bit, but what you're doing is super manly. Kirishima praised. Parenting by itself is manly, but you're taking in dangerous kids even if it could kill you. That's like being a hero. Izuku definitely wasn't ready for that. I agree 100%. Ochako jumped him, giving Izuku a bright smile. Of course you would. Mina teased, making Ochako blush and shot the pink girl and irritated. Look, but seriously, that's super cool of you. Respect. I suppose it is rather commendable to help these children the way you do. Momo still wasn't really sure about this whole thing, but she did at least respect Izuku's desire to help these children at the very least. Izuku's face was bright red and was rendered totally speechless. Mr. Midoriya is quite socially awkward, so don't mind if he acts a little strange, Nezu told them. Izuku covered his face as he became super overwhelmed. Now with that explained, shall we go on to our next match with one of Mr. Midoriya's children? Nezu smiled. A battle of fire, ice and a dragon. Team B, that being Todoroki, Asui, Aiyama, and Momo, stood in the fake city, waiting anxiously for the exercise to start. Well, except Todoroki, who didn't seem to be nervous at all. You're rather calm, Todoroki. Asui pointed out. Aren't you at least a bit nervous about what they could throw at us after seeing the first round, Kiro? My eyes can deal with whatever they throw at us, Todoroki said confidently, yet still using his typically icy tone. You've met Midoriya and his children before, haven't you? Do you know what they might throw at us? Asui shook her head. I haven't seen Midoriya in a while, and thanks to his deal with DOC, he's probably gotten quite a few new kids in the meanwhile. And even if he didn't, I wouldn't know which one of the kids I saw they could send at us. Todoroki didn't respond. Even with your incredible quirk, I don't think we can rely on that alone, Momo spoke up. After all, we can't harm the child in any way, so I'm not sure we can rely on power alone to secure victory. My ice can also be a good tool to capture and immobilized, Shoto responded. Unless the kid has some insanely powerful fire quirk, then we should be fine. But I think you are forgetting something, Aiyama said. Whoosh. Suddenly, from a few miles away, a massive pillar of flames erupted, piercing the sky with fire. It was so powerful it even caused the ground to shake slightly. Nezu is a sadist. Aiyama finished. TCH. Todoroki grits his teeth. Let's go. Back in the observation room, the class watched as Netsu was revealed on screen, in all his flaming glory. His new, right. I've never seen him before. Ochako pointed out. Yes, Netsu came in the last batch of children. He has a really powerful fire quirk that's really hard to control. He can already reach temperatures that rival Endeavor's, without even using any of the techniques Endeavor uses to increase his fire's heat. Izuku revealed, causing some of the class to balk in awe. That's insane. Mineta shouted out in fear. Although I suppose it should be expected for someone who comes from a home for overly dangerous children. Tokoyami pointed out. Yeah, no kidding. Mina agreed. Back in the city. Burn. Netsu shouted as he incinerated 5 Beowulfs in a wave of fire. Yeah, Netsu knew today was gonna be fun. Being part of an exercise at UA already sounded fun. But then he was told exactly what his role was. His role being, use as much excessive force as possible and incinerate anything that moved, while Grim came at him in massive numbers. And so he flew around, burning away any Grim he found, until he stumbled upon Team B, running towards him. Alright, let's see how strong UA students are. Without any explanation, Netsu brought his hand together and unleashed a fireball the size of a car at the 4 of them. While Esui, Momo, and Aemar froze in fear, Todoroki froze the area in front of them, creating a massive icy wall that blocked the fireball and caused steam to cover the ground. Hey, I can't see. Netsu complained, before remembering his lines. You won't hurt me. Villains. You and your monsters won't beat my fire. Netsu started throwing fireballs wildly, in every direction, absolutely destroying the environment around them. Todoroki kept up his ice wall, having to constantly reinforce it to keep up with the insanely hot flames. It was a mistake to underestimate them. Todoroki grit his teeth as the constant shift between cold and hot made his head spin. We can't even get close. Momo said. I told you, OCPs live up to their names, Asui said, keeping her distance from the ice. Yes, but it appears we have other problems, Aemar said, looking up. The other two turned around, while Todoroki kept his focus on keeping the fire at bay. They looked up behind them and all of them froze at what they saw. Roa. In the sky was a massive, grim dragon. Back in the observation room. Is that a fucking dragon? Kaminari asked as everyone looked to the screen in awe. So he actually made it. Izuku stared at the beast his son had created. It was about half the size of Kai, maybe a bit more, and looked absolutely terrifying. This is Yemi's quirk. Ida was in shock. He remembered the little boy he escorted through the amusement park and couldn't imagine that such a small boy could make something like this. Yeah, he showed me design like this before, as a drawing. He said it took way too much negative energy to create. Izuku explained. Negative energy? Shoji asked. Yami's quirk allows him to absorb people's negative emotions and turn it into some kind of energy that he can then turn into the grim. Izuku clarified. So in short, he can turn people's inner demons into outer demons. Tokoyami summarized. Basically, Izuku confirmed. That's crazy. He could build a huge army of monsters and attack a city. And then all the anger and sadness and fear would let him make more and more. He could take over the world. Mineta shouted, over-exaggerating. I don't like to think about it that way, and I don't think he could do all that. He could certainly cause quite a bit of destruction, Izuku admitted, seeming almost pained to do so. Wait, is that thing making more grim? Mina asked as she pointed at the screen. Back with Team B. Team B watched in horror as the dragon's back bubbled, and sludge fell off the dragon onto the ground. The sludge changed shape until it had turned into 2 grim griffins. Okay, that is ridiculous. Asui knew that Nezu was a sadist, everyone did, but how did he expect them to actually beat this thing? The griffins came at them, and the students had to be ready for it. Aemar shot his laser at one of the griffins' heads, disorienting it, allowed Asui to jump up and wrap her tongue around it and slam it into the other griffin. Momo made a cannon and blasted both Grim, destroying them. We need to figure out how we're gonna take out the dragon, Momo shouted to her teammates. Then the dragon itself came down at them with its giant maw open. But before it could reach them, it was hit in the face by a powerful flamethrower attack from Netsu, who had flown around the ice to attack the dragon. Rah! The dragon flew away from Netsu's attack, higher into the sky, coming away from it with some burn marks and slight melting on his mask. Netsu followed the dragon up into the sky, leaving the hero students behind. We have to help him. If we help him against the dragon, then we can convince him that we're not villains, at least in the context of the test. Momo reasoned. Regway. More Grim came charging at the students, mostly Beowulfs followed by some Ursa. Todoroki, you and Aemar should focus on the dragon and the child. Asui and I will take care of the monsters down here, Momo said, creating a spear. Right. Todoroki grabbed Aemar and created a pillar of ice under them that rose them higher and higher into the sky. When they finally reached the dragon, Netsu was chasing it, flying in a very sloppy fashion, while shooting fireballs everywhere. Todoroki made another ice wall to block a stray fireball, and from behind them one of the griffins flew at them. I don't think so, monster. Aemi unleashed the most powerful naval blast he could write at the griffin, destroying its head and killing it. I'll focus on the dragon. Keep those griffins off me, Todoroki ordered. OUI. Aemi dreaded how his stomach would feel when this was all over. Todoroki tried to make a trail of ice leading to the dragon, but Netsu's fireballs kept destroying it. I can't afford to hold back. Todoroki thought. If he was gonna fight this thing while Netsu was around, then he would have to use the full capability of his mother's quirk. And so while Aemi shot the griffins out of the air, Todoroki waited patiently for the dragon to get closer. Netsu chased the dragon around with its flamethrower, until eventually, the dragon flew, only a few feet away from Todoroki. In an instant, Todoroki made a massive ice bug that completely swallowed the dragon. Whoa! Netsu stopped for a moment, surprised by the sudden appearance of the ice bug. Crack! However, the iceberg wouldn't stay there for long, as the bridge Todoroki had made was too small to hold the weight of the massive ice bug, and it was about to collapse. Todoroki ran back to the ice platform, with Aemi following. He could feel the frostbite nipping at his fingers and at his sides, but he had more important things to worry about, because the iceberg was above Asui and Momo. Asui, Yoi Orozu, move. Todoroki shouted into his earpiece. Crack! The ice broke, and the iceberg went hurtling downwards. Meanwhile, back on the ground, Asui drop-kicked an Ursa to death, and Momo was impaling a Beowulf when they heard Todoroki's warning. There's an iceberg about to crash on you too. Move. Todoroki told them through the earpiece. Momo and Asui could quickly see the shadow of the iceberg, getting bigger and bigger very quickly as it approached them at an alarming rate. Asui acted quickly, and grabbed Momo with her tongue, and made broad leaps away from where they were. Crash! The iceberg hit the ground, only a little less than a dozen feet from where the two girls were. The impact broke the ice apart into hundreds of thousands of little pieces that flew through the air like pieces of shrapnel. Momo made a shield and blocked the ice shards, protecting both her and Asui from harm. When all was said and done, all that was left of the iceberg were chunks of ice and a cool mist that covered the ground. Did that do it? Momo asked hopefully. A few moments later, her question was answered when a giant black figure emerged from the mist. Roh! The dragon rose up from the mist, towering over the two girls. It was damaged, with some burn marks and melted parts from Netsu's attacks, as well as cracks in its armor and cuts in its skin from being trapped in the ice and falling to the ground. The worst of its injuries were its wings. Now cut up and filled with holes, they would no longer be suited for flight. Momo stepped back from the intimating beast, but as she did so she noticed that Asui was not doing the same, instead seeming groggy. All the frosty mist was making the frog girl very sleepy, and she was doing her best to keep from falling asleep, but she was very out of it. The dragon seemed to notice this, and charged at her, opening its massive maw to swallow her whole. Momo jumped at her classmate, moving her out of the way just in time for the dragon to miss. Ha! The dragon turned its head towards the two down girls, and let out another fearsome roar. With the monster upon them and with Asui completely out of it and on the ground, Momo knew she couldn't dodge anymore and had to come up with another strategy. She quickly made a flare gun and shot it right in the dragon's face. Rah! The flare exploded in the dragon's eyes, not doing any damage but causing it close its eyes, and flail its head around wildly as it stumbled backward. Momo kept shot it in the face 2 more times, causing it to keep stumbling back. Unfortunately, Momo had run out of flares. She lifted up Asui and hoped to get away from the dragon while it was still stunned, but the dragon recovered before she got far. With its jaw open, it rushed at the two, and then a massive chunk of ice fell on its head. Todoroki! Momo shouted. The half-and-half teen himself came down with Aemi on an ice slide, and the two of them ran over to their teammates. We are glad to see you two were not crushed, Aemi told them. I apologize, I should have known the ice would fall, Todoroki said before he noticed the now unconscious Asui. Is she injured? No, it seems like all this cold sent her into some sort of hibernation. She most likely won't wake up until we get her somewhere warmer. Roara. The dragon still wasn't done and rose up once more. The armor on its head was now heavily damaged, looking like it was about to fall apart. Just stay down. Todoroki shivered from the ice crawling up his right side but released. Another wave of ice at the creature regardless. The ice covered the dragon once more, however this time the ice was weaker, due to Todoroki overusing his quirk, and the dragon quickly started breaking through. Momo saw that Todoroki was about to unleash another attack, and stopped him by putting her hand out in front of him. You're shivering, we should retreat. I'm fine. Todoroki insisted. I know now may not be the best time to bring this up, but where is the boy? Aomar asked. Phoom. Suddenly from the sky, a giant wall of flames slammed into the dragon so hard it knocked all 3 students off their feet and blew them away. Todoroki made some ice to stop them from getting blown away any further, and an ice wall in front of them to protect them from the heat. Egg. Todoroki struggled to maintain all the ice, the heat poured through, curing his frostbite but also making them all sweat intensely. Aomar even passed out from the heat, due to the fact he was in a suit of armor that only made the problem worse. They couldn't even look directly at the fire because it was so bright it would have blinded them. This went on for half a minute until the flames died out. Where the dragon once was now nothing but scorched earth and black smoke. Todoroki and Momo, after taking a few moments to get their bearings, got up and picked up their unconscious classmates. Is it over? Momo asked. Back in the observation room. Holy shit, Kaminari said in awe. That kid just nuked the dragon. Gyro gaped, sharing her classmates' sense of awe. I told you Netsu's quirk was powerful, although this is the first time I've seen him use an attack like this. Izuku was also surprised, but to a much lesser extent. Is he going to be all right? Surely an attack of this level must have some toll on his body. Ida asked, concerned for the boy's well-being. Izuku shook his head. Netsu's quirk has very little direct drawbacks. It's very hard for him to control and can cause a lot of property damage, but the only negative effects it can have on himself is if he breathes in the smoke, or if he's in a confined space and burns up all his oxygen. But in wide-open spaces like this, he's pretty much fine so long as he's careful, although the lack of control over his quirk can make his ability to fly pretty sloppy, and can cause him to dash. On screen the students saw Netsu try to land, only to smack into the ground face first. Crash, can we please get him to Recovery Girl as soon as possible? Izuku said with concern. Of course. Nezu leaned over to the microphone. Will some medical bots please take Netsu, Midoriya, Asui, and Aomar to Recovery Girl, and will Mr. Todoroki and Ms. Yaru Orozu come back to the observation room? After a few minutes, Netsu, Aomar, and Asui had all been carted off to Recovery Girl. Asui was just asleep and relatively unharmed. Netsu broke his nose and was healed with Recovery Girl's quirk and was now taking a nap. And Aomar had been overheated, so he was taken out of his armor and treated. The rest of the class, minus Bakugo, who was also still with Recovery Girl, was in the observation room. All right, while you did technically pass the test, if this was a real situation, you too would have failed, Nezu told them, much to the 2 students' shock. If you were paying attention, you'll notice the Grimm made no attempt to attack Netsu. This was because obviously, we didn't want the young man to be harmed, but if this was a real situation, the villain would have obviously fought back. You allowed the child to fight the villain by himself for far too long. A moment that comes to mind is when Mr. Todoroki allowed the child to lure the dragon close to him, rather than attempting to lure him close or attack with his own flames. Todoroki flinched but didn't respond. That's of course not even mentioning all the property damage and the fact that dropping an iceberg from that height would most likely harm if not kill civilians or allies. Nezu continued. The only reason I am no failing you all is because of the difficulty of the test. We understand. We will perform better next time, Principal Nezu. Momo said with an embarrassed bow. Todoroki did not respond. What is going on with him? Izuku wondered. He didn't use his fire at all during that test. I wonder why. Now with that done, let us move on to the next test. Nezu looked at Team C, who by now, we're very, very nervous. As they should be. Chapter Summary 2v4. I just released a spin-off to this fic taking place 7 years in the future. If you have any interest, check it out. Now, before you start, this match will have a special change in rules. Nezu told them, looking at Team C. For this match, you are able to attack the children, but you are not allowed to harm them. The entire class looked at the principal in confusion. Am I stupid, or isn't that the same thing? Kaminari asked. You are stupid, but yeah, it does sound like the same thing, Gyro said. I'm afraid I don't understand, sir. What do you mean by this? Ida asked his principal. Politely. That you will have to figure out on your own, Nezu said with a small sadistic laugh. Welp, we're fucked. Shinso thought. Izuku looked at Uraraka, who was deep in thought. I wonder if she figured it out. A bit later in the fake city. Team C had been walking through the city for a few minutes, and still had yet to see the child, which was weird considering that from what they'd seen these kids weren't exactly hard to find. But despite this, Gyro looked extremely nervous. Gyro, what's wrong? Shoji asked her using one of his arm's mouths. I can't hear them, Gyro revealed. You can't hear what? Shinso asked her. Those monsters. Shouldn't there be a ton of them around us or at least a few miles away? But I don't hear anything. It's completely silent. Gyro said, thoroughly unnerved. Maybe they are waiting for the child. Shoji theorized, before looking at Uraraka. Uraraka, do you know who the child we're facing might be? Everyone looked at Uraraka, and the ninth wielder paused as she considered what she was about to say. Well, I think I might know, but I'm not sure. It's better than nothing, Shinso told her. At least we might have an idea what we're going up against. When the principal said that we can't harm them but we can attack them, maybe he meant that even if we attack them, harming them won't be that easy. Ochiko speculated. Two of the kids had quirks that made them almost impossible to hurt them. Fu and Sansan. What do you mean, impossible to hurt them? Gyro asked, her eyes widened with alarm at the thought of facing an invisible enemy. Not impossible, just really, really hard, said a voice behind them. The three of them immediately turned around and saw Fu standing there, with his typical blank expression. Fu, it is you, Ochiko said with a bright expression on her face and relief filling her voice. Hi, Uraraka. It's nice to see you. Fu greeted in his usual monotone. It's been a while. Back in the observation room. Wait a minute, I know him. Mina shouted out, pointing at Fu on the screen. Why you do? Izuku asked, looking at the pinkette in confusion. Yeah, I saw him in Kiba's videos. Toru exclaimed excitedly. Wait a minute. Are you Kiba's dad? Is someone gonna fight Kiba? Well, yes, and kind of. She is here and she will be part of the exercise, but you can't really fight her because, well, you can't attack her. Izuku explained nervously. That's amazing. Mina and Toru had stars in their eyes, excited at the prospect of meeting their favorite online celebrity. Wait, if you watch Kiba's videos, then why didn't you recognize any of the other kids? They're in her videos too. Izuku asked. Oh, we only just found out about her. We watched a few videos, but we didn't see anyone but her. Fu, Toru explained. But I can't wait to watch the rest. So have you seen Fu and Kiba's quirks? Izuku asked hopefully. Nope, I've only watched her gaming stream. Toru revealed. I saw Kiba's quirk but not Fu's, Mina admitted. She has a dash. Please do not tell the class about her quirk. I would like to keep it a surprise if possible. Nezu told her. Sadist. Went through the minds of most of the students after hearing that. Izuku just sighed in disappointment. He had hoped that at least one person would have seen Fu's quirk, because he was well aware of how grotesque Fu's quirk could be, and it tended to make things complicated. It was one of the reasons that Kiba's channel was often described as Gap Mo. On one hand, you had Kiba's adorableness and super endearing personality, then on the other hand you'd see her rip Fu's head off and a fountain of blood burst from his neck stump. It put a lot of people off. They've been really nice so far, so hopefully nothing goes wrong. Izuku crossed his fingers. Back with Team C. You haven't visited in a while. Fu pointed out, still talking to Uraraka. Hee, yeah, I've been really busy. Aizawa-sensei gave us so much work. Uraraka sheepishly complained. You should come over, dads, let's talk about that later. Fu realized that this wasn't the time or place to be talking about this. Ehem. Surrender, heroes. You're surrounded. The team looked around and saw nothing. Kid, do you know what the word surrounded means? Shinso asked the child. Yep, Fu answered. We do. And then, Gyro's eyes widened. Guys, I hear something. Below us. Then the ground started to shake. And that's when the Grimm suddenly burst from the ground underneath them, surrounding the team completely. There were 3 kinds of creatures, all brand new to the teens. One of them looked like a giant centipede that towered over them, even with some of its body still underground. Parts of its body would rotate in a complete circle, suggesting a less than simple anatomy. There were some small creates that didn't look like any animal they'd ever seen before. The best one could describe it as if an alligator wore armor and instead of having 4 legs on the top and bottom parts of its body, just had 2 big legs in the middle, like a T-Rex without arms. And the last one was just a giant worm the size of a very small building, with a huge gaping spiked maw. All in all, there were 5 centipedes, 12 of the small creepy things, and 1 massive worm. Oh, they can go underground. Of course, they can. Shinso growled. Focus on the girl with the purple hair, Fu ordered. Ha! Gyro yelled in shock and horror. Why me? Rah! The creatures closed in and went to attack them. Gyro plugged her earlobes into her boots and blasted the Grimm in her direction with a wave of sound. The creeps were blown back by the wave. The centipedes were stunned for a moment but didn't seem too affected. A centipede and 2 creeps charged at Gyro from behind, intent on attacking her. Shinso went forward and threw his capture tool around the 2 creeps and slammed them into the centipede's moving blades where they were then eviscerated. Ochako jumped at the centipede head and touched it, using her new ability to increase gravity to cause the beast to crash onto the ground. Meteor kick. Uraraka charged up to 7% of 1 for all and came down on the centipede with an axe kick to the skull, crashing through the bone and into the soft black parts. As the Grimm faded away, 6 creeps ran at Gyro, 3 on both sides of her. Shoji charged in and knocked the 3 creeps away on her left, while Gyro blasted the 3 on her right with a sound wave. Why is he after me? Gyro shouted at Ochako, as the whole team grouped up. I don't know. It doesn't make any wo. Suddenly Ochako was grabbed by the leg by a large black tendril and dragged away from her teammates. This tendril came, not from the Grimm, but from Fu himself, his arm being completely covered in the inky black substance. Fu brought Ochako in front of him, holding upside down in front of his face. We haven't seen each other in a while, so allow me to induce Kyoshi. Say hi. Suddenly the inky blackness overtook Fu's face and replaced it with a pure black one with white eyes and sharp teeth. Rah! Wah! Ochako was thrown away from the rest of her team by Fu's tentacle. Fu's body was then covered by Kyoshi until the boy underneath could no longer be seen, and then he charged after Ochako, running on all 4s like an animal. Just when I thought he was a normal-looking kid, Shinso remarked. Back in the observation room. So is that his quirk? Zero asked Izuku. No, the black inky stuff is actually another one of my kids, Izuku revealed. Wait, what? Shouted a good chunk of the class. That black goop is a kid. Kaminari's jaw was hanging. Yes, his name is Kyoshi, and please don't call him black goop. Izuku sighed. He didn't blame him for calling Kyoshi that. It wasn't the most flattering thing to call a child, but it wasn't inaccurate. Kyoshi's quirk is called symbiote. His body is composed entirely of this black liquidy substance, which allows him to enter into people's bodies and form a bond with them, turning them into a host. This host will gain numerous physical advantages such as enhanced strength, speed, durability, etc., as well as the ability to use Kyoshi's body itself as a weapon. Nezu explained, looking at the amazed faces of his students. However, this comes at a cost. While bonded, Kyoshi will begin to feed one's internal organs until the host has died. It will also cause the host's emotions to become overwhelming to the point where the host no longer knows how to handle them, which in theory would often resolve in the host going insane until they die. The looks of amazement that had been on the students' faces when they heard of Kyoshi's benefits turned to horror and shock when they heard of the price. Wait. Then why does that kid have him? Soto was the first to ask. The question that was now on everyone's minds. Well, I assume this Fu has a quirk that would negate the drawbacks of bonding with Kyoshi. Alright. Momo asked, hoping she was correct. Very astute of you. Young Fu's quirk makes him, well, immortal may not be the right word. It's rather complicated to explain, so let's just say it makes him an unkillable zombie, which is an oxymoron, but that is the best way to explain it, Nezu said. So long as he consumes enough meat, he will be able to regenerate from any and all injuries. He is unable to physically feel anything, and his emotions, while he still has them, are muted to a degree. So he's the perfect host, Tokoyami concluded. The class calmed down. For the most part, some of them were still a bit squeamish about the thought of someone's organs getting eaten. Why not give Kyoshi a host? Mina asked. I doubt it would be that simple, Todoroki responded. He said that Kyoshi feeds on the organs through the bonding process, implying that he needs to bond in order to survive. Very good, Mr. Todoroki. You are absolutely correct. Nezu happily praised his student. Without a host, Kyoshi will die, meaning that there was no other option than to find someone like Fu. There was a moment of silence as the class had to let that information sink in. Back with Team C, minus Ochako. The 3 remaining members of the team did their best to hold off the attacking Grim, but without Ochako there wasn't much damage they could do to them. The creeps weren't that bad to deal with, but the centipedes with their spinning blades were completely unapproachable by the students, and all they could do was avoid them. And then there was the worm. The worm was far too tough for them to hurt, and its ability to dive underground served to make fighting it an even more futile effort. Thankfully, Shoji and Gyro were able to detect any underground attacks, but avoiding them proved to be easier said than done. This is pointless, Shinso said as he slammed a creep into a centipede's head using his capture tool. We can't beat these things without Uraraka. We need to regroup with her. How they? Gyro asked as she ran away from a centipede. There's too many of them, and they are underground. Anytime we try to get away, that worm will just pop up and stop us, Shoji said as he gave a 3-armed backhand to a creep. Well, if they are underground, then we need to get into the air. Shinso looked up at the nearby buildings. We need to get to the rooftops. Great idea. How? Gyro asked. Shinso threw his capture tool around the waist of both his teammates. You have to push us up there with your quirk, or at least far enough for me to get us up there. Gyro looked up at the closest building, and then back at her 2 teammates. If she could blast them up far enough into the air with her speakers, then Shinso could use his capture tool to swing them over to a rooftop, and hopefully out of the reach of the Grim. But that was a big if. At least my heart is pounding, Gyro thought. She didn't have much time though, as the Grim started encroaching on them once more. Gyro couched down and faced her, speakers towards the floor. You know, if this doesn't work, we're fucked, right? Well, if we stay here we're pretty fucked too, so less sass and more sound waves, Shinso told her. Gyro held her breath. Boom. She let off the biggest sound wave she'd ever let off, and it launched them into the air, with Shinso's capture tool keeping them together. And they made it 2/3 of the way up. They made it 2/3 of the way up the side of the building. Fortunately, they had made it just far enough for Shinso to throw his capture tool around a railing on one of the rooftops. The 3 of them swung to the side of the building, and were now out of reach of the creeps and centipedes. Oh God, I can't believe that worked. Gyro released the breath she was holding as she hung by Shinso's capture tool, along with her other 2 teammates. Looks like we're out of the danger zone for now, Shinso said. Gyro's eyes suddenly widened as she heard something that gave her chills. I wouldn't say that. It's the worm. It's coming up and fast. It might be trying to jump. Shit. Shinso knew what he needed to do. He grabbed his capture tool and tried to climb up the side of the building. However, with both Shoji and Gyro weighing him down, he wasn't making much progress. Shoji saw this and reacted accordingly, grabbing both Shinso and Gyro and taking hold of the capture tool and climbing up much faster. A few seconds later they had made it most of the way there. And then, rah! The worm burst from the ground, leaping into the air. The 3 teens froze in terror as they saw its spiky maw getting closer and closer way too quickly. Fortunately, the worm stopped a few feet away from them as gravity finally took effect and forced the worm back to the ground. The teens were flooded with an intense sense of relief, knowing they were finally out of danger, for now. Shoji pulled them to the rooftop, and Shinso unwrapped his capture tool off of them. All right, now let's go find Uraraka, Shinso said. Can you 2 locate her? They both nodded and Shoji made some extra ears, while Gyro started moving her ear jacks around. Meanwhile at the fake park, with Ochako. Crash. Uraraka was thrown through a tree by one of Fu's tendrils. She rolled across the dirt until she stopped when her body smashed into a rock. Ah! Eh! Ochako grunted in pain as she slowly tried to pull herself off the ground. Fu dashed a few feet away from her, giving his opponent a menacing leer. Wow, Fu, you really got a lot stronger since we fought last time. Ochako felt a strange feeling while fighting Fu and Kyoshi. She'd kind of felt bad for him before. The boy was the only one in the group of kids that wanted to be heroes that didn't have a super offensive quirk. Heck, technically speaking, his quirk wasn't good for defense either, since regeneration didn't defend you, rather it just kept you from dying. The poor boy would get tossed around and dismembered and beheaded and even used as a weapon by Kiba a few times. But with Kyoshi, Fu was now a significant threat, and Ochako felt kinda proud, even if he was kicking her ass. Thanks. We may not be as strong, Kiba, but we have a few tricks up our sleeve. Fu raised his arm, and it shape-shifted into a hammer. Sansan taught us this one. Fu raised his hammer arm up, stitching it high into the sky before bringing it down on Ochako. Ochako quickly dashed out of the way as the hammer slammed down onto where she had been standing, breaking the ground it smashed into. Uraraka changed at Fu, with one for all speeding her up. She didn't get too close, however, as 5 tentacles grew out of Fu's back and flew at Ochako. Ochako had to suddenly stop, and then move back as she jumped out of the way of various tentacle swipes. As one of the tentacles jabbed at her, she dodged it and grabbed onto the tentacle, intent on making Fu heavier. But before she could get all 5 fingers on it, the tentacle shifted around in her hand, covering it and keeping all her fingers separated, so her quirk wouldn't activate. Did you think we didn't think about how to deal with that? Fu told her. Kyoshi's black goo spread from Ochako's hand onto her arm. Ochako struggled to try and escape Kyoshi's grip, but even using 7% of one for all didn't help her. More tentacles wrapped around Ochako's body, trapping her in a cocoon of black. This is my win, Uraraka. Fu raised Ochako high in the air. Uraraka. Fu paused and turned to look behind him, and saw Shinso, Shoji, and Gyro running towards him. So you escaped the Grim. Fu shot out more tendrils from his back at the 3 students. All 3 of them managed to jump out of the way, but had to keep running as the tendrils kept chasing them. How long are these things? Shinso shouted as he kept running. Why don't you use your quirk to stop him? Gyro asked her fellow purple-haired classmate. I tried. It didn't work. Shinso told her. Right. Most of Fu's brain functions are dead. So Shinso's quirk doesn't work on him. Ochako thought as she kept struggling inside of Fu's cocoon. And then, much to her surprise, she managed to move her hands around and touched the cocoon with her fingers. Huh! Suddenly all of Fu's tentacles smashed into the ground, as did his body, as gravity suddenly tripled on him. Ochako's cocoon smashed into the ground and was reduced to goo by the impact, freeing her from its hold. What happened? Did he get distracted and lose focus? Ochako speculated, while she quickly pulled herself out of the goop. Uraraka. Ochako looked up and saw her team running towards her. Guys. Uraraka met them halfway, finally reuniting with her teammates. How'd you get away from all the Grim? We used the rooftops. All the Grim moved primarily underground so they couldn't follow us once we got up there. Shoji explained. Nice. Ochako praised, giving her team the thumbs up. But, what so do now? Unlike the other 2, this one seemed to be leading the attack, so we may have to force him to surrender without hurting him. Shoji theorized. I think since this is an exercise, just threatening to hurt him would make him surrender, given that most children would give up under threat of harm. That's not possible. Fu can't be harmed, or even feel pain. His quirk makes it impossible. Ochako explained. Well, it doesn't seem like he can do anything now that you've increased his gravity, Shinso noted. I wouldn't be so sure. The 4 of them looked at Fu, who had retracted his tentacles into themselves and pulled himself off the ground, using sheer strength to resist the increased gravity. He's a lot stronger than he looks. Ochako told them, as they got ready to defend themselves. And faster to so be careful dash. Before she could finish what she was saying, Fu lunged at Gyro, tackling her to the ground. Ah, why are you going after me? Gyro tried to pull Fu off her, but this was to no avail, as the increased gravity made Fu heavier and harder to pull off. Fu raised his fist to punch Gyro in the face, and that's when Gyro raised her earlobes in defense. Rah! Kyoshi roared out in panic, and Fu jumped off of Gyro as quickly as he could and continued to back away from her. Huh? Gyro paused in confusion. What just happened? Shinso asked in equal befuddlement. He seemed frightened of Gyro's earlobes. Shoji pointed out. Come to think of it, when he sent the Grim after us, he focused on Gyro. But if he can't be harmed, so what's he afraid of? Shinso turned to Ochako for answers. I don't know. Izuku never mentioned a weakness to sound, unless Fu isn't weak to sound. But Kyoshi is. Ochako realized. Fu lunged at Ochako, but the girl jumped back to dodge it. Can you guys pin him? Gyro asked her teammates. Uraraka, can't you increase his gravity? Mo. It's tied to how much strength I'm using, and I'm already at my limit. Ochako explained as. Fu kept jumping and swiping at her. Shoji charged at Fu, tackling the boy and then wrapping him up in his arms as they rolled on the ground. In response, spikes grew from Fu's body and stabbed into Shoji. Ugh! Shoji cried out in pain as he released his grip on the boy. Shinso threw out his capture tool at Fu, but the boy just ducked out of the way. He's still too fast. Shinso said. If I could wrap him up, then we might be able to win. Ochako looked at Shinso's capture tool and then at Fu, and she got an idea. With enhanced speed, Uraraka charged forward and two of the ends of Shinso's capture tool. She ran at Fu, and Fu lunged at her. Ochako jumped over Fu and wrapped his body up in the tool. Fu tried to use his strength to get it off of him, but found that his bindings were surprisingly durable. Ochako ran around Fu, continuing to wrap him up in the capture tool until the boy was completely restrained. Ua! Ra! Fu tried to use Kyos's shape-shifting to make a tentacle or something to help him escape, but the moment the tentacle got more than a foot away from his body, it splattered against the ground due to the increased gravity. Gyro quickly ran over and pointed one of her speakers at Fu's face. Give up or so help me I will blast you. Fu stopped moving for a while, and after a few seconds, Kyoshi retreated back inside of him. We surrender. Queen of Eternal Darkness. So, I think I know where the kid is. Kirishima commented. Nezu had actually had Team D wait a bit, so they could change the fake city a bit. Firstly, they had shifted it into night mode, covering the city in a dome that gave off some fake moonlight. The only other light sources were the street lights that were littered about the city. However, the most notable change was the enormous castle that took the place of a few buildings. It looked to be made mostly of cement, meaning that Cementos was most likely used to make it so quickly. Still, it didn't make it very hard to figure out where the kid they were supposed to find was. Right, they are most likely inside the castle, Tokoyami said. Although given how our other classmates' trials have been, I have little doubt that it's a trap. I'll go ahead. Any surprise attacks I'll have to go through me. Kirishima hardened his arms and brought his fist together. No arguments there. Toru gave him a thumbs up, not that anyone could see it, as she was without her gloves. With that decided, Kirishima went out in front, with Tokoyami and Toru following behind, and Ojiro guarding the rear. Back in the observation room. So a castle, Siro remarked, a little taken aback that they made a whole freaking castle. Just for this kid. Yeah, she's a bit overdramatic. Izuku sighed, although there was a hint of a smile on his face. Oh, is it Kiba? Is it finally time for Kiba? Mina asked very eagerly, representing more than half of my readers. Well, yeah, it's her. Izuku sheepishly admitted. Unlike the others, she was very involved in the process of making this exercise. Of course, we had to refuse a lot of her requests, because a lot of them were unrealistic. But the exercise still has a lot of Kiba to it. Yeah. Mina cheered. They are not meeting much resistance. Todoroki pointed out as he watched his four classmates travel towards the castle. I expected more of those grim monsters. Maybe they'll be there when they try and enter the castle. Soto theorized. No. Izuku shook his head. Kiba has something different planned. I think it'd be better if you just watched. A few minutes later, with Team D. As Team D reached the entrance of the castle, they found Kiba waiting for them, standing up on a balcony over the gate. Kiba was wearing a very elegant black dress, with long black gloves and black dress shoes, as well as a golden crown with large red rubies, and her hair was styled up in fancy drills. Welcome, heroes, Kiba said in a very smug tone, her face reflecting her confidence as she literally looked down on the students. To your demise. I am Kiba Midoriya, Queen of Eternal Darkness, the rightful ruler of all that lives and breathes, and the one destined to inherit the earth. This got various reactions. Tokoyami went silent as he got bad middle school flashbacks. Wow, this is a lot. Ojiro thought. Is this part of the exercise? What's going on? Kirishima wondered in confusion. Toru on the other hand. Eee. Toru squealed. It's Kiba. Ah, I love her. Look at her. Look at how cute she is in her cute little dress. Eee. Everyone was taken aback by the invisible girl's sudden outburst. Most of all Kiba, mostly, because she didn't know she was there. So this is the streamer you were so excited about. Yeah, that makes sense, Ojiro said, taking a good look at Kiba. This is the exact kind of person the internet would enjoy. Well, she sure is cute, Kirishima admitted. The cutest. Toru gushed. Ahem. Kiba fake coughed into her fist to pull the attention back to her. I see my reputation precedes me. To think even someone in the hero's party would admire me so. Well, we will touch back upon that later. For now, I must test you to see if you are worth my time. Now, come, Nukkalevi. What? Said all four of the students at once. Then, from inside the castle, they heard a clopping sound. Like a big horse was coming. Towards them, very quickly. What kind of name is Dash? Before Ojiro could finish he was cut off. Rahe! Ah! A blood-curling, ear-piercing scream ripped through the air, forcing the students to clutch. Their heads in, coving their ear hoping to stop the noise from reaching them. Through the gates exited another huge grim. This one being far more horrifying than anything else they'd seen up until this point. Its bottom half was a huge grim horse that looked rather normal for a grim, with the exception of its rib cage poking out of its chest, and its red eye glowing slightly brighter and more menacingly than the other grim. The particularly horrifying part was the rider, which was physically attached to the house by its torso. Its body was skinny, with its rib cage poking out in the same way as the horse, and jagged spiny bones came out of its spine. Its mouth didn't seem to be able to fully open, as the black parts of its lower mouth seemed to be stuck to the bony white part of its upper mouth, as if its teeth had dug into its gums and were pulling it upwards, as its mouth emitted a strange hellish glow that could also be seen in its eyes. To make it even more demon-like was its mask featuring two long horns at the top of his head and its long disproportionate, skinny arms, which went all the way down to the ground, and at the end of them, instead of hands, were two things that were somewhere between claws and fingers. In summary, it looked like the horseman of death had come and was physically attached to the horse. The four students stood absolutely still, paralyzed in shock and horror. Back in the observation room. What the actual fuck? Kaminari blurted out. Language. Ida managed to pull himself together quick enough to scold his classmate, but his eyes were still glued to the screen. Hey Midori, have you ever considered getting these kids to a therapist? Mina asked Izuku, trying to look away from the screen as much as possible. Constantly, Izuku admitted. I'm honestly kinda ashamed of myself for not having them all on regular appointments. It's just hard to find people you trust with your kids. Don't you have other employees you trust with your kids? Todoroki asked. Well, why you see? Izuku was sweating a bit, looking away from the class as his face turned red. Momo's eyes went wide. Wait a minute, are you saying Dash that you still haven't hired any other employees? Ochiko gave Izuku a stern look, making him sweat even more. Wait, what? Jiro asked. Once again the class was treated to yet another shock when they all suddenly realized that Izuku was taking care of all these terribly dangerous children by himself. Suddenly a few of them, such as Todoroki, Shinso, and Momo, had noticed a few things about Izuku they didn't before, such as the bags around his eyes and his overly tired posture, as if he was running on nothing but coffee and determination. I mean, I've been looking at applicants. Izuku swiftly defended himself. It's just, like I said, it's hard to find people to look after your kids. I've heard horror stories about babysitters or people running orphanages who abused and mistreated the children, and the kids have already been through so much. But if you keep this up, you're gonna work yourself into the ground. Ochiko scolded. How much did you even sleep last night? Oh, well, you know, a while, Izuku answered without answering, making Ochako glare harder. Do you have some kind of quirk that helps with exhaustion? Mina asked him. This only made Izuku sweat even harder. Yuha. See, can we not talk about Dash? Shitty Deku doesn't have a fucking quirk. Oh no, Izuku muttered. Into the observation room walked Katsuki Bakugo, still in a few cast as Recovery Girl was. Unable to heal all the broken bones Kai had given him. He was exhausted and his body still ached, but that didn't stop him from limping his way here and glaring at Izuku like he took his entire existence as a personal insult. Which he did. Deku's quirkless. Bakugo backed. Which is why he's been hiding from me for months. Most of the class gave Izuku surprised looks, receiving yet another shock in only a short while. Izuku, however, switched from nervous to exasperated. Kakin. I haven't been hiding from you, I just moved. Where? Bakugo shouted at him. Izuku sighed and shook his head. Kakin. We'll have this conversation later. Like hell, you get to tell me what to do. Bakugo limped towards him, but Ochako stood in his way. Get the fuck out of the way, round face. Try and make me. Ochako dared him in a deadly serious tone. You won't get far in those casts. You look like you're about to tip over. Jiara. Bakugo opened his mouth to let out some more curses and threats, but someone far more threatening spoke first. Katsuki Bakugo. Everyone froze when Nezu spoke up. His tone was as calm as ever, but there was an underlying threat lacing his words that sent shivers up Bakugo's spine. Need I remind you that you are on exceedingly thin ice? Acting so impolite to our guest is an offense, worthy of detention at least. TCH. Bakugo held back his tongue. He was absolutely pissed, but he knew that saying literally anything right now wouldn't help him. Not with someone like Nezu. And I doubt Recovery Girl cleared you to leave the medical wing either. Meaning that not only did you threaten our guest, you disobeyed one of our staff to do so. Nezu deduced. And what's worse is that the guest you threatened is a high-ranking government associate, and the head of the government Q.R. branch. Wait, what the fuck? Katsuki was taken off guard by that, looking at Izuku with a mix of anger and shock. Deku, what the fuck have you been up to? I will explain later, it's a long story. Izuku sighed. For now you should go back to Recovery Girl's office. I will tell you about it later. I promise. Bakugo wanted to shout at him. Tell him that he can't tell him what to do. But he could feel Nezu's gaze, warning him that if he did anything funny, he'd pay for it dearly. Yes, I think that would be for the best. Nezu agreed. And I think it would be best if you did this, now. If looks could kill, Izuku would have died a long time ago, but right now, he would have been atomized. But that was all he could do. Give Izuku an enraged look, and eventually, turn away and leave towards Recovery Girl's office. After that, there was a prolonged period of silence as the class took in this new information, while Izuku prepared himself for the worst. So, quirkless hair. Man, that sucks. Kaminari said. Izuku was a bit shocked, but even more so when Gyro stabbed him with one of her jacks. What the hell was that for? Kaminari rubbed his arm where Gyro had stabbed him. For being an insensitive idiot. Gyro hissed at him. While I doubt you had any harmful intent, your words could be taken offensively. Kaminari, Shoji explained. It could be taken as you looking down on him. What? Oh shit, I'm so sorry, man. Kaminari swiftly apologized. No, it's fine. Izuku reassured him flusteredly. You're right, it does suck, a lot. More than you can imagine, Ochako muttered bitterly. And that explains the trust issues. Shinso now saw Izuku in a whole new light. Quirk. Discrimination. I thought the whole thing with Bakugo was the reason, but that was just a small part of something a lot worse, wasn't it? Is quirk discrimination really bad around here? Mina asked, with a very concerned and worried expression on her face. Wait, does that mean Bakugo is quirkist? Siro asked. I mean, I don't know. Soto asked before looking at Izuku curiously. Is he? If he is, then it's appalling that UA allowed him in despite this. Todoroki looked at Izuku. How bad did he treat you because you were quirkless? Or was there another reason? Izuku didn't quite know what to say, and he was looking increasingly uncomfortable, with all the attention pointed at him, because of his quirklessness. Fortunately, this was very different from the past. Enough. Ida suddenly shouted, causing almost everyone to jump. That detail was obviously something Midoriya was trying to hide, and something that clearly makes him uncomfortable. He is an honored guest at UA, and we should desist in asking about such things for the time being. We are mostly a bunch of strangers to him. I really don't know why you'd think he'd want to open up to us. Asui reminded everyone. Yeah, guys, come on, give him some space. Ochako said, getting between Izuku and everyone else. Thank you. Izuku's face turned red, embarrassed at needing to hide behind his friends from something that ultimately, in his opinion, he should have been able to handle. Right. I guess the last thing I'd want to do is talk about my discrimination issues with a bunch of people I met less than 2 hours ago. Shinso chided himself. The purple-haired teen now had a keen interest in whatever the hell Izuku's story was, partially out of curiosity, and partially because he wanted to know how much he should hate Bakugo. Putting Midoriya's condition, is it okay to call it that? Momo wasn't really sure how to handle this situation, and she was very afraid of being labeled a quirkist or worse, subconsciously being a quirkist. It really doesn't matter, that's one of the nicer things people have called it anyway, Izuku explained. Well, not to sound dismissive, but putting that aside, would you like to explain the part where Nezu said you were in charge of the QR branch? Momo asked. It had taken a while for her to get over that particular fact. It just didn't make any sense to her. Not only should one person not be doing that much work, but he was 15. Since when could 15-year-olds be government agents, let alone run a branch of the government? Yeah, what's that about? Ochako had, in her rage at Bakugo, completely missed that part the first time and was now left wondering what her friend had gotten himself into now. That was not necessarily true. While I do hold influence over the QR branch, and I have power and responsibilities aligned with them, I am not technically in charge. Izuku explained. This was true. While the quirk removal branch would do basically anything he said, considering that he could put an end to the whole branch at any time, that was only in practice, as on paper the government was still fully in charge of that branch, and that branch now had its own leaders and officials. This might be a stupid question, but what's the QR branch? Kaminari asked. I don't know what it is either. Zero admitted. Looking around, it was easy to tell that most of the class seemed to not know what it was either. Really? None of you have heard about it? Momo looked at her entire class in shock. I suppose the news has only started to spread recently, but I had expected at least a few of you to know. It stands for Quirk Removal Branch, Nezu explained. This time the entire class was in shock, and it showed. Wait, quirk removals? Like getting rid of quirks? Zero's eyes were wide and his jaw was hanging, and this expression was shared by a large chunk of the class. Why yes, Izuku admitted, before quickly explaining himself. The QR branch is focused on removing quirks from level 2 OPCs, and only ones I think should have their quirks removed. But how? Why? What even dash? Momo really couldn't wrap her head around a single teenager being in charge of such an important function that could change so many people's lives. How does one even erase a quirk? Todoroki asked. And what are the criteria for it? Shinso asked. Well, I can't tell you how it happens, but as for the criteria, typically, only people with quirks that are too dangerous to be allowed to exist in society. Izuku tried to think of the best example. For example, there was a boy who had a roulette quirk. Every 24 hours, his quirk would change from one thing to the next. This caused a lot of different problems, as no one could adapt to his quirk since it kept changing. Most of the time this would only lead to minor injuries and small-scale property damage. However, some of his quirks were so dangerous that they would lead to mass death and destruction. And so eventually DOC had to take him in and contain him. And since there was nothing they could do to contain his quirk, the only options he had would either be to stay locked up forever or have his quirk be removed. Todoroki summarized. That sucks. Mina cried. Being locked away because you were born with a dangerous quirk. How horrible. Momo said. Izuku. Ochako, unlike the others, was more concerned for her friend. After all, she knew, having to decide the fates of people's lives must weigh heavily on him. Unfortunately, there is little choice for anyone in the matter. Nezu spoke up. If the people with these quirks were to be released, then they would cause casualties eventually, whether they wanted to or not. Their quirks are simply too uncontrollable. And so these are the only two real options. It is truly horrible for these people and their families, but there is little choice otherwise. The class went silent, a feeling of frustration brewing inside most of them. Frustration at the misfortune of these innocent people, who they could do nothing to help. Of course, removing quirks is only a last resort, Izuku reassured them. DOC will try first and foremost to find ways for these children to live with their quirks, rather than simply just taking them away. At least they will, so long as I'm deciding who gets their quirks erased. I imagine that the government has been trying to expand the scope of this branch. Nezu asked him. Yeah, but taking away someone's quirk is a serious matter. One that shouldn't be treated as a first or even second option. Izuku explained. It's condemning them to a life of hardships. The class once again went silent, as they had to fully take in what Izuku had said. Well, I believe that's enough sidetracking. It looks like the battle with that monster is about to end, Nezu said, turning everyone's attention back to the exercise. A few minutes ago, with Team D. Ra. The monster, because I'm not gonna write out its name every time, let out another ear-piercing scream as it charged towards them. Ua! Dark Shadow. Tokoyami covered his ears and called out for Dark Shadow to attack. The sentient quirk, which had been suppressed since the exercise started, burst out of his cloak to confront the charging Grim. Dark Shadow was quite big due to the lack of light, about the size of the creature's torso, and so when the two met, Dark Shadow was able to tackle the monster's chest, but while this did stun the rider a bit, it didn't manage to stop the horse from charging towards them. I got this. Kirishima activated his quirk, hardening his arms and running towards the monster. Kirishima grabbed the horse's legs mid-charge and tried to hold it back, but whenever the horse would pick up its feet, it was taking Kirishima with it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The horse did stop its charge, but only so that way it could flail around to try and throw Kirishima off its leg. Meanwhile, Dark Shadow was busy attacking the monster's head, clawing at its head and making some scratches in its mask. The Knuckleavi grabbed into Dark Shadow's face and then started pushing it away. However, much to everyone's surprise, its arms extended, pushing Dark Shadow a couple dozen feet in the air, before rotating its body and swinging Dark Shadow around, and then slammed it into the ground. Everyone close your eyes, Toru shouted. Knowing what was coming, everyone closed their eyes. Say cheese. Toru unleashed a massive flash of light that blinded the horse and the rider. Rah! The creature stumbled back. The rider covered its eyes with its hands while the horse just started bucking around while blinded. Ojiro took this time to jump up to the horse's head, using his tail to boost himself up before hitting the head with his tail. This didn't do much damage, but it did further stun the horse, causing it to stumble. Dark Shadow. Its legs. Tokoyami commanded. Dark Shadow rose up and charged at its legs, tripping it up and causing the horse to fall. Now, for its head. Tokoyami allowed Dark Shadow to grow a bit larger, and the sentient quirk went right towards the rider's head. The monster stretched one of its arms at Dark Shadow to protect itself, but then Ojiro jumped up and smacked the arm away. It was about to use its other arm to try again, but Kirishima held it back. Not today. Dark Shadow reached its head, opened its massive beak, and bit its head off. At that moment, the creature stopped moving and slumped over. A few seconds later, it started to evaporate, and eventually, it turned into nothing but black smoke. Tokoyami watched as the monster disappeared and forced Dark Shadow back to his side, repressing his emotions enough to shrink him. Yeah, all right. Toru cheered, throwing up her hands in celebration, not that anyone could see it. I thought that would be a lot harder. It probably would have been if it wasn't for Dark Shadow. Ojiro pointed out, taking a moment to breathe. Yeah, that was awesome, man. Kirishima praised his classmate. You two are manly as hell. HMPH. A simple matter. You all also performed well. Tokoyami said simply. Now, let us confront the child. Hey Hagakyu, you said you've watched this kid on YouTube, right? Kirishima asked, looking around since he couldn't see her. That's right. Toru had a huge smile on her face, not that anyone could see it. She is so cute. The way she acts like a little queen. And when she messes up or makes a mistake she stutters and tries to fix it. It's just so cuute. Alright, but what about her quirk? Ojiro asked. Oh, it's some kind of enhancement quirk, Toru revealed. She's super strong and fast and tough. And she keeps calling herself a vampire, so she probably has to drink blood. Maybe it's like Soto's quirk but with blood instead of sugar. Kirishima speculated. In that case, it would be best if Kirishima once again took the lead, Tokoyami told them. Sure, more than happy to take a hit for my friends. Kirishima gave him the thumbs up, 'cause that's how a real man does it. With that decided, they all stumped the castle. When they got inside they found the castle was rather plain, lacking any color or decorations, which was to be expected given how quickly it was made. It was also very narrow and small. The hallway they were running through didn't lead anywhere but in front of them, and it didn't seem like there were any other rooms either. The truth was the castle was mostly just cement with a hallway and throne room with no other rooms. When they finally reached the throne room, they were greeted with the sight of Kiba, sitting on a cement throne. It seemed that while they had been fighting the Grim, Kiba had gone for a change of clothes. Now she was wearing what looked like blood-red armor, as well as her usual cloak. She was also holding a wine glass, with some blood in it. Oh my god, look at her little armor. Toru squealed. Who made that? Kirishima wondered. Heroes. Kiba addressed them, while not looking away from her wine glass. I see you have defeated my Nukkalevi. There's got to be a better name for that, Ojiro muttered. Kiba stood up, off her throne, and turned away from them. Do you truly understand why I must rule this world? Are we supposed to answer that or dash? Kirishima couldn't get out any more words as an invisible hand covered his mouth. Shush, she's gonna start monologuing. Toru whispered. You privileged few, born with abilities that fit the taste of the public, would never understand the struggles of my brothers and sisters. Kiba continued. Little did they know the reason she had turned away was because she had written a script and was currently reading from it. When my father found me, I was cast aside, thrown into the gutter by the despicable people that had been given the honor of birthing me. Despite my beauty, despite my grace, despite my power, despite my perfection, in their eyes, my quirk made me nothing but a parasite. A blood-sucking leech is what they called me. Is this real? Is this an act? What is happening? Ojiro was not prepared for a full monologue when he went to heroics class today. This is going to go on for quite some time, isn't it? Tokoyami cringed. He knew better than anyone that these kinds of speeches were not short, because there was a time when he once gave them. For someone such as myself to be treated like gutter trash proves that this wood is wrong, that it is unjust. Kiba's acting was hammy, as usual, but it was what one would expect from a child, and her exaggerated hand motions made it all the more entertaining. And so I who am perfect, I whose power sits above all things, I whose gaze looks down upon all, I Kiba, shall be the one to correct these imperfections. Back in the observation room. Wow, she is really going on for a while, Kaminari pointed out, while Kiba was still talking. She has some impressive grammar for her age. Momo praised the young girl. Well, she did read an entire dictionary, Izuku explained. Why? Kaminari asked, his face showing pure confusion. I haven't read through a dictionary. We could tell, Jiro smirked. How long does she intend to keep talking? Shinso asked. Well, the script she wrote was 20 pages, so this might take a bit. Izuku sighed. She wrote a script. Ochiko had an amused smile on her face, as she had to try and keep herself from laughing. What am I saying? Of course she had a script. She worked on it, for hours. Izuku remembered seeing his daughter furiously writing and editing her work, with several dictionaries and thesaurus littered around her. She had worked so hard on it that he didn't have the heart to tell her to make it shorter. Although he did feel bad for having to put everyone through 20 pages of monologuing. At least the invisible girl seemed to be enjoying it. Not that he could really tell. She is still going. Todoroki honestly was surprised she hadn't run out of breath. How long has this been going on? Roughly 7 minutes, Nezu said. Well, at least she's giving them time to recover after the fight with that monster, Momo said, trying to look on the positive side. She honestly did find the girl quite cute and she could see where her popularity came from. Heck, she'd probably check out one of her videos after this was all over. I don't get why you guys are complaining. Look at her. Look at that smug little face. Mina giggled. That's gonna stop being cute when she grows up, Shinso said. No, she's still gonna be cute in the future, Mineta said. I can tell. I'm going to assume that was a compliment. And nothing else. Izuku said, his tone alerting the boy that this was a warning. Yeah, of course. Mineta was quick to say, sweating a bit. The last person he wanted to piss off was the person in charge of deciding who got their quirks removed. Well, I doubt she could go on for much longer, Shoji said. With Team D, 15 minutes later. And so that is why I ask you, will you join me? Or be destroyed? Kiba finally finished her monologue and dramatically pointed towards the students. Yes, my queen. Toru replied. No, she won't, Tokurami said. Kiba looked at the other two, only to find that they had fallen asleep. Hey! Ha! Kirishima and Ojiro jolted awake. Did you two fall asleep? Kiba was livid. I spent hours preparing that speech. And you two fell asleep. Ah, sorry. Kirishima quickly apologized. You went on for a while so. You have 5 seconds to harden yourself before I turn you into a red smear on the walls. Floor, and your friends, Kiba said in a dead serious voice as she dramatically threw off her cloak. Hey wait Kirishima didn't get any more words out before Kiba dashed over to him at speeds he couldn't react to and punched in his hardened stomach. Aha! Kirishima was immediately sent flying through the concrete walls, far away from his friends. Everyone took a step back, not expecting such speed and power from someone of her size. Even Toru hadn't expected that. Kiba gave Ojiro a nasty glare. You're next. Oh shit. Ojiro never saw himself being so afraid of a 7-year-old, but after seeing one of his toughest classmates being knocked away like a baseball, he was more than a bit intimidated. Tokoyami unleashed Dark Shadow, who was doubled in size and let him stand guard in front of Ojiro. Kiba was not deterred in the least however and simply ran up to Dark Shadow and uppercut him in the beak, sending him flying through the roof. Tokoyami could feel Dark Shadow's cord tugging at him, and he was almost lifted off the ground because of how high Dark Shadow was sent. I'm sorry my lady. Please forgive me. Toru unleashed another flash of light. Ka! Kiba hissed and covered her eyes. The sun. Run! Tokoyami commanded after Dark Shadow returned to him. The three immediately turned tail and ran for the exit while Kiba still recovered from Toru's attack. When they reached the hall, Dark Shadow took a moment to cave in part of the roof, blocking off access to the throne room. That won't hold her long. She's strong. Really strong. Dark Shadow warned them, as he caved in more of the roof to try and block Kiba's path. And fast. She was so fast. Toru always wanted to meet Kiba, and when she realized that she was gonna be the one to face her, she was excited. And now she was remembering that Kiba was gonna be the one kicking her ass. So now she was a little less excited, a little more scared out of her mind. They felt the castle shake, and the sound of something being destroyed behind them signified that Kiba had recovered and was breaking through their barriers. And so they ran, just a bit faster. When they reached the outside, they found Kirishima, whose lower half was still stuck in the side of the wall. Kirishima. Toru ran over to her classmate, who looked to be in a daze. Hey, Toru, why are there 5 of you? Kirishima asked deliriously. Dark Shadow pulled Kirishima out of the wall and set him down gently. They could see the imprint of Kiba's fist on his hardened abs, as well as various cracks around it. Ojiro wanted to ask if his classmate was all right, but he was a bit distracted by the hole in the wall, showing that Kiba had punched him through many feet of concrete. Ah, man, she punches hard. Kirishima groaned after regaining his senses. Thwoom. Well, unless we want to be punched next, we gotta figure something out. Toru pointed out. Do you think there might be some kind of win conditions like the other ones? Kirishima asked. I don't think so. The win conditions were pretty obvious. I think we just need to subdue her. Ojiro looked at the hole once more, realizing what he just said would entail. So we have to subdue a girl that can punch someone through a dozen feet of concrete and moves faster than we can see, while also not attacking her. Toru summarized. No one could see her expression, but they could tell she was probably terrified by the tone of her voice. That seems to be our only option. Tokoyami agreed, a nervous sweat going down his beak. Throom. The rubble over the exit was broken, and out came a very cross Kiba. You know, I had expected many things from the mighty warriors of UA. Running away was not one of them. Kiba growled at them, baring her fangs in a way that would have been cute if she didn't just punch through a concrete barrier. Dark Shadow. Restrain her. Tokoyami let Dark Shadow grow to the biggest size he could, get which still allowed Tokoyami to control him. Dark Shadow charged at Kiba and tried to grab her, but despite being more than quadruple her size, Kiba just backhanded it away. However, Dark Shadow only was knocked a few feet away and quickly shook off the blow, before charging at her again. TCH, persistent little shadow. Kiba dashed towards Dark Shadow and proceeded to drop. Kick the blackbird. Begone. This time Dark Shadow got sent significantly further, being sent over a dozen feet away, before digging his claws into the ground to stop himself. However, with Dark Shadow so far away, Kiba had a free shot at the students. Perhaps if the shadow will not yield, then I should destroy the one who casts it. Kiba glared at Tokoyami with murderous intent. You'll have to get through me first. Kirishima stood in front of Tokoyami and activated his quirk, hardening his chest and arms. Kiba immediately ran over to him, grabbed his leg with both hands, before picking him up, and swinging him like a mace, batting Tokoyami away. Hey, wait a minute. Kirishima struggled, but Kiba had a death grip on his leg, and he couldn't do much without accidentally hitting Kiba, not that it would have helped if he could. Dark Shadow came back and tried to get Kirishima away from her, but she just hit him with Kirishima too, landing repeated hits with a hardening weapon, keeping the shadow at bay. Gah! Harden your head. Kiba ordered her hostage weapon. Hey! Kirishima didn't have time to ask questions, as Kiba suddenly jumped up, and when she came back down he saw what she was going to do, and had no choice but to oblige. Kiba slammed Kirishima's face down on Dark Shadow's head as hard as she could. Dark Shadow was smashed into the ground, its head getting stuck for a moment. Why I? Kirishima was seeing stars, and he now finally understood what it was like to be Kaminari after using his quirk. Toru, we could use another flash. Ojiro shouted out to his invisible teammate. KK, Seiga. Before Toru could attack, Kiba threw Kirishima at her, hitting her in the torso and causing both her and Kirishima to go flying away through a nearby tree and out of sight. I will not allow her vile light to shine once more. Kiba shouted. Meanwhile, Dark Shadow pulled itself out of the ground and came at Kiba from behind, finally grabbing her with both arms and holding her in the air. Cursed Shadow, you will fade into the darkness. Kiba shouted as she struggled to try and get out of Dark Shadow's embrace. Dark Shadow was having a hard time keeping hold of her, as she was still stronger than him. He needed more power. And then he had an idea. You know, you remind me a lot of Fumikage when he was little. Dark Shadow told her. Dark Shadow, cease. Tokoyami ordered, a small blush of embarrassment adorning his face. He used to wear a cape and some gold plastic armor. Dark Shadow continued. Dark Shadow. Tokoyami could feel his embarrassment grow, and he called himself the Black Guardian of the Shadow Plains. Dark Shadow was cracking up as he recalled those memories. Ojiro gave his now thoroughly embarrassed classmate a look. Black Guardian of the Shadow Plains. I think just the Black Guardian would have worked. Enough. Tokoyami shouted in pure outrage. Dark Shadow could feel it. The pain, the embarrassment, the sheer feeling of regret. All that, combined with the stress of the exercise, and Tokoyami's already loosening control of him, made Dark Shadow get bigger and bigger. And then his eyes turned red. Oh no. Tokoyami realized too late what had happened, and all he could do was look on in horror as his quirk went out of control. Row. Dark Shadow now towered over everyone, with Kiba still in his hands. He raised his arms up and slammed Kiba into the ground. The ground cracked from the impact, and Kiba was left flat on her back, staring up at the monster that loomed over her. No. Ojiro and Tokoyami shouted, thinking they had failed the exercise. Kiba pulled herself up, rubbing the dust off her armor. Then she dashed away to avoid a slam from the enraged Dark Shadow. Kiba looked up at the pure black monster in front of her and smirked. Finally, a worthy opponent. Our battle will be legendary. Rah! Dark Shadow unleashed another attack, bringing his claw down on Kiba. In response, when the fist was in range, Kiba unleashed her own attack, punching the claw. When the two attacks collided, it sent waves of wind washing over the surrounding area, which made Ojiro and Tokoyami cover their eyes as the sheer force of it almost knocked them over. Dark Shadow and Kiba struggled in a test of strength. However, Kiba was surprised to find that she was actually being pushed back. She dug her feet into the pavement. However, this did very little to help as she was still getting pushed. Gah! Kiba grit her teeth as she felt the sheer power of Dark Shadow coming down on her arm. The pain coursing through her body grew greater as she grew weaker and weaker. The more she used her strength, the more she used it up. Am I being overpowered? No. I just need more blood. Kiba jumped back, away from Dark Shadow, and quickly set her sights on Ojiro. He'll do. Kiba lunged at Ojiro, with her teeth bared, and tackled the tailed student to the ground. Ojiro could do nothing but look on in terror, as Kiba's fangs came closer to his neck. And then a flash of light washed over everyone. Ka! Kiba hissed as she covered her eyes. Not again. Ra! Dark Shadow also covered itself, moving away from the light, and losing a few centimeters of size. While Kiba was stunned, Kirishima ran up and grabbed her with his hardened arm and chest. Are you guys okay? Toru ran up to Ojiro and helped him off the ground. Yeah, but we hit her, Ojiro pointed out. But it doesn't seem like the exercise has ended, Tokoyami noted. Perhaps the order not to harm her was yet another logical ruse. Congratulations, you figured it out, Kiba confirmed, before kicking Kirishima in the abs with the back of her foot. Now perish. Ugh. Kirishima dropped Kiba as he recoiled in pain. A small crack appeared in his hardening. Ra! Dark Shadow charged at them, coming right at Kiba and Kirishima. Ojiro pushed Kirishima out of the way by hitting him with his tail, before moving out of the way himself. Kiba rushed at the oncoming Dark Shadow and jumped up to punch the sentient quirk in the face. Dark Shadow recoiled from the impact of the punch, but quickly shook it off and retaliated with a swipe of his claw. Ah! This time Kiba was the one sent flying back, her body digging into the ground, and the force of the blow pushed her back over a dozen feet. Rah! Meanwhile, in the observation room, I don't understand. Ida shouted out to the principal. They are currently harming the child. The exercise should have ended. Ah, well, you see, it was a logical ruse. Nezu cackled when he saw the shocked looks on the students' faces. You should be familiar with them by now. Wait. So we were allowed to harm the children. Momo couldn't believe what she was hearing. Surely such a thing couldn't be allowed at a hero school. You can't be serious. Mina added. Actually, that makes sense, Ochiko said after thinking about it for a moment. Everyone but Nezu and Izuku gave her questioning looks, urging her to explain herself. These kids aren't fragile. It's not like we could do serious damage to them by accident with our quirks. Even Bakugo couldn't do serious damage to Kai by accident. I know. I fought them. Ochiko remembered that time she fought Fu, Kiba, Kai, and Sansan all at once. She shuddered at the memory. Never again. At first I thought I'd have to go easy on them, but that didn't end well for me. Let us have this discussion once everyone is present, Nezu instructed them. But rest assured that Mr. Midoriya would not have allowed this if he believed you all could hurt his children any more than they hurt each other on a daily basis. Izuku nodded. These kids all want to become heroes, so they spar with each other on an almost daily basis. There are some times when I have to step in to keep them from doing serious damage to each other. I know what they are capable of, and I believe they can handle this, and if not, they can always surrender. On the screen, they watched as Dark Shadow beat Kiba, as the vampire girl tried in vain to fight back. After a few minutes, it was clear to see that the fight was over. I think it's time we brought this to a close, Nezu said, looking over his control panel. Back with Team D. Suddenly, the dome that was being used to simulate nighttime started to open up, allowing sunlight to fill the false city. Rah! Rah! Dark Shadow stopped beating Kiba into a crater and started roaring out in outrage. As more and more light flooded into the city, Dark Shadow grew smaller and smaller until his red eyes turned yellow and he was back to normal. Is it over? Kirishima asked no one in particular. That is correct, Mr. Kirishima. Team D has succeeded, Nezu said over the loudspeaker. What? Kiba, who was still conscious just a little scuffed up, pulled herself out of the hole. Dark Shadow had pounded her in and looked absolutely outraged. I can still fight. Kiba had pulled herself to her feet too fast, and the stinging pain that coursed through her sent her right back down to her knees. Kiba, that's enough, Izuku said over the loudspeaker, his voice firm and leaving no room for argument. Kiba pouted but made no further protest. A few minutes later in the observation room, after a quick trip to Recovery Girl for Kirishima and Toru, everyone was back in the observation room. Now, as you have noticed, the rule in which you were not allowed to harm the children was a lie, Nezu explained with complete nonchalance while sipping his tea. You might be wondering why this is, and why, if this is the case, did I lie about it in the first place? Yes, I must admit I am very disappointed with the amount of deceit being done by our educators. Ida huffed. But there is a reason for that lie. An important one. However, first, let me explain why you are allowed to attack the children at all. Nezu said. Firstly, as you've all determined, these children are quite strong. That's a massive understatement, thought pretty much everyone in the class. To be perfectly honest, harming these children is not something you could easily accomplish. And two of these children most of you have no way of harming at all. Nezu continued. It would take both a conscious effort on your parts and a lot of neglect on our parts for one of these children to get seriously injured. I don't believe even Mr. Bakugo would seriously injure a child, nor does he have the power to do so accidentally. Yeah, but is it really okay to hit kids? Gyro asked sheepishly. A lot of the class still seemed unsure about the prospect of attacking children, which was understandable. Surprisingly enough, it was Izuku that spoke next. While I definitely don't condone attacking children in almost any situation, there are unfortunate situations where that is the best course of action, Izuku said with a heavy heart. I don't like to think about it this way, but let's look at Kai's scenario. In that scenario, a villain forced Kai to go on a rampage. However, that test was simplified for the sake of this exercise. If the villain that controlled Kai was smart, he wouldn't be on top of a roof with the hostage right next to him. In all likelihood, it would take much, much longer to find them. And in that time, if the heroes didn't take him down, Kai would have destroyed the entire city and killed countless people. The reality of the situation hit the class hard. They had been fighting in a fake city, with fake buildings and no other people. If this were real, then there would have been real people on those streets that Kai walked on, and in those buildings he crushed. Those would have been real people's homes that got destroyed because of him. And the aftermath wouldn't be much better. Izuku continued. Of course there are the thousands or tens of thousands of lives he would have either ended or ruined, but even Kai's life would have taken a bad turn. Even if he got his parents back, the guilt he'd feel for what he did would leave mental scars that would last for the rest of his life. And he'd never be able to show his face anywhere again. He'd be treated like a monster by pretty much everyone, even if they knew his family was being taken hostage. His life would have been over before it really began. There was an underlying sadness in Izuku's voice, as if he wasn't just talking about the simulation, as if he had known stories similar to this, that wasn't fake, and that made everything he said all the more mortifying. And that leads into why I lied. Nezu jumped back in, although his tone was less cheery than before. Because what I said, don't attack the children, is what you will hear from the people in charge, such as the Hero Public Safety Committee. However, while I do not condone frequently ignoring people with authority or your superiors, most of the people telling you this are not pro-heroes. They are not on the field, and they don't know what it's like to be in your situation, and as such sometimes fulfilling those orders is either impossible or not worth the cost. Is it ideal to not attack children? Yes, absolutely. Is it always possible? Unfortunately, no. And in those situations, you will have to go against what you've been told. These are the hard decisions one will have to make as a pro-hero. This was the difference between Aizawa and Nezu. Aizawa would crush his students' spirits with harsh words, intimidation tactics, and threatening expulsions. Nezu was far more cruel. He would crush their spirits with the three worst enemies of man: truth, logic, and reality. To say the mood was low would be the understatement of the century. The mood went straight to hell, and it was clear everyone was deep in thought, taking Nezu's words very seriously. I'll have to hurt kids. That's awful. But if I don't, I might just ruin their life. Mina thought about the scenario of having to choose between spraying a child with acid or condemning them for life. It made her stomach turn. Shinso thought about his own life. He had been targeted because people were afraid that he could use his quirk on them. There would be no telling how bad it would have been, had he actually done something to someone with it, let alone if he had done something as terrible as murder. Even if it was an accident or if he was forced, he would never hear the end of it. Ochako felt like she had just increased her own gravity, or that she just overused her quirk. Part of her had wondered if one day she would be the one to give Izuku a child, not in that way she swears, but she's always thought it would be like how Izuku did it, finding children in need and giving them a home, not beating them to a pulp and delivering their unconscious body to Izuku. And the worst part is that look in his eyes when he explained it to them. That look of resignation and despair. He'd understood this for a while, and unlike her, he would be the one to deal with the aftermaths. After giving them a few minutes to take that in, Nezu decided it was time to move on. And as heroes, even when you have to make these decisions, you can't freeze before or after. Every second can count. Nezu warned them. And as such, let us move on to our last exercise. Chapter Summary. April Acid. Hey guys. So, I wanted to upload this on April Fool's, but I was a day late. Sorry. Don't worry, it's a real chapter, but there is an April Fool's joke inside of it. Anyway, onto the chapter. The last team. Team E, consisting of Ida, Kaminari, Mina, and Zero. We're now in the fake city, starting the last exercise. None of them were in good spirits, however. Not even Mina. Not because they would be facing another grossly overpowered child, but because of the conversation that had taken place not too long ago. So are we gonna hit the kids? Zero asked. I mean, we might have to, Kaminari said sheepishly, seeming unsure of himself. Well, I don't want to. Mina objected. Overpowered or not, they are still kids, and all we have to do is show them some affection. We're no strangers to love, so we should show them some too. As much as I would like for that to be the case, I doubt Principal Nezu would allow for this to be so simple. Ida spoke up in a determined yet still somehow unsure voice. You know the rules, and so do I. The principal might have made this test knowing that and planned it out accordingly. So you think we might have to hurt them? Zero scratches his head. That's messed up. Don't think that I'll give up that easily. I'm never gonna give up. I'm gonna find that kid and hug the crap out of them. Mina said with full determination. And with that, Mina ran off to find the kid. Wait. You have to wait for us. You have no idea what's up ahead. Ida ran after her, with the rest of the team following. Back in the observation room, the mood was still somewhat downtrodden. However, it seems most of the class had moved on, hoping that if they paid attention to the last exercise it would lift the mood up a bit. I've never seen Mina so down before, Kirishima thought as he remembered how upset she looked. Mina always had this attitude about her. Always this optimistic person that would do her best to make sure she was never gonna let you down. But now she herself seemed down. He wished he could do something about it. He never wanted to see his friend like this, but honestly, he didn't know what to do here. It seems Ms. Aceto is quite determined. How fortunate for her that this mission will not require them to attack the child. Nezu saw his students take a sigh of relief. Because they can't. Wait, what? Toru asked. What do you mean they can't attack them? Oh, I think I know who it is. It's Sansan, isn't it? Asui realized the child's identity, remembering them from the amusement park. Izuku nodded, confirming her suspicions. Ochako shuddered. Oh no. Oh no. Momo repeated in confusion. Is this child somehow more dangerous than the ones we've seen before? Sansan is considered the strongest of all the kids currently under my care, Izuku revealed, causing everyone to suddenly get nervous as they wondered what on earth could be that strong. Her quirk is called Acid Body. Her body is entirely made up out of extremely corrosive acid, and she can manipulate it however she pleases. Basically, she's completely immune to most attacks. Your quirk has to have some sort of special effect on her in order to take her down. Ochako explained. Like my gravity, manipulation. But I don't think anyone on Team E can do anything to her. Kaminari actually can do something. Electricity can cause Sansan to lose control over her body temporarily, turning her into a motionless pile of acid for about 20 seconds. Izuku remembered the day they found that out. Sansan got a bit too close to an electrical outlet, and it did not end well. Wait, so she's just a sentient blob of acid? Momo knew she was just repeating what Izuku had said, but it sounded absurd. Like many other things she heard today, she would be able to beat most people in this class just because of her quirk alone. She's like Mina on Trigger, Mineta shouted, or a better version of that sludge villain, Toru pointed out. Izuku flinched but didn't say anything. So what are they gonna do? Soto asked. Well, it appears their current plan is to just run around and look for the child, Nezu pointed out, but it appears they won't have to look for much longer. Back with Team E. Team E was still running, and both Zero and Kaminari were falling behind. Mina, you must slow down. It is imperative that you do not desert your allies. Ida shouted at her. Mina stopped for a minute and used this opportunity to catch her breath. Sorry, you guys. I guess I got too ahead of myself. Oh wow, no wonder you guys couldn't keep up. I've never run that hard before. If you don't pace yourself, you're gonna tire us all out before we even find the kid. Zero panted. Sis. Everyone suddenly froze when they heard what sounded like acid burning through something. Mina, did you make any acid? Kaminari asked, looking around to see where that hissing was coming from. No. You guys would have seen me do it. Mina pointed out, wondering where the sound was coming from herself. Hiss. The four of them looked at a nearby manhole and found that smoke was coming off of it. And then, Sansan slowly oozed out of the hole, completely swallowing and destroying the manhole as she made her way onto the street, which also started smoking as she touched it. Is that the kid? Kaminari asked, slightly confused by the sight of the moving pink puddle of acid. At this point, I wouldn't be surprised, Zero said, resignation dripping from his word. Waraha. Sansan let out some strange noises which only confused the students more. Was that a cry? Are they crying? Mina honestly wished she had more details. I've never heard a cry like that before, Zero muttered. Rhea. Suddenly, in the distance, they saw two Grim, this time looking like huge gorillas, charging right at them. We're gonna have to fight those things, aren't we? Kaminari asked nervously. It appears so. Ida got into a stance, ready to fight. However, Sansan suddenly moved towards them and went right at Ida. Huh. Ida quickly reacted, using his quirk to help him dodge Sansan's lunge. Squad. Hug. Sansan said, reading the lines she had been giving earlier. Oh, I get it. She wants a hug. Kaminari said, however, his eyes widened in fear when he saw Sansan coming to give him a hug. Hey, wait a minute. Kaminari had to keep backing up as Sansan came closer and closer to him until eventually he just started running from the acid girl. Eventually, Sansan stopped chasing him and started going after Mina. Mina didn't quite know what to say, and just opened her arms up for a hug. Sansan didn't waste any time, and jumped on Mina, wrapping herself around the older acid girl and restraining her whole body. Hey, I like tight hugs but I can't move. Mina's whole body was being constricted by the goo girl. It was a good thing she was acid-proof. Unfortunately, it wouldn't hold out forever. Continuous exposure to acid would degrade her skin's resistance to it until she too would burn at Sansan's touch. The three guys couldn't do anything but watch as Mina tried to struggle out of Sansan's grip. To no effect. It's not like they could pull her off. She was made of acid. But they had other problems to worry about anyway, as the Gorilla Grim were getting close. Mina, please try and calm them down. We will deal with these Grim. Ida told her. Hopefully it will assist in calming them. Oh, okay. Mina said she had stopped struggling at this point, seeing as it wasn't helping her in the slightest. With that decided, Ida, Zero, and Kaminari looked towards the oncoming threats. Kaminari, you said your quirk causes you to fry your brain, correct? Ida asked his classmate. Oh yeah, kinda only a one-use thing for now. Kaminari admitted. Then let me and Zero incapacitate these monsters. Ida strategized. Hey, now wait a minute. Zero wasn't quite on board with fighting two giant hulking beasts, with one less teammate after already being one teammate down. But he didn't have time to object as the gorillas were in range, and Ida ran at them. Aim for their feet, Zero. Ida ran at them as fast as he could while in first gear and charged right at one of the gorillas. One of the gorillas tried to pick Ida up, but the armored student ducked under the swipe and went between its legs. The two gorillas had their attention on Ida, so they didn't notice Zero shoot out his tape at the left one's legs, tying them together and causing it to fall to the ground. The other one looked at Zero, giving it an enraged roar. However, before it could move to attack, Ida came back and kicked it in the back of the head, causing it to face plant onto the ground. Now, Kaminari, Ida ordered. Right. Zero, give me a boost. Kaminari told his ally. Zero nodded and wrapped Kaminari's midsection in tape, before swinging him around and throwing him at the two grim. Indiscriminate shock. Say goodbye. Kaminari unleashed a massive electric attack at both of the apes, electrocuting them both. Rah! The two beasts screamed at the top of their lungs before they quickly died and their bodies turned into black smoke. Kaminari's face planted onto the ground, and Ida came running up to check on him. Kaminari, are you okay? Ida picked up Kaminari and turned him around, only to be met with derp face. We, Kaminari responded. Meanwhile, Mina was still trying to talk Sansan into letting her go. Kid, look. The villains are gone. You can let go now. Moa, Sansan said. It was at that moment that the ground started to rumble. Awoo! Coming just into view, running down the streets, was a horde of Beowulfs. About 70. All running at them. Oh, shit. Zero looked at the oncoming horde with absolute fear shining in his eyes. Language. Ida shouted at his ally. Really? Now? Zero was honestly shocked that Ida would still be concerned about such things. A hero should never let loose such profanities, even in the face of danger. Ida rationalized, before tucking Kaminari under his arm. Heroes should also know when they are outmatched. Like just now. Grab Mina and run. And with that, Ida took off in the opposite direction. Hey, how am I gonna do that? She's covered in acid. Zero shouted at Ida, but he was already too far away. Ah, damn it. Knowing he couldn't just leave Mina there, Zero shot his tape out at her, covering her in tape, before using his other arm to swing away through the air, beginning Mina with him. However, Sansan quickly dissolved the tape, causing Mina to go hurtling to the ground, before Zero's tape caught her again. Ah, could you please stop dropping me? Mina felt like she was gonna vomit, not only from being swung around on tape but from constantly falling and being lifted up again every time Sansan ate through his tape and he had to catch her again. Sorry, if you can't tell, this is really hard, and there's a horde of demons after us. Zero turned back to see the Beowulfs were gaining on them. Mina looked at the oncoming horde of red-eyed death and knew she needed to get the kid off of her. Hey, kid, what's your name? Mina asked as calmly as she could. Sansan. The goo girl said. Oh, that sounds like a great name for a girl. Mina was unsure of the gender of this living blob of acid, but the voice she used sounded feminine-ish. You are a girl, right? Sansan formed a head near Mina's face and nodded. Okay, Sansan, do you like heroes? Mina asked her. Sansan nodded. I wanna be a hero. Well, then you need to let me go, Mina told her in a gentle tone before she looked at the horde. I know they are scary, but I can't just lie here and do nothing. A hero has to be brave. Can you do that for me, Sansan? Be a brave little hero. Hiao. Sansan repeated. I don't want to hurt anyone. My quirk hurts everything. I know. Mina smiled at her kindly. Acid can really make a mess sometimes. My quirk makes acid too, but I use my acid to take down bad guys and save people. So acid can be used for good too, and I'll show you how if you let me go. There were a few moments of silence before Mina felt Sansan's acid started to move off of her, and the goo girl came off her and fell to the ground below, with the Beowulfs coming at her. Wait, I didn't mean like that, Mina shouted. The Beowulfs quickly descended upon Sansan, with 3 of them lunging at her, with their claws extended out, only for them to be grabbed out of the air by Sansan's newly formed tentacles and shoved into her acid body, where they struggled a bit before dissolving away. Sansan expanded herself, getting bigger and bigger, until she was the size of a bus, and faced off against the army of Beowulfs. They never stood a chance. Zero stopped swinging and brought the both of them to the ground, where they just sat and watched in shock as Sansan tore through the demon-like wolves, swallowing them in her acid. slamming them around with dozens of her tentacles, forming weapons out of her body, and using them to crush and slice the Beowulfs by the dozens. Oh wow, she's really killing those things. Zero could only watch in awe as the massacre unfolded in front of him. Ida ran up to them with Kaminari still in his arms. What the? The class president watched as Sansan beheaded 6 Beowulfs with an acid axe, at the same time as she impaled 12 Beowulfs with her acid tentacles, at the same time she dragged some Beowulfs into her body, while also forming a massive acid mouth to swallow 5 more Beowulf. By now Sansan just looked like a massive acid monster that was brutally killing everything in her path. Should we stop her? This would be vigilantism, wouldn't it? Ida sounded more hesitant than he should have. Stop her. Dude, she's almost done. Zero informed him. I think all we could do is just watch the slaughter. Back in the observation room. You were not wrong. She is quite terrifying. Momo admitted with wide, frightened eyes as she and the class witnessed Sansan's slimy slaughter. Did you really fight her, Uraraka? Asui couldn't imagine trying to fight Sansan. To think this is the same kid that was turned into soup at that teacup ride. Yeah, it wasn't fun. Uraraka gave a nervous laugh. Even with my new quirk upgrade, I couldn't beat her if she was in full acid mode. This is the reason we decided that fighting Sansan should not be part of the exercise. Nezu sipped his tea. Of course I did not intend for this to happen either. Sansan is going off script. I apologize. Sansan must have not liked the fact that she was the only one to not have any action. She's very fond of fighting, you see, and not very fond of staying still. Izuku sighed. Although I can't really blame her. Well, it looks like that was the last of the Grim, Nezu commented. The exercise is over, so let's call them back. A few minutes later, after everyone was called back, Nezu spoke up. That exercise did not go as intended, but I think you understood the point of it. Sometimes children will look to you for comfort. Sometimes in a physical way, such as attempting to hug you. This, however, may impede your ability to perform your job as a hero, or it will just kill you. There are unfortunate cases of children attempting to hug people, only for their quirks to end up killing the person they were attempting to hug. Izuku remembered Eri's story and felt a pang of sadness run through him. So while you may want to comfort a child in distress, it would be best to employ caution if you can, Nezu told them. Mina pouted, but stayed silent, out of fear of provoking Nezu. So using your words to calm a distressed child is a valuable skill, one that may end up saving your life, Nezu told them. Of course, afterward the correct response would not be to let them take down the villain themselves, but given the swiftness in which she dispatched her foes, I will look the other way on that this once. And with that, congratulations. You have all passed. Very well done. These exercises were hard, however, the real-life situations will be so much harder. So keep your wits about you. Now, time for lunch. The bell rang, and the students were dismissed. An overdue talk. Bakugo was seething. When he first woke up in the infirmary, he was confused. That kid, that 4-foot, 3-headed kid, had called himself a Midoriya, and said that Deku was his father. There were so many reasons that didn't make sense, it boggled his mind. The chief among those reasons being, who the actual hell would want to make kids with Deku? Of course, there was the possibility that Deku adopted a kid, but how and why would Deku do that? Why would Auntie Inko let him do that? In the end, he decided that just thinking about it wouldn't get him anywhere and that he needed to confront Izuku himself. But that ended up getting him nowhere too. Suddenly the terrified shaking loser that he used to be able to make piss himself with a flare had the nerve to tell him to wait. Without even so much as a stutter. It only made his confusion about the situation even worse. It was like Deku had become a completely different person with a completely different life in the many months since he last saw him. And before he could get any answers, that rat principal sent him away. So all he could do while he was waiting in the infirmary was seethe in anger and wonder how the fuck this happened. Fortunately for him, he wouldn't have to wait much longer. The doors to the infirmary opened and in walked Aizawa, who immediately made his way over to the short-tempered blonde. Midoriya is ready to talk to you. He's in one of the teachers' lounges waiting for you. Aizawa informed him. I would have liked for him to stay here for a while longer, but I'll go get his crutches. Recovery girl said. I don't need any fuwa. Bakugo was bonked on the head by Recovery Girl's cane. Quite. Recovery Girl said before going to get the crutches. A few minutes later, Bakugo, now using his crutches, was following behind Aizawa as he leads him to the teacher's lounge where Izuku was located. I hope you realize how fortunate you are that Midoriya is even entertaining you after all you did to him, Aizawa told him. He doesn't owe you anything. Why the hell do you care? Bakugo snapped. He had been on thin ice since he got to UA. And so he'd been trying not to shout at the teachers, but he honestly couldn't hold it in anymore. Since when did any of you assholes care about shitty Deku? All my fucking life. You teachers told me that I was fucking unstoppable and kissed the ground I walked on, and that Deku was lower than dirt. Then I come to UA, the place that's supposed to be for the best of the best, and now Deku's somehow calling the fucking shots and I'm being treated like shit. I guess this really must be that confusing for you. The world suddenly must seem like it. Flipped upside down. Tell me, Bakugo, did you bother finding out what happened to your old schools, teachers, classmates, and principals? Aizawa asked, the confusion on Bakugo's face, telling him that he didn't. The schools were shut down, and the staff were all given jail. Sentences ranging from 12 years on the lower end to 34 years on the higher end, and the classmates that were confirmed were giving varying punishments depending on the severity of their actions, with some things being put on their records that would make finding a good school a very difficult task. Out of everyone, though, you got off the luckiest, by Midoriya's request. Bakugo's eyes widened slightly with a bit of shock. Do you know why we cracked down so hard on those schools and the people in them? Aizawa asked. Because quirk discrimination is a plague that we've been trying to kill for ages. It has no place in modern-day society, or any society for that matter. Schools and teachers that display these values are to be treated with no sympathy because they do this. Aizawa gestured to Bakugo, showing that Bakugo was the this he was referring to. Bakugo, by all means, you are not at all the worst kind of person on the planet, not even close, Aizawa told him, once again shocking Bakugo. You don't sexually harass female students, you don't cheat on exams or tests, you assist your classmates during the exercises. And heck, even when you were assaulting Midoriya, as horrible as that was, you took care to never let the injuries you caused him to become debilitating or lethal, and with your quirk, that would require so effort on your part. Of course I didn't want the fucking nerd dead, Bakugo said as if he was insulted by Aizawa's statement. You could have been a much more heroic person than you are now, maybe even the top student. The problem was that you were raised in a toxic environment, Aizawa told him. You lived in your own little world in which everyone told you were a king, and where quirkless people like Izuku were nothing and deserved to be discriminated against. But now that world is gone, you're left in the real world struggling to figure out which way's up and which way's down. Bakugo didn't know how to feel about that. He wanted to deny it. Say that Aizawa didn't know what he was talking about. He didn't want to admit that maybe he really was wrong. But he wasn't an idiot. He saw the way the people around him looked at him. Teachers, staff, and especially students. It was like there was something wrong with him, like he was a disease or something. And even some of the students at his previous schools and his own parents gave him those looks in the past. He'd never given it much thought other than just labeling them as losers and moving on. But he sure didn't feel like a winner now. People are telling you things that are contrary to what you've grown up believing, and as such you're resisting, which is why we're being so harsh. Aizawa continued. It's not because we necessarily hate you, it's because we need to get through your extremely thick skull that it's not okay for heroes to think that they can hurt innocent people. Bakugo grits his teeth but doesn't respond. The rest of the short walk to the lounge was silent. After a few minutes, they reached a door with the Woods Teacher's Lounge written on it. Aizawa turned to Bakugo and gave the teen a stern look. Midoriya is inside. Before you go in, there are things you need to know. TCH. Just spit it out. Bakugo growled. He just wanted to talk to Izuku already. First I'll be waiting outside, meaning I'll hear you if you shout of any threats or use your quirk. Both of those things will be met with disciplinary actions. Aizawa explained. Bakugo gave a light growl. He knew he was going to have to try real hard to restrain himself. Second, it probably wouldn't take much on Midoriya's part to get you expelled. Aizawa continued. That made Bakugo freeze up for a moment, as shock and a bit of fear coursed through him, at the thought of Izuku being able to get him expelled from UA, his dream school. The only reason you were allowed into this school in the first place is because the Midoriyas didn't take legal action against you. And I have a feeling that there is more to what you did to him than what we know of. Depending on what it is, that by itself could get you expelled. And if Midoriya wanted to take legal action against you, then you'd definitely be expelled. Aizawa explained. So I'd suggest you watch yourself while you're speaking to him. Your future depends on it. And with that, Aizawa moved aside, making way for Bakugo to enter. Bakugo hesitated for a moment, but quickly buried any fear that may have been lurking within him, and his face settled into his standard scowl. And so he entered. The teacher's lounge was nothing special. Just a few chairs, some stuff for making tea and coffee, and 2 couches that faced each other with a glass table in between. Izuku was there, sitting on one of the couches, doing paperwork seemingly, with a cup of coffee beside him. When Bakugo entered, Izuku looked up, and their eyes met. Deku, Bakugo growled. Izuku didn't respond at first, at least not verbally. Instead, he took a deep breath and then took a long sip of his coffee. Once he put the coffee down, he looked back up at Bakugo and said, "My name is Midoriya." Again, Bakugo was taken aback. Izuku hadn't asked him to stop calling him Deku since before even middle school. And even then he'd always asked him to call him Izuku, not Midoriya. If Bakugo didn't feel like he was talking to a completely different person before, he definitely thought that now. This wasn't the Izuku Midoriya he'd known, and he might actually have to watch his step. The shock Bakugo was feeling must have shown on his face because Izuku picked up on it and decided to explain himself. "It's really not good for either of us if I let you keep calling me useless," Izuku told him. "And as much as I hate to say it, I can't really call us friends right now. So to you, for now. It's Midoriya." Bakugo didn't respond. He didn't really know how to respond. His pride wouldn't let him capitulate and do what Izuku said, but he was too smart to just ignore him. So he just kept his mouth shut. After a bit of silence, Izuku spoke again. "We're going to be here for a while, so you'd probably want to take a seat." TCH. Bakugo did just that, sitting down on the couch opposite to Izuku, and continued to silently glare at him. He looked down for a moment at the papers Izuku was fiddling with before. It was definitely paperwork, and there were some pictures of people on them. "All right, now, I did promise you an explanation," Izuku said, regaining Bakugo's attention. "But we have to establish something first. I am not the same person I was when you last saw me." "No shit." Bakugo spat. "I have kids now, so I've had to look at things differently." Bakugo had just taken notice of something. Izuku's tone, the way he spoke was all very tired, as if he hadn't slept for days, and his face reflected that tiredness. "That includes you. You see, I can't just let you walk over me like I used to or keep praising you when you really don't deserve it. And I can't let you continue to stay how you are." Bakugo felt his anger spike, and he let out a growl. "What the fuck do you dash? They don't know about the suicide baiting." Izuku interrupted him. Bakugo felt like he got hit with a bucket of cold water, as he realized what Izuku just said, and what that implied. "If I told them this, your future would be over," Izuku said. His tone was dead serious. "I have no intention of ever letting that out. But I need to know you're improving. That you won't stay the same violent, angry, seemingly psychopathic person you've shown me you can be. I've always wanted you to be a hero, but I can't afford to just roll over and let you do as you please and just hope you'll get better. Bakugo, if you do anything out of line, there will be consequences. And if you lose it and attack me, then I'm telling them about what you said. And I'll be done with you, for good." Bakugo was shell-shocked. The situation he was in was now clear to him. Izuku had all the power, and he couldn't do anything about it. It was so bizarre, that he honestly couldn't feel anything but shock for a bit. Eventually, though, his anger rose, spiking harder than he had felt it go in a long, long time. Anger at Deku thinking he was above him. Anger at Deku actually having power over him. Anger at the nonsensical world that gave Deku that power. And anger at himself for not being able to do anything about it. His hands started heating up, smoking as his quirks started reacting to his emotions. He wanted so badly to use his quirk, to shout and scream, and put Deku back in his place. But if he did that, then everything he worked for would be for naught, and his dream would be dead. After a few minutes, Bakugo managed to rein in his anger a bit, and his hands stopped smoking. Once Izuku was sure Bakugo had fully gotten himself under control, he gave his former friend a small smile. Good. I needed to see that your dream was still more important to you than your pride. Just tell me what the hell happened to you. Bakugo at this point honestly wanted to leave. More than he wanted to hear about what the hell caused this change in Izuku, but he knew he would regret that once he got his emotions more under control later. And he also didn't want to risk just storming out on Izuku. All right, we don't have all the time in the world and it is a long story, so I should really start. Now I guess. Izuku took another sip of his coffee and prepared himself. All right, so, do you remember how I was when you last saw me at school? Yeah, you looked Bakugo wanted to say fucking pathetic, but he decided against it. Miserable. More than usual. Well, there's a reason for that. You see, funny story, you weren't the first one to get attacked by the sludge villain. Izuku revealed, now looking a bit more sheepish. I was. What? Bakugo didn't know where this was going, but he had a feeling it was gonna piss him off. I was attacked by the sludge villain before you, while I was walking home from school. Izuku repeated. And I was saved by All Might. Wait, if All Might already took down the fucking villain before he even got to me, then how the hell did he get away? Bakugo knew that escaping All Might was practically impossible, so he really didn't see how that same villain could have also attacked him. Well, All Might captured the villain by putting him in bottles and then putting them in his pockets, and I wanted to ask All Might a question, but he was kinda already about to jump away, and so I held onto his legs, which caused the bottles to slip out mid-jump, and so the villain got out. Izuku looked away from Bakugo as he explained this, too embarrassed and ashamed to look him in the eye while he said this. You what? Bakugo shouted at him. His palms were smoking again, and he very nearly let off an explosion. You mean, I almost died because your stupidest wanted to ask All Might a question? Izuku gave Bakugo a stern look, reminding him of where he stood. Be careful, Bakugo. Honestly, Izuku would have been more than fine about Bakugo shouting at him for that. He was sure he deserved it, but he couldn't allow Bakugo to get too out of line. Bakugo took another few moments to calm himself down before he leaned back in his chair. After a bit more time passed, Izuku continued. The question I wanted to ask All Might, I asked him if I could be a hero, and he said no. Bakugo knew the world was upside down, but he was pretty sure one thing was the same: Deku couldn't be a hero. He said no, Izuku confirmed with a saddened sigh. It still hurt to talk about even after all this time. So that's why you looked like someone got killed in front of you every time I saw you. Bakugo said there was so much more that he wanted to say, but he bit his tongue and held it all in, for the sake of his own dream. Yeah, I fell into depression, things just went gray. Izuku had a tough time describing his depressed period. It was all just a blur of sadness and despair that he didn't often want to think about. I just couldn't deal with anything anymore, so I eventually just stopped bothering to go to school. I just stayed home and wallowed in my own despair, until Eri knocked on my door. Izuku picked up his phone and showed the screen to Bakugo, where he saw a picture of Eri, around a few weeks after he'd taken her in. That's that brat you saved from the Yakuza, right? Bakugo still couldn't believe what he just said. I heard about that. What did you fucking adopt her to? Yes, Izuku said, putting the phone away. She was being chased by the head of the Yakuza, Kaichisaki aka Overhaul, for reasons that I can't really tell you, but let's just say that if he caught her, she would have been basically tortured in the worst way possible, and imprisoned. So he was a piece of shit. Bakugo summarized. Basically, yeah, the worst kind of scum that you can imagine. Izuku gladly confirmed. But he was powerful, both with his quirk and his influence. His quirk allowed him to take apart and put back together anything he wanted in any way he wanted on a molecular level, meaning that he's capable of cleaning up crime scenes so thoroughly that law enforcement can't even find a trace of him. So the heroes and the police had a hard time finding evidence against him. I hid Eri and set my phone to record and hid that too, Then I pretended to be asleep. So when he eventually left, I had evidence of him breaking in, which the heroes used as a reason to search his base, which broke out into a full-out raid when they fought back. All Might was there during the raid, so they didn't really stand a chance. TCH, looks like you actually can think once in a while. Bakugo would never have admitted this, not even to himself, but he probably would have handled that situation a lot worse. Of course, the only time you can save someone is by running away and hiding. Yeah, but I did end up saving her. Which brings me to the next part of the story, DOC, or, as they were called at the time, OPCCC. Izuku hadn't said that name in a while. That's a stupid fucking name, Bakugo said immediately. That's why they changed it. Anyway, they were responsible for dealing with children who had dangerous quirks. Eri was one such child, so they gave me the option to adopt her. Izuku explained. You're fucking 15, that's a terrible idea. Bakugo pointed out. Well, they didn't have many other options. Not many people want to adopt kids that might kill them. Izuku coughed and quickly took another sip of his coffee. I said yes, and so I took Eri under my care. Where was Auntie Inko? Why the hell did she let you do something that stupid? Bakugo asked if there was one person he knew should care about Izuku, it was Inko, so how could she allow this to happen? Mom was really worried about me. She wasn't going to be around for a while, and I was so depressed before she left. I think she knew that if I had Eri around, I would be more active and less sad. Izuku answered, although I don't think she could have imagined what would happen next. What did you run into another kid being used by a villain? Bakugo asked sarcastically. Yeah, actually. Izuku smirked at Bakugo's shocked expression. Though, are you shitting me? Look was so evident on his face that it almost made him laugh. Not too long after I got Eri, I went to a supermarket with her to buy some things, and a villain attacked using another child's quirk to turn everyone to stone. Her name is Kei. Izuku showed him a picture of her while they were selling food at the food stand. After shooting the villain with a tranquilizer dart dash. Wait, why the hell did you have a tranq gun? Bakugo asked him. Eri's quirk is, well, I said before, it's dangerous and she basically had no control over it. If her quirk went off by accident or she couldn't turn it off during her training, then she could very easily kill someone by accident. So the only way to turn it off at that point is with, well, the tranq gun. Izuku hated talking about the tranq gun. He felt a lot better about it now than he did before. Since Eri had better control over her quirk, Izuku felt like he was less likely to use it, which put him at ease a bit. Bakugo also seemed to understand the necessity of it and stayed silent. So after I rescued her, I adopted her because she also fell under DOC's jurisdiction, and I really just didn't know how to say no to her and Eri. Izuku sighed. It was also at that point that DOC started to realize I had a weakness when it came to the kids and started being more pushy. They only got more and more forceful with each kid I happened to find dash. Wait, you telling me this shit happened again? Bakugo asked in disbelief. How many fucking parents just dump their kids onto the streets? Way too many, Izuku answered, although in his eyes any amount of kids being abandoned on the street was way too many. Anyway, after bumping into a few more kids, DOC fully realized that they could give all of the kids under their custody to me. And so I signed a contract that would put me in charge of a new organization, in charge of taking care of any OPCs whose parents either couldn't keep them or no longer wanted to keep them. I would get a very generous amount of government funding, a large house capable of fitting that many children, and a lot of other benefits. But in return, I would have to do this for the rest of my life, and take in every single child taken by DOC without the ability to refuse. I decided the course of my life when I signed that. So let me get this straight. You, through some freak coincidence, kept finding abandoned kids with overpowered quirks, and the government saw an opportunity to dump all their unwanted brats on you because they knew you wouldn't fucking say now, and so you signed your life away so you're stuck babysitting until you fucking die. Bakugo summarized. Izuku sighed, massaging the bridge of his nose to try and fight off a headache that was developing. Not how I would put it. And don't call them unwanted brats. Ever. There was a moment of silence between them, as Bakugo took a minute to fully take that in. You really did give up her. Bakugo had tried for years to get Izuku to give up on his dream and he honestly thought that at this point only death would get Izuku to stop. It turns out all it would take was All Might himself. That guy really could do anything. But it just seemed that something was wrong about it. Maybe in a vacuum, he would consider that to be a good thing, but now it was just another thing that changed, adding to the feeling that his life before UA might have well been, like Aizawa said, another world. Entirely. What else could I do? Trying to be a hero while quirkless would have been hard enough. But trying to be a quirkless hero while also raising 5 kids and giving them all the attention they needed, that would have been impossible. And unfair to them. Bakugo had never heard Izuku sound so defeated. And that said a lot. It was like he really was watching a dream die in front of him. And that caused a bolt of fear to course through him, as a pesky stray thought asked the question, could that be me? Bakugo shook his head to try and rid himself of the thought. No, I could never be as pathetic as Deku. However, once again, another stray thought made him pause. But what would you do if he expelled you right now? Bakugo refused to give that any thought. At least if I took this offer, I could still be useful. I could help these kids. Izuku continued. So after reading the contract through and through, I signed. And so now I'm the official caretaker for all OPC children given up by their parents. Which is why I moved, by the way. Every now and then, DOC will hand me new children to take care of from their facilities. Like Kai. Bakugo growled at the mention of the Kiju boy, as he still was feeling the pain done to both his body and pride. So, when's the part where you became buddy-buddy with fucking All Might, ratted out the school, and became the head of some other fucking government branch? Or some shit. And where the hell is Auntie Inko? Well, to start with All Might, when I gave the evidence to the police they put me under witness protection. All Might was the first hero who volunteered to guard us, and after that, I kept running into him. I think he feels bad about telling me I can't be a hero. Although I don't really think he should. Izuku explained. And as for Mom, well, she used a lot of the money we acquired to start her own company. It's doing pretty well. Right now she's overseas, working to try and raise it up even more. So far that was the only thing Izuku had said that made Bakugo even the slightest bit happy. Well, at least she's doing fine. She deserves it for having to put up with Deku's worthless ass. Also, I never really ratted out the school. Izuku corrected. After the heroes figured out I was quirkless and that I hadn't gone to school in a while, they got suspicious and started investigating. It didn't take them too long to figure out about the quirk discrimination. Bakugo paused. That makes sense. I still don't see why they should fucking care, but since they do for some goddamn reason, it makes sense they'd take one look at Deku's ass while he's out of school and see that something was up. Also, I want to say, I am not the head of a government branch, Izuku said sternly. You could say that I am unofficially in charge of the quirk removal branch, and I do decide who gets their quirks erased, but on paper, I'm not at all in charge of it. Wait, the what branch? Bakugo wasn't sure he heard that correctly. He had to have misheard it because there was no way what he heard was true. The quirk removal branch. We wanted to keep it a secret for a while, but that was pretty pointless. Eventually, people were going to find out about others suddenly losing their quirks. The government hasn't announced the branch to the public yet, but Izuku didn't get a chance to finish as Bakugo uninterrupted him. What the fuck do you mean, quirk removal? Don't just brush past that. How the fuck are removing quirks? And why the fuck are you in charge of it? Bakugo was feeling a mix of confusion, anger, and fear. Because now he knew Izuku could do so much worse than just expel him. Well, unfortunately, both the way in which quirks are removed and the reason I have so much influence are on a strictly need-to-know basis. Izuku made sure his tone conveyed that there was no room for argument. If the knowledge that Eri's blood was the key ingredient to making the quirk-erasing formula, then countless people would come after her and do the same thing Overhaul did. The poor girl would probably never be able to step outside again. But you don't need to worry about your quirk being erased. Quirk erasure isn't a punishment. Although the government is trying to convince me to say otherwise, but for now, the only people whose quirks we're interested in getting rid of are people whose quirks simply cannot allow them to live normally around other people without a significant chance of them accidentally killing them. Basically, quirks belonging to level 2 OCPS. People with quirks More dangerous than the level 1 OCPs you've seen like Kai. That didn't make Bakugo much calmer. To him, he still saw it as his fate being at Izuku's mercy, which was an uncomfortable thought to say the least. I think that covers everything. Izuku gave a relieved sigh. A lot has changed. It's almost unbelievable even for me. It's very different from how I thought my life would be. Kaken, I want to see you become a great hero. Not once during this talk did you lash out at me or attack me. You can improve. I know that. But, until then, I would like to stay away from each other. Right now you're not really a good influence for my kids. Also they hate you. So for now it's best to go our separate ways. TCH. Fine. The less I have to see you the better. Bakugo grumbled. Can I get out of here? Now. I'm fucking starving. Izuku nodded, and Bakugo picked up his crutches and walked over to the door and left. Without looking back, the green-haired father immediately sunk into his seat as all the tension he'd been feeling melted away. In truth, he had been more than a bit nervous about meeting with Bakugo. He didn't think that Bakugo would attack him. He was somewhat confident that his old friend was smart enough not to ruin his own future. But he also wouldn't have thought his old friend would have turned into such a bully. So there was a bit of doubt. Still, he knew Bakugo would need to be dealt with. He knew that the explosive blonde was quite stubborn, and if he wanted to find him then he very well might. And the last thing Izuku wanted was Bakugo getting near his house, only to be met with his children and likely an army of Grimm. That would not end well for anyone. However, his relief was short-lived, as suddenly he felt a strong pain in his chest. Gah! Izuku clutched his chest in pain, but it didn't last long, as soon the pain vanished just as quickly as it came. Izuku struggled for breath for a bit, sweat dripping down his face as he suddenly felt very hot. After another few minutes, everything went back to normal and fell to the side, now completely laying down on the couch. I should see a doctor, Izuku concluded. He felt so tired, and he could feel his eyes closing, and he knew he couldn't stop them. I'll make an appointment, eventually. And so everything went black. This will be for today. Next part would come soon. Before you go, please like, share, subscribe, and comment in the comment section if you want anything.